Chapter 51 Painfully Musical. 0 requests. For many in the class who didn't get to show off during the sports festival, they got 0 requests from pro heroes to join them. It was up to them to put in requests to pro heroes to allow them to take on an internship, or they would be assigned one for themselves before the end of the day. For a lot of people who didn't really place in the tournament, or got taken out of it quickly, that meant no requests. For others like Naruto and Bakugo, they had several thousand requests, or Todoroki with his famous father also having as many requests. Over half of the class didn't have a single request though, other than those who were being hand-selected for their quirks. This sucks, Kyoka thought to herself as she laid down on her bed. She didn't know any pro heroes who would take her, so at the end of the day, she was going to be assigned one to take her own as an intern. She was just going to have to deal with it, she guessed. Maybe she would pass the time practicing one of her many instruments. She was usually too busy with homework to do that anymore. She was already in her PJs, and she didn't feel like being social at the moment. She had asked for her dorm room to be soundproofed, so if she played a little loud, she was sure that nobody would notice or be bothered by it. Knock knock knock. Nobody visits me. Kyoka had yet to have anyone really visit her room yet, despite all the time they had all been living in the dorms. The door opened. "Hope you're decent, Kyoka?" Naruto stated as he came in, with his hand over his eyes, just in case she wasn't. In his hand covering his eyes, he had some papers in them. Kyoka sat up and crossed her legs. She was decent in how she was dressed. "I'm good, way to barge in," Kyoka commented with a small grin. She wasn't too bothered by what he had done, she was going to let him in anyway. "What brings you here, don't you have some offers to go through?" Kyoka asked him with a little scorn. Naruto had gotten the most offers out of everyone, thanks to his spot as first place, and how he did it in such an overwhelming way. She figured he would be up all night trying to pick who he was going to go for, after he had listed his preferences. Naruto shrugged. I chose a hero in a city that I need to go to anyway. I heard you and some of the others didn't get any offers, so I wrote some letters of recommendation for you guys. I think you would do great if you spent a week under the hero native." Naruto walked towards her and showed off his letter for her. He sat down on her bed with her, a wide smile on his face. She was stunned when he passed her the letter, and saw that he had actually written a letter for her. A real one, and on the page underneath the letter, there was a letter of acceptance as well. She glanced up at him. "What do you want?" "Nothing, I just wanted my friends to find places that could help them." Naruto stood up and started to get ready to go towards the next person. He had a few more letters to deliver, since he had gotten the approval of a few heroes to have his friends intern for them. Kyoka was just shocked when she heard that, and when Naruto didn't request anything from her. She looked around her room, to try and think of anything that she could do for him, and the answer came to her almost instantly. Music. "As thanks, let me teach you how to play something. Pick anything here, and I can teach you as much as I know. Before you try and say you don't need thanks, I insist you let me do this. I don't want to feel like I owe you or anything." Kyoka got up from her bed and chased him down, grabbing the back of his shirt. She closed and locked her door quickly, refusing to let Naruto leave until he had picked something to let her teach him. It was honestly the least she could do, since he was going out of his way to further her career and experience with this. Naruto looked down at her, before he grabbed her waist, picked her up and walked her back towards her bed. He sat her down, and her jaw dropped when she realized that she had just been treated like a child. "I'm honestly good, I can already play the guitar and piano a little, so He shouldn't have said that. "Really? You play? You don't have any instruments in your room?" Kyoka hadn't heard of this before. Naruto didn't seem to have any passion for music, so she had assumed that he didn't know how to play anything. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "My quirk makes me angry, so my uncle thought this would be a good way to focus my mind. It didn't really work." Naruto was grabbed by the hand and pulled so that he was sitting on her bed. She went over and grabbed her keyboard, before she picked it up and put it down in front of Naruto, turning it on for him. She even sat next to him and looked at him with eyes filled with expectation. "Honestly, I don't really have fun doing it either, I only know one song." Naruto spoke to her with an uncomfortable face. It was the one song that meant a lot to him, and it wasn't something he really liked to do for just anyone. She smiled when she turned the keyboard on, and scooted closer to him so that they were side by side, and she pushed her fingers to it and started to play something pretty simple, just a small few-second tune. She was really good. "My family loves music, and I do too. I didn't know anyone in the class could play anything." Kyoka plugged one of her earphone jacks into the keyboard, before she extended the other and plugged it into a speaker. With her quirk, she could feel music more deeply than any other person, other than her mother. Fine, but just this once, this is one hell of a way to thank somebody, making them play with you," Naruto told her with a sad smile. This was going to hurt. Music is the heart's melody, right? Well, I want to play with you, and show you how thankful I am. You play your song, and make it come out of there. Then, when I feel you, I'll play a song for you I'll know you will love. Kyoka just wanted to hear his song, so that she could play one for him as thanks. Naruto looked at her for a moment, before he sighed and nodded his head. This was going to hurt him. Play, Naruto Ost Decision, piano version. Kind of slow, but it's... Kyoka closed her eyes when Naruto's fingers slowly went over the keys. She could feel each note reverberate through her entire body, and with her hearing, every note felt like magic that coursed through her blood. She blocked out the entire world, and allowed her thoughts and body to only take in his song. From Naruto, she expected his song to sound fast, catchy, and pretty hardcore for a guy like him. This slow beat, the timing of each note, and how long they all lasted was surprising. Her heartbeat started to slow down as she relaxed, and laid back on her own bed, feet hanging off the edge as she found herself relaxing. The music wasn't happy, it was almost saddening, but it was beautiful. I hate this song so much, why does it have to be so beautiful? Naruto thought to himself as he leaned his head to his shoulder, and wiped a tear out of his eye. He was thankful that Kyoka was so oblivious to him at the moment. He didn't want her to see his reaction to the song he was playing. The worst part, it was his fault he learned this song. It was the song he had chosen over all songs to learn. It held a special importance to him after all. Kyoka was smiling. She could feel it, in her imagination, this song had a cool rain washing over her body. She could picture herself standing in the light rain, alone, with nobody around. Slowly, her smile faded when in her own imagination, the rain started to get heavier, and it drowned out the world around her. As the speed of the notes came faster, she could feel her body stinging. Her face felt wet, not just in her imagination, but her face was getting wet somehow in real life. Music inspires emotions, and conveys so much. What was the person who wrote this song trying to say? And why did Naruto learn it? Kyoka allowed her mind to wander as the song started to draw closer to its conclusion. As she listened to the song, the end came almost too soon. She got so long in the song that time passed her by too quickly. Then it ended. Okay, now I've got to go take care of those letters dash. That was really pretty, man, that was emotional. Kyoka unplugged her jacks from the keyboard and speaker. She sat up, and felt the tears drip off of her chin and into her lap. She rubbed her face, and dried it off. She had gotten really absorbed into his music, but she wasn't done. She grabbed Naruto's hand and pulled Naruto back into bed, before she pushed him over a little and sat directly in front of the keyboard. Since this is the type of music you like, I know just the thing to show my thanks. I didn't expect you to like that sad stuff though. Kyoka spoke as she cracked her fingers. Naruto stood up. I hate sad music actually, so I'm just going to go. I really didn't need a thanks though, but thanks for trying. Wait, then why do you only know that song if you hate sad music? Kyoka was a little, red as very, confused when she heard that. That song was completely beautiful, and to be honest, Naruto hating it when he was the one that learned it was weird. Naruto gave her a fake smile. My uncle told me this song played at my parents' and siblings' funeral. With that, Naruto closed the door, and Kyoka had no words to say. That was the quickest way for Naruto to ruin her enjoyment of his song, and the fastest way for him to stop her from trying to play a song for him. She felt bad that she had insisted so badly that he play for her, and she could now understand why she had felt so sad when she had been listening to the music. It was a song that was written to celebrate the memory of those who had passed away. It wasn't something that was made to be played for shits and giggles. Kyoka collapsed onto her bed, and looked at the letter and acceptance letter that Naruto had written and gotten for her. He had put in so much effort in order to make sure that all of his classmates, his friends, who didn't get any offers would be able to intern for somebody who would be a good hero for them. I human garbage for doing that to him. After the internships, I'll make it up to him for doing this. Kyoka felt horrible for making him do that. She had taken advantage of the fact that Naruto had trouble turning down his friends when they insisted on doing stuff with him. She needed to do something big to apologize. She would talk to all of the other people who Naruto was getting internships for, and see if they would be able to help her. Since no doubt they would all want to thank Naruto for what he was doing for them. She knew what she was going to do. Chapter 52 A very busy day. This area now belonged to the volcano thieves. If any of you so much as call a pro hero, we'll kill all of these hostages. A massive man shouted out as he hoisted a large bag of money over his shoulder with one hand. He possessed a massive, muscular build to him, with flaming red hair that flowed all over his head. He wore a fully body dark blue bodysuit, and he had rock-based gloves and boots, with his right arm having a massive stone gauntlet on it. Smoke was being released from his stone shoulder pads, and he had a mask over his lower face. With the recent death of a pro hero, Kamui Woods, they had gotten the desire to finally act in the light, instead of keeping their actions to the shadows, stealing only small-time objects. Volcano, the leader. Clear a path. The second man of the group stated, a much shorter, very skinny many with giant fan-like fans stated, his head shaped like a hairdryer. He had black tights on, that cut off at his shins and forearms. He had a bag of money too in one hand, and his other hand pointed towards the crowd and started to spin. A large tornado shot from his hand and the crowd parted, or else risked getting hit by the attack. Gust boy. Finally, a woman without money in her arms, wielding a small blunt weapon, showed a hostage that she was keeping in front of her. She was a tall, attractive woman, with wild white hair and narrow gray eyes. She had a similar mask around her neck to her boss, and goggles over her eyes, her body being very on display in a massively revealing costume. She had small amounts of ash coming off of her free arm, and she started to throw it into the crowd, forcing them to close or avert their eyes to avoid getting ash in them. Dusty ash. Shit, where are the pro heroes right now? A police officer thought as he rubbed the ash from his eyes. Volcano shot lava out of his gauntlet, and the cleared path was now outlined by lava, preventing anyone from getting in their way. Dusty Ash slammed her weapon into the back of the hostage's head, knocking him out cold. Let's make an escape. She spoke to the leader, who nodded. Best to get out of here while they had the money. Got, Gust boy? Volcano questioned when he heard the sounds of his underling shouting in pain. He and Dusty Ash both turned to face the wind-based quirk user, before they saw him lying in a crater, defeated and knocked out. All he saw was a quick flash or orange move right by his right side, going underneath his outstretched arm. Bwah! Dusty Ash felt a punch hit her in the gut as her vision was filled with orange. She was sent flying, and she saw a large fox with an outstretched arm, before the fox balled up his fist again and punched her before she got too far away. She was slammed into the side of the building, her own body keeping her pinned as she too was knocked out cold. Volcano turned around when he heard her shout, before he saw he was face to face with a large fox as well, with burning red eyes glaring into his own. Hi, I'm alright, are you? Naruto spoke as he waved a hand in a friendly manner. Naruto started to raise both of his fists into the air, before he slammed them onto the top of Volcano's head, knocking him to the ground in a crater of his own. Naruto clapped his hands together, before he dusted himself off, since the air had a good amount of dust in it still. So, are you? Naruto repeated the question once more for added effect. Volcano managed to weakly say, before his body went limp, and he passed out. Volcano thieves, swiftly defeated. It's Foxman, and he's wearing a costume. Foxman, you saved my cousin, you're awesome. Can we get an interview? All right, you went off without me. It is extremely rude to leave me behind, while you're my intern. The large dragon, Ryukyu, spoke as she descended from above. When she was close to the ground, she turned back to normal and landed on her feet. The second she had explained that they would be doing hero work today, and for the entire week of his internship, Naruto had grabbed the costume she asked him to wear, put it on, and he rushed into action. In retrospect, she should have seen it coming that he would be this eager. She looked up at his much taller form, in his over 7-foot form, it was like standing in front of freaking All Might himself. Naruto waved to the crowd awkwardly. He was doing legal hero work, under the authorization of a pro hero, and their watchful eye. For once, he didn't have a reason to flee the scene of a crime the second he was finished with the villains. All right, I thought your name was Foxman, are you paying tribute to the hero All Might? In turn, does this mean that All Right-san is a student of a hero school? One of the reporters managed to slip by the crowd and pushed forward. The police started the process of collecting the villains, and taking pictures of the damages to the concrete and the small damage to the building. They would document everything that happened as quickly as possible, so the bank could be reopened as soon as it could be. While that happened, the reporters who usually showed up once a villain attacked, would be able to swarm the hero who saved the day with whatever questions or so they wanted to. I never once said my name was Foxman. Naruto deadpanned, but he forced himself to maintain a friendly smile. Always smile, was his uncle's most important lesson. Well, all right, this is part of hero work. Thank you everyone, for staying as calm as you could. Thanks to my intern All Right, the situation was resolved quickly. Come now All Right, let's. Ryukyu spoke, before she stopped when her phone made a noise. Opening it up, she saw a message from her deployment team, showing that another crime nearby was happening. She could see requests for heroes with quirks that increased their strength to show up and give a lending hand. There is a burning building nearby, it seemed a villain used his quirk to light it on fire, but knocked himself dash, and he's already gone. Ryukyu glanced up and realized that Naruto had already transformed into a larger form to gain more speed, and run towards where the fire was. Even without a location from her, the black smoke billowing up in the distance was a good indicator of the location of the fire. She looked towards Naruto running to the crime scene, before she used her quirk and transformed into a dragon, before flying after him. He was far too eager. -10 minutes later, Naruto, in his four-tail form, was standing next to the building, and he was reaching inside of the building itself, and carefully pulling out as many people, slowly and safely, as possible. He had already saved a total of close to 100 or so people, while on the other side of the building Ryukyu was doing the same thing. She was allowing people to jump out of the window, and use her wings to land safely, before gently lowering them to the ground. They weren't the only heroes on the scene for this one, as many heroes with strength powers were doing their best to stop the nearby buildings from collapsing as larges of the flaming building fell onto them. The hero who called for help, a water-based one, was shooting water into the building to put out as much of the flames as possible, the firefighters helping him with it as they followed his orders. Part of the building itself collapsed, and it would have gone into the street, if Naruto didn't use his tails to catch the collapsed parts, and push his chest into the building. He smiled wide, and sent the people on the street a thumbs up. "That is everyone!" Death Arms shouted as he came out of the building's bottom floor with the last of the survivors in his arms. With that done, Naruto and Ryukyu were given their key to carefully destroy the now collapsing building in a way that would make it collapse in on itself. So, they pushed themselves up against the building, and pushed through the walls, doing their big parts and collapsing it. The water hero started to put out the rest of the flames before they could spread to any of the nearby buildings, while Ryukyu took her human form again. Reporters were on her instantly. "I'm just glad that the worst everyone got were minor burns, no need to thank me. If the other pros hadn't contacted my office, then I wouldn't have known to show up." When Naruto joined Ryukyu, in his one-tail form, he saw that she was already surrounded by a multitude of people. People were taking her picture, making sure to shake her hand, and were trying to get interviews with her. She just gave them nods and would try to respond to them as calmly as possible, more than willing to make a smooth public appearance. Death Arms was even being talked to by some people. Not nearly as many people were interested in him as they were Ryukyu, but a good number of them were. Even other heroes who had done less were being given praise by their fans. "Did you employ a new sidekick, Ryukyu?" "This isn't my sidekick, this is a student of U.A-Foxman." Naruto felt a small thing hug against his leg, and he blinked and looked down when he saw a small girl that he sort of recognized hugging him. She only came up to his knee, and her shout and hug had stopped anyone from asking him questions. She looked about maybe 6 or 7 years old, and she seemed really familiar to him. She was smiling brightly as a woman came and grabbed her. "Yuki, no, you can't just hug people like that." "I'm sorry, Foxman." The mother held her child and bowed a little. Naruto blinked, before he crouched down and looked at the little girl. "My name is all right, not Foxman, Yuki-chan. Last time I saw you, you were even smaller than that. You've gotten bigger, you didn't have anything to do with this fire, did you?" Naruto teased the girl as he poked her forehead lightly. He remembered her now, she was the girl who awakened her quirk and froze a road, and sent a gasoline truck crashing into a building, setting a building on fire. He was surprised to see her again, and it had been over a year since he last saw her. She had grown a little, lost a tooth in her smile, and she wasn't unleashing her quirk randomly. She smiled even brighter, and Naruto could see a camera facing his way. "I want to be a hero like you. Mama. My drawing, I want to show him. I wanna." Yuki shouted at her mouth and reached for her purse. "I'm sorry my child is such a hassle, you're her favorite hero. She draws pictures of you all the time. If you wouldn't mind." The mother passed her child over to Naruto, and the girl climbed onto his shoulder and sat herself down, hugging his head. The mother took this chance to go through her purse, and bring out the drawing of the day her child had made. "Could you?" the mother asked as she also pulled out a pen with the drawing. Naruto blinked. First, the drawing was a picture of Naruto in his fox form, a very crude drawing of him to say the least, holding hands with a crude drawing of Yuki. Naruto, were his face not covered in fur, would have been caught by the camera's blushing in shyness. He was honestly touched that he was somebody's favorite hero. In the picture, Yuki was wearing a crude hero costume, with sidekick written on the front of it. "Please." "Sure." Naruto took the pen, while Ryukyu watched from a small distance with a smile, as he gave out his first autograph. He signed the picture with his own hero name, All Right, and he gave the letter G an extra spiral on the curve. "To a future hero, from All Right." "Yeah, thank you." Yuki screamed into his ear, and he remained smiling even as he winced. He passed the picture back to the mother, before he somehow managed to pry the child off of his head. "Thank you for your support, but we must get going." Ryukyu stepped in and insisted towards Naruto. She nodded to him with her face set in stone. Naruto nodded. He had chosen Ryuko for a reason, and he needed to speak with her at her office soon. Chapter 53 Request. Being a pro hero was far more exhausting than Naruto gave it credit for. Mentally exhausting. How do reporters get to the scenes of crime so fast? Naruto complained as he collapsed on the couch in Ryuko's office. It was soft and comfortable, and while he wasn't facing any physical exhaustion, dealing with so much publicity was just taxing on his mind. A bank robbery done by villains, a burning building with hundreds trapped inside of it, stopping a small-time robbery from happening while on patrol, preventing a suicide attempt, helping the police with identifying the cause of death of a murder victim and then tracking down the killer. All of these events had happened, and each time, the second the event was resolved, Naruto was suddenly surrounded by reporters who seemed to just know when and where something was happening. Ryuko sat behind her desk and smiled. Being in the shoes of a pro hero was a lot different than being a vigilante like Naruto had been doing, where he avoided the press. You know, most heroes just have their interns watch from the sidelines. Ryuko pointed out to Naruto as she pressed a small button on her desk. What was perhaps her favorite button on the desk? She had a point anyway though, if Naruto had interned with anyone else, he would have more than likely been told to just watch as the pros did the work. She knew his skills though, she trained him after all, and she knew he was able to handle most situations. The reason why she wanted him to intern under her was so that she could give him the experience that he needed. She wanted him to experience a hands-on experience, with dealing with reporters and the press in general. Naruto making a debut as a hero, while still a first-year intern, would raise his popularity by showing just how competent he was as a hero. It was a waste not to let him do actual hero work, and as long as she was there with Naruto, he didn't need to be a pro hero, since he was her intern. Thanks for not being most heroes. Don't thank me, your potential would be wasted on the sidelines. If I believe my interns are capable, I will allow them to use their abilities where they can be useful. So, why don't you tell me what has been on your mind all day? Ryuko asked as the door opened up. She raised an eyebrow when she didn't recognize the boy who was carrying a tray that had 2 cups on it. She sort of recognized his looks, she had seen a similar guy before. She didn't remember employing anyone that young though to work for her. You are? Ryuko asked. Naruto looked up. You're that guy? Gaara, from the business class. Naruto pointed out as he saw Gaara walking into the room with 2 steaming hot cups of coffee on a tray. Naruto recognized him as the guy who gave him a business card, and apparently Momo one as well. He was wearing a nice suit this time though, and his super messy hair was combed very neatly to the side. Ryuko realized who this was. Ah, Raza's son he asked to allow to intern here. Thank you for bringing the coffee, and I hope you learn much while interning here. Ryuko, in full Ryukyu authority mode, spoke to Gaara as he sat down the coffee on her desk. He took one of the cups, and walked over to Naruto, before handing it to him as Naruto sat up. Gaara stood up straight and looked at Ryuko, before he bowed. Thank you for the opportunity. So formal, but I guess for those not in hero classes, that is kind of normal. Naruto started to pour religious amounts of milk into the coffee, and some cubes of sugar. He got up and passed the sweetened coffee to Ryuko, before he took her black coffee for himself. Gaara was already out of the room, door closed behind him. Guess they didn't tell him you prefer sweet over bitter, Naruto mentioned as he sat on top of her desk, legs hanging off of it. She raised an eyebrow. My question, I would like an answer. I had hopes you would pick me, but I know you well enough to know you wouldn't pick me if you didn't have an ulterior motive for it. I taught you practically everything I know, Ryuko pointed out as she gave him a small, knowing smile. She enjoyed seeing him try and hide the guilt from his face, seeing as she had nailed the nail on the head with that one. Naruto took a breath. Why did she have to know him so well? There is a girl who is suffering in this city, that I want to save. Your office is stationed here, and I knew that you were planning on letting me do real hero work. You were my best chance of saving her, Naruto admitted with a wince. Ryuko was like an elder sister to him, and he felt really bad that he was using her. He felt horrible for using her kindness for his own ends, but he needed to do it. He needed to do anything he could possibly do that would let him save the girl as soon as possible, and prevent any more horrible treatments to the girl herself. He didn't want to wait until it was too late, or tell the pro heroes and wait for them to get warrants, or try and do their own research into the girl before saving her. I've been having visions, in my dreams, of the future, Naruto told Ryuko, and he glanced over to her. Gone was her amusement, and she was pure serious as she looked at him. She waved her hand. Continue, but how long have these visions been happening, and how often do they happen? Ryuko didn't doubt Naruto for a second, she didn't know him to be a liar unless it was for the best. She could see it was hard for him to talk about this stuff. For a couple of weeks, and they only happened a few times at first, but now they happen every night. I see Eri suffering every night, and every time, I'm unable to do anything but watch. I know I can save her. I know where she is, I know who is keeping her. Naruto stopped when Ryuko raised a hand to stop him. You're suggesting kidnapping? Her parents are dead, and she is being experimented on and abused by people. She has no family, and she's undocumented. She has no legal guardian, technically. Also, she has scars on her arms. I've already done my research, enough of it that if a pro-hero were to discover it, then they wouldn't need a warrant to hold a rescue. Naruto hated falling asleep now. So, whenever he would be sleeping, until the point he had to sleep, he stayed awake trying to do whatever it took to find a way to save Eri as soon as possible. He already figured out where she was, which was why he was interning under Ryuko. He had gotten the blueprints of the estate from the public housing records, so he knew where she was being kept in the house itself as well. But, he couldn't save her. Even if he was justified in saving her, the second he tried to become her guardian, then he would be admitting to breaking several laws and he would no longer be able to protect her. She would be returned to where she came from, and he could be blamed for hurting her. It would become moot if she was returned to the Yakuza, and all of her injuries were blamed on him. He needed the help of a pro-hero to save her, so that he could avoid legal trouble and make sure that Eri would be safe. Ryuko was impressed, but she was also upset. You plan on fighting the Yakuza alone? Ryuko frowned. I'm not going to fight if I don't have to. I want to sneak in, fake her death, and get out with her. I want her out of there, before they even realize she is gone. She's gone through too much, I don't want to force her to experience violence anymore. I want to protect her. Naruto's fists were visibly shaking in anger. Every night, he was forced to witness what they were doing to her. Every single night now, he was forced to watch, but unable to do anything for her other than watch. The girl had experienced far too much violence, so if he could get her to safety without her seeing anything violent, then all the better. Ryuko looked more closely at Naruto's body language. He had never been good at hiding that, and she could see it. She could see the pure helplessness he felt for being unable to do anything without help. To save this girl, and make sure she actually stayed saved, he was required to get help. Yet, she was still suffering every second Naruto was unable to get the help of somebody he could trust. He felt weak, unable to do anything, and he knew that most heroes would not believe him or put their careers on the line because of a student's dreams as it were. Naruto's closest hero was All Might, but because he was All Might, it was hard for the man to do stealth missions. That was the opposite of what Naruto wanted for the girl, and it would just put the girl in danger if All Might appeared. To be unable to save a person, it was killing him on the inside. If you want to save her, then go tonight. You'll be more stealthy if you go alone, but I'll write a report saying that I found probable cause, and that I was with you. Save her, and do it without getting into a fight. Ryuko spoke with an air of acceptance. Sooner or later, Naruto was going to snap and lose control of himself and push himself too far to save this girl. He had done so much work, and she already had faith in him as it were. Anyway, it sounded like this girl really did need saving, and if it was stealth, Naruto was one of the best choices for that if he knew the place as well as he was saying he did. She had never seen Naruto put so much thought into anything, usually he just rode on instinct. Really? Naruto was extremely surprised when she just gave him the permission. She nodded. I trust you, and since you're my intern, I can give you the temporary legal status of a hero. You better get some rest now, because you're going to have a busy night, Ryuko told him strictly. She didn't want him tired if he was going to be risking his life. Honestly, you're such a troublesome kid, Ryuko spoke, and she tried to maintain a frown. A smile slipped on her face though. Please promise me you won't get in over your head. Ryuko placed her hand on his shoulder. She knew that with or without her permission, he was going to do this. The only reason Naruto hadn't yet went to rescue this Eri was because him acting too soon would put her in even more danger. Naruto gave her a grin. You know I can't make that promise. Naruto spoke to her with his grin sad. He always tried to keep his promises, and he didn't make promises he wouldn't be able to keep. He had to save her. Chapter 54 Naruto Sense? Stealth. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't suck at it. Considering he had to be good at hiding his tracks when he escaped from news reporters, it was common for him to know how to avoid being seen when he didn't want to be. Sneaking through the alleys, Naruto was heading towards the location where he would create the first diversion. The alley he was inside of led right to the right side of the hideout that Eri was being kept in. He would do something that would attract attention, before he quickly backtracked and went to the right location to enter the hideout from. There was a figure over there. Naruto blinked in surprise when he saw the guards ran away and called in some backup, and they passed right by him and went into a different alley. Unsure of what just happened, but not really caring to be honest, Naruto made the coincidence work for him. He looked towards the cameras, before he ran towards the wall in the blind spot, and jumped over the wall and landed on the other side, where there was another camera blind spot. For Eri's sake, he wanted to avoid any and all fighting that didn't have to happen. Now, I have to find Eri, she should be on the lowest levels. Naruto moved from shadow to shadow as he approached the mansion's outsides. He hated stealth so much. With a sigh, Naruto created a small blue flame in his hand. Tossing it into another bush, it instantly burst into flames. Quickly running as far away from the fire as possible, Naruto grinned to himself when he got into the building just as several men ran out of the building upon seeing the brightness of the flames. Their attraction to the flames diverted their attention away from him, at the perfect moment for him to get into the building. There were no cameras inside of the mansion that Naruto could see, but he knew they were there. Pulling his orange hoodie over his head, he transformed back into a human form, and let the shadows cover his face. It had been a while since he had done illegal hero work. Technically what he was doing right now fell within a gray zone, since he had a pro-hero's temporary status. Still, it had been a while since he saved anyone while wearing his hoodie. A door opened unexpectedly. Naruto grabbed the man that came out of the door, before he could see him, and slammed him into the wall head first, shattering his black mask, and pushing his skill through the wall. Grabbing him, Naruto lifted the man over his shoulder and ran with him. If somebody saw the man, and woke him up, then they would know there was an intruder in the mansion. Naruto looked around, before he saw a closet and quietly stowed the villain away inside of it. The knocked out man would wake up eventually, but Naruto had bigger concerns. How the hell am I so stealthy in orange? Naruto whispered under his breath as he jumped up to the ceiling and grabbed onto it, just as two men in plague masks passed by underneath him. It was amazing to him how he was able to stealth his way around all of these people with orange being his main color. Naruto flipped down onto his feet behind the men, before he turned the corner before either of them could turn around. For the Yakuza, these men did not know much about home defense. Then again, as the Yakuza, not a lot of people tried to break into their house. Naruto reached into his hoodie, and he pulled out the blueprints to the place. He didn't have it all memorized, so Naruto continued moving as he looked at prints. He could feel a small, nervous sweat on his brow as he ducked behind a corner and looked around it. He frowned when he saw that there wasn't a viable way around this guard, easily that was. That would make it harder to get to Eri, but wiping the nervous sweat away, Naruto shook himself of his nerves. He couldn't afford to fail, not when somebody else's life was on the line. He slapped his cheeks lightly, before he forced a smile on his face. This was the face that would greet Eri, not a nervous one. He needed to be fearless for her. In another location, nightly patrols are a major part of being a hero, though, you should always save these types of patrols to only a couple of times a week. Try and set up a schedule with other local heroes, so that you can fairly divide the night work. Native spoke as he walked in front of Kyoka. He wasn't exactly happy that she was the student that he got, but when he got a letter from Class A's #1 fighter, he had to accept her. They were about to turn into an alley. I don't think that is a smart idea, my Naruto sense is going off. Kyoka spoke as she looked at the alleyway with a critical eye. Pointing her jacks at the alley, she could hear light footsteps in it. Native raised an eyebrow. Naruto sense? What in the world is that? A few of us in Class A have developed a sense for when something really stupid and dangerous is going to happen. After hanging out with Naruto, we named this sense after him since dangerous situations are attracted to him. This alley is setting my Naruto sense into overdrive. Kyoka pointed her fingers at it. Her Naruto sense was telling her that if she wanted to live, she needed to avoid going into that alley. Native looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Well, while I think you're full of it, there are plenty of other places to look. Native decided that he wouldn't argue. If this girl wanted to make stories up, then he would at least humor her a little. He continued to walk, with Kyoka walking after him, making sure to avoid getting too close to the alley. She felt a really dangerous aura there, and it reminded her of Naruto when something weird happened. In the alley? That girl, she knows that boy, the real hero? A figure spoke with a smile, grinning from ear to ear. His clothes tattered, and he sheathed his sword and put his dagger away. He tightened the clothes around his eyes and where his nose would be, and he rolled his neck. The hero killer, Stain. Funny, he had planned on murdering that false hero Native when he turned into the alley, but it would seem that girl had inherited something called a Naruto sense, from the true hero. That boy, Foxman or all right, it didn't matter what they called him. He was one of the two people that Stain knew of, that deserved the title of a true hero. That boy, even before he would have started school at UA, had been doing illegal hero work for years. He never sought out fame or recognition, and many times, he would get extremely hurt from his rescues to the point that most would die from it. But he just continued on, and continued to do what was right, and save lives. The boy who had saved the entire world from that supervillain now long ago. The boy who held an ideology so similar to his own. The ideology that heroes nowadays didn't deserve the title of heroes, and that only those who wanted to become heroes for the sake of others and not themselves deserved the title. That being a hero was about the challenges that came with it, and you needed the determination to keep on fighting through those challenges. Yes, he had watched the tournament, and he's seen that boy fight the entire time without his quirk, challenging himself and his own convictions, to test himself. There are so many false heroes to purge in this city, but alright, he is in another city right now. Stain, I've come to talk with you. Menma appeared behind Stain, teleporting to Stain's location. Stain stood up straight, and drew his sword once more. Leave. Like that, his sword was at Menma's throat, just a hair away from slitting his throat. Menma just placed his hand on the sword, and teleported it away. I'll return that to you once I'm done here. The last hero you attacked, he didn't die, he's paralyzed in the hospital. Menma simply reported what happened to the last attack victim. Stain showed displeasure at the information, but he didn't seem overly emotional about it either. He wanted to kill the man. Well, paralyzed was pretty punishing. You came just to say that? No, I came to make a request. Just killing heroes won't be enough to change them. If you want to change heroes in general, you need to pressure them. You need to provide them with stronger villains, and it will breed stronger heroes to fight them, which will in turn breed even stronger villains. I would like you to keep doing what you're doing, but I've written up a list of heroes who all have quirks too weak to further the progression of strength. Menma pulled a rolled-up piece of paper from his sleeve. Increase the strength of heroes, that isn't something I expected from the League of Villains. Stain accepted the paper and looked over the names. Menma gave a smirk. I don't wish to destroy heroes, my goals are similar to yours in a way. I want a world where heroes and villains are at their strongest. Those without the strength to climb to the top of the ladder need to stay at the bottom. There are simply too many heroes in the world for my ideals. The sheer number of heroes is preventing the growth of villains. Menma passed by Stain and crossed his arms. A displeased frown when he thought about it. The world was so stagnant as it was now. With too many heroes, the villains were suppressed to the point that they were unable to produce any real number of significant villains. How do you benefit from this? Stain questioned as he drew his daggers and prepared to slay this teen if need be. Menma raised an eyebrow. Humanity will always seek stability. I intend to create peace, by creating a world where the strongest will be born to take command. If a villain takes the place as the strongest, the chaos will rule. If a hero is the strongest, then peace will rule. That is all I want. I want to see the symbol of evil and the symbol of peace at their strongest, and fight to the death. Menma spoke as he avoided the trash in the alley with a disgusted look. Stain thought about it, and he sheathed his daggers. Our goals are different, but this list will help me. Stain looked over the list he was given again. Menma vanished in the blink of an eye, before he appeared once more with Stain's sword in hand. He stabbed it into the ground, before he used hand sanitizer to clean his hands. Then use it. Either way, your actions help me. Just keep doing what you're doing, but make sure you don't leave survivors from now on. If you show any of those false heroes of yours any mercy, then you'll lose your value to the League of Villains. Menma left his threat vague. Death would be too much of a kindness for what he had planned for Stain, if he lost his value. I wonder how you'll slay heroes without your quirk, for example. Menma asked with a growing grin on his face. Stain just walked away. He had a dream to work towards. Chapter 55 Drugs are bad. Deep. For over 30 minutes easily, Naruto had spent his time skulking around the underground layers trying to find any of the stuff that he had seen in his blueprints. While he had found several of their research rooms, and stuff that was pretty damn incriminating against them, he had also found 4 or 5 pretty powerful villains so far. Nothing he couldn't handle, each of them were rather easy to take down with a good sneak attack. Can't believe that fucker took a bite out of me. Naruto looked at his chunk of flesh that was missing from his arm. One of the villains that he had unleashed a sneak attack on, had been able to react in just enough time to get in one attack on him. He had ripped the sleeve off of his hoodie, why were his hoodies so hated by destiny, and tied it around his arm to stop the bleeding. The once orange cloth was already stained scarlet with his blood, meaning he had failed part of his mission. He had left some evidence behind that the villains would be able to use to realize who he was. Thankfully, thanks to his being a transformation-type quirk, his blood wasn't exactly easy to read for DNA scanners and the like. Naruto so wanted to snap the necks of every person he found, and it took all of his willpower to just knock them out, even though he had started to take pictures of their faces and IDs with his phone to send their information to the police and label them criminals. He had loaded his hoodie up with some weird bullets that they were making. He didn't know what it was for, but he didn't like it. How much longer would it take to find her? Hey, fuck OFF. Naruto was sick of these people, and the more of them he saw, the angrier they made him. This time, he slammed his fist into the man's face so hard he broke his mask into pieces, and knocked him into the metal wall hard enough to dent it. I hate this stupid stealth shit so much. Calm down, don't let it get to you, Naruto, you've got to smile. Naruto used his fingers to push his lips into a smile. With his smile in place, he focused his efforts on thinking about something positive. Something positive. Bang. Hard to do that right now. What the fuck? Naruto shouted as he activated his quirk and turned around. The bullets didn't destroy his quirk factor. Naruto rushed towards the man and shoulder slammed him into the wall, unkindly at that, before pushed him deeper into the now dented wall. Naruto had heard what that guy said loud and clear, and he reached behind himself and pulled the bullet out of his neck. He looked at it, and he glanced to the gun the man was holding. Ripping it out of his hands, Naruto slugged the man in the face, before dropping him to the floor. Naruto saw two more men come around the corner, both holding the same guns, and firing at him. Charging towards them, and taking the bullets head on, he smashed his way through them. Since it would seem that stealth was no longer an option, time to do things the way he truly wanted to. Power idiot coming through, if you know what is good for you, point me to Eri. Naruto roared as he upped his power to his two-tail form and charged down the two men. The bullets hitting him doing nothing other than feeling like pricks to his skin. She's down that hallway on the left, and take 4 rights, and another left, can't miss it. The man on the right shouted as he pointed, fear in his eyes. Naruto passed them. Thank you. Dude, why did you tell him that? The left man asked with a shocked look as Naruto ran by them without punching them. That dude is somehow immune to having his quirk erased by the prototype drug, meaning his quirk factor isn't inside of his body. All we have are these guns, and I don't want to die. At least, if we report him to Chisaki and collect these blood samples he left everywhere, we have a chance. The right man collapsed on his ass, holding his chest as the heart attack he thought he was going to have didn't come. Seeing that giant fox man rushing him down had been absolutely terrifying for him. With Naruto? I heard that. Naruto whispered to himself, his fox ears picking up their words easily even from a distance. Naruto reached into his hoodie, and pulled out his Hoshi no Tama, something he had brought with him for the pure sake of saving Eri. His quirk factor. Unlike other quirks, where the quirk factor was inside of the body, Naruto's quirk factor was outside of his body. It existed away from his body, so if the bullets were filled with drugs that attacked the quirk factor, then it wouldn't work on him. Seeing as his quirk wasn't actually inside his body itself, other than being in his DNA. He had always known that Monster Fox had been one of the quirks that All for One wasn't able to steal, because of the existence of his Hoshi no Tama being outside of his body. He also knew that Erasure, Shota's ability, worked on him by severing his link to his Hoshi no Tama. He would have never expected the existence of his weakness would be a great strength against drugs used to destroy quirks. Monster Fox, like One for All, being one of the few quirks that couldn't be stolen by All for One had been something that Naruto had planned on using to fight said man one day. That thought, Naruto looked at the bullets and gave it a smell. It smelled like blood and human flesh. That pissed him off. Being in contact with this thing is making my mood swing. Naruto hated being in contact with what made him stronger, since it made him more likely to lose control of himself. If he wanted to be strong enough to save Eri, he needed it, so he had to have it. Here was there. Naruto saw 2 guards outside of Eri's secure room, both of them with guns, and the second they saw him. There were no words, no warnings, they open-fired on him. This time, the bullets were actual bullets. Naruto raised his arms to cover his face, without much space to move and dodge he was peppered by them. Body slamming the first man into the door, no doubt waking Eri up, though the gunfire might have done that first. Naruto picked the man up by his face and slammed the back of his head into the second man's face. Gah! He's too dash. Now, I'll just dash. Naruto pulled back his fist, before he smashed the door open. Walking into the dark room, he could see a large bed, and sitting up with fearful eyes was Eri, just like she had appeared in his dreams. Knock a little harder than I meant to. Naruto walked into the room and found the light switch. He pulled down his hood, before he transformed back to his normal size. He was smiling. He's not the usual. Eri thought as she closed her eyes, gritting her teeth, and not looking at Naruto. Naruto sat down on the bed next to her. We don't exactly have a ton of time, before those guys come here to stop me. Still, introductions are in order. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, you can call me that, or my hero name all right, or anything you want to really. Naruto placed his hand on top of her head, and he gently rubbed it. His anger faded away when saw her open her eyes in confusion. Kindness. Abused children, they were the ones who could feel kindness the most. A child who only knew hurt was one of the few beings who were able to tell the difference between genuine kindness and fake kindness. It was ironic that those who experienced the most hurt were the ones that could appreciate a simple head pat the most. The way Eri was able to look at his smile with a look that bordered on shock was sickening. "You're not with them?" Eri asked softly, unwilling to raise her voice. "Nope, want to come with me?" Naruto asked Eri as he extended his hand to her. There wasn't any hesitation when she wrapped her arms around his neck, and he used an arm to cradle her. The girl wasn't crying, laughing, or smiling, but her actions spoke louder than any answer could have. She nodded her head into his neck, and he lifted her up so that he was carrying her with one arm. Standing up, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out his Hoshi no Tama. Gently pushing it into her arms, he smiled at her with confidence. "This is..." Eri didn't know how to describe it. "That right there is my life. If it breaks, I die, so be sure to hold on to that really tight. You've been fighting for too long alone, well, you're not alone anymore, and you won't be alone. Now, let's get out of here." Naruto created a fox fire in his hand as he transformed. Pointing it at the ceiling, Naruto shot a line of flames through the ceiling and melted a large hole through it. He continued to shoot flames until he broke through the first layer, and then the second, and he continued to shot his flames until each and every ceiling above them was melted. Naruto felt no more resistance to his fires, so stopping, he looked up and saw the sky in the distance. He would have liked to be able to do this to go down, but that would have been too dangerous. He might have hit Eri with his flames. "So pretty," Eri whispered when she saw the shining blue flames. Naruto nodded. "Yep, now let's get out of here. You ever dream of flying dash? You think I'll let her or you go? So you're Chisaki, see that man Eri, he thinks he can stop me from saving you. Well, you know what I say to that?" Naruto asked Eri, and she just looked at Chisaki with fear. She tried to struggle out of Naruto's arm to return to the man, but Naruto held her tight, knowing why she was trying to escape. Chisaki saw Naruto not let her go, and Naruto looked towards Chisaki with a grin. "I say dash. You are not leaving alive." Chisaki rushed after Naruto. "I say, you lose." Naruto jumped and used his free hand to shoot fox fire at the ground, shooting him through the hole in the ceiling before Chisaki could reach him. Naruto grinned when he saw Eri's shocked expression. In no time at all, they reached the top floor, before shooting out of the mansion and into the sky. Naruto didn't mention the fact that this was his first time using his flames to fly alone, was not the time to doubt himself. Eri breathed. She tasted the fresh air as Naruto changed directions, and started to fly them at speeds that Chisaki and the Yakuza would be completely unable to follow them. Naruto took them above the clouds for cover, looking up at the stars for his map. He couldn't take her back to Ryuko's office, that was the first place that they would look for her after having seen his quirk in action. Eri was silent though as she was carried, almost as if she didn't believe what had just happened, and to be honest, he didn't blame her. The pains she must have gone through, her bandaged arms and legs. He might have saved her body, but he hadn't saved her heart yet, and that was a long road before she was truly rescued. In the hideout? He got away, he took Eri? Chisaki's eyes were narrowed in anger as he looked at the melted ceiling that had been used to escape. "Sir, we got blood samples from him." Chisaki killed the man that spoke, leaving the man next to him sweating in terror. "Gather any and all DNA of that man you find in this base." Chisaki ordered with a growl. He hated losing, and having his weapon stolen from him like this, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. They needed to create a new weapon. "Maybe I can be of some assistance?" Chapter 56 Todoroki? Ow, ow, ow. Stop hitting me. Naruto's shouts were heard in the small hours of the morning as he sat in front of Recovery Girl. The woman had refused to heal him after his stunt this time. Instead, all she did was remove the bullets from his body and stitch him up. She was letting him deal with his arm in the damaged state it was in for the rest of the internship, as his punishment for acting so foolishly on his own. Now, she was hitting him on top of the head with her cane, his arm in a sling and bullet wounds all over his body that were now stitched up. "Foolish child, do you have no value for your own life?" Recovery Girl kept beating him over the head. If he wasn't him, these bullets would have been far more fatal than they were. He had lost an impressive amount of blood, and had gotten himself on the bad side of a group of villains, but at least that last one was par for the hero course. Becoming a hero meant being on the bad side of the villains anyway, so at the very least, she could forgive that one. "Well, it's a good thing I'm all right now, thanks for healing me," Naruto said. Even though she didn't use her quirk, she had applied modern medicine to his wounds anyway, which would help him still. Not as well as her quirk would, but he would be back on his feet in no time. Heck, he could still fight as he was. He didn't need both of his arms to fight villains. Anyway, Eri needed me, so I had to be there for her. Naruto placed his hand on Eri's head. She had fallen asleep in his lap, having refused to leave his side. No doubt, she feared she would wake up and be back with Chisaki. That girl has no medical records, and no real birth certificate. Thankfully, I'm able to make those for her. You're just a child yourself, do you think you're dash? She is my responsibility, and I'm old enough to become a legal guardian now. I have a decent bank account, can pass background checks, have viable personal references, and I'm the hero who rescued her. Naruto spoke gently, careful not to wake Eri up. Since when he saved Eri, he had been a temporary hero thanks to Ryuko giving him legal permission to act the part of the hero. He could file to take this orphan child into his custody seeing as he had saved her. Also, if she is with me, then she will be at UA, and with all the pros here. She'll be safe, and she won't have to suffer those pains anymore. Naruto could see the horn on Eri's head, and it seemed a little smaller than when he first met her in person. The girl had taken to him, and had become comfortable in his kindness being genuine, which helped build a bond of trust with her. Her childhood will be a lonely one, without children her own age. Recovery Girl pointed out, and Naruto grinned. Once she is older, she'll meet people who will accept her. I didn't have anyone my own age either, but I don't hate my childhood. I just want her to have a better childhood than she would have had. I'll even drop out of UA if I have to, Naruto mentioned with a deep sigh. If he had to give up becoming a legal hero to keep her safe, he would do what he had to do. He had to take responsibility for saving her, meaning he had to do whatever it took to do that. If he had to give up his dreams as the consequence, then so be it. He hoped it wouldn't come to that though. The door opened. Naru-SSSSHHHHH. Naruto raised a finger to his lips. He was surprised to see Sir Night-Eye of all people coming into the office with a surprised face, upon seeing Naruto sitting with Eri, alive and well apparently. Seriously Sir Asshole, there is a sleeping kid. Naruto grinned and winked at him. Sir Night-Eye was visibly surprised. You're not dead, but when I saw your future a year ago, I saw you dying too. You actually rescued her, and didn't die trying. Sir Night-Eye was surprised when he looked and saw that Eri was sleeping safely on Naruto's lap. Naruto just picked Eri up gently and cradled her against his shoulder, before he walked toward Sir Night-Eye and placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it. Sir Asshole was not meant to be an insulting nickname from him. This is the first time I'm hearing about this, but thanks for coming. While you're here, you should catch up with my uncle, Naruto stated as he passed him by. He was going to go to Mina's room while she was at her internship, and borrow her bed to let Eri sleep in. The girl certainly deserved to have a nice good sleep. Yawning, he realized he hadn't really slept much either. I think I'll join you, Naruto joked to himself. Wait, since they were all in the dorms, then that meant Mina was in her dorm room right now, most likely getting ready to start her second day of her internship. While he wanted Eri to get to know a lot of people, introducing her to everyone so quickly might just push her into becoming even more shy. Mina was not great at keeping things quiet, so he needed to go to a different. I have a room, man, I'm tired, Naruto whispered to himself. Not getting a good night's sleep in weeks, and staying up all night, did not a good combination make. The dorms minutes later. Listen, Naruto, I know you don't like me. Todoroki spoke as he had his back against Naruto's door. He knew Naruto woke up early in the morning to work out, and he had really great hearing. I heard what you told Bakugo at the tournament, and it really got me thinking. I want to be a hero, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to use my fire side without feeling like it's my father's power. Todoroki spoke through the door. He had been working on this for a while now, since Naruto had lectured Bakugo to be honest. He had even taken up an internship under his father, to see if he would be able to get past his anger with his father, but honestly that didn't work out so well. He still could not see himself forgiving his father easily, or ever at all. Naruto's words had really gotten to him, and they had not even been intended for him in the first place. They had been intended for Bakugo, not him. After everything his father did. I know I've been cold to the others, and ignored everyone, but I want to change. I just don't know how to do it. If you have any advice, I want to try hearing it. I don't want to be consumed by anger anymore. Todoroki had trouble saying all of that, but it needed to be said. There was no answer to his statements. I know you're in there dash. Todoroki, you're blocking my way. Naruto spoke up as he looked down at Todoroki, who was blocking his way into his room. Todoroki looked up. How much of all of that did you, little girl? Todoroki didn't know what to say when Naruto opened his door and walked in. Shark jumped towards Naruto as he closed the door behind him. Patting Shark on the nose, Naruto yawned and was glad to see that Shark was taking to his training so well. Since he had gotten rid of his bed to make room, he went to his closet and pulled out his futon with one hand. Rolling it out onto the middle of the floor, Naruto placed a few extra pillows on it for Eri, and gently laid her down, before he covered her up with a blanket. Laying down next to her, on top of the blanket, Naruto felt Shark lay down on his other side and curl. What was Todoroki doing outside of his room? Balancing school and Eri is going to be hard, but I'll make it work somehow. I have to make it work, Naruto thought as he pat Eri on the head and scratched Shark behind the gills. He hoped that Eri wouldn't scream when she woke up and saw his pet, since that would be pretty nasty of a way to wake up. He was going to have to go to his internship later in the day, but he was sure Ryuko would understand why he was late. He had to explain everything to Eri, and get her introduced to Shark. This girl is important, Shark, it's up to you to protect her when I'm gone. Naruto spoke gently as he got the attention of Shark. Wait. What was Todoroki doing outside of his room? Chapter 57 How to Summon a Villain. Kyoka was bored. 5 days. 5 days into her internship, and she had done a great amount of nothing. She followed Native, watched as he took down some petty thieves who tried to steal from an old woman. That one incident had maybe been the highlight of anything that she had done, watch him beat up some thugs. She was nearly done with her internship, and she had only learned a few things about protocols, stuff that she could learn about in school. She had thought that she would be getting some action, maybe make something of a name for herself. She wasn't the only one. Only Naruto and Todoroki had been allowed by their pro-heroes to do hero work, and both of them were interning under members of the top 10. Look at me, I'll alright. Seriously, those stores really did not take their time transforming their Foxman merch into alright merch. Kyoka watched as a father took his daughter, who was dressed up with a white cape and a fox mask, onto his shoulders and smiled up at her. The girl had an alright action figure, she seemed like a bit of a tomboy. No, I'm alright. Do either of you want to be Native? Native asked when he saw what was happening. There was a boy, big brother to the girl, who was walking next to the father. He was dressed similar, but he had a Foxman t-shirt on, in pink. The super cool Native, who patrols the streets at night? Native explained who he was with a friendly smile. Who? Ow. Kyoka winced when she saw Native's spirit get crushed. Being less popular than a student, who wasn't even a pro yet, must have really stung his ego. The fact that Naruto already had a rather widespread fan base thanks to his vigilante work before he came to UA, and the fact that nearly every day of his internship he had made the news thanks to his heroic exploits under Ryukyu. Native wasn't even in the double digits in popularity, he was in the high hundreds, between 900 and 1000 to be honest. He wasn't popular by any stretch of the word, you were more likely to find a MT lady figure than you were to find a Native t-shirt. That was saying something, since most heroes had t-shirts, while only popular heroes had companies make figures for them. Are you going to be okay? Kyoka pat his shoulder. He looked like he wanted to cry. This makes me glad you're my intern, he would have just made me look bad. I really don't like heroes who have those really flashy quirks, make us little guys look bad. Native complained under his breath. She didn't say anything in response to that. Naruto, in the past few days, has completed over several hundred rescues from building fires, villain incidents, and has taken down several new villain groups alone. Even Todoroki has taken down some villains by himself. Makes me wish I had flashy quirks like them. Kyoka could understand where he was coming from. She had a few classmates who had those super cool quirks, but at least she had a flashy quirk too, unlike Kirishima and Toru. It would be really hard for those two to get noticed with their quirks, so she counted herself luckier than them. Do you think I can fight a villain today? Kyoka asked Native as politely as she could. Hopefully, her politeness would win him over, and get him to consider it. You're just an intern, interns don't get to actually fight villains, most interns don't. Native corrected himself when he looked back at the children with their father, who were still arguing over who had to be all right. Damn kids. Why was that student so much more popular than him? With Naruto? I'm all right, but these villains aren't. Naruto shouted out as he stood on top of a couple of knocked out villains, a large wound on his bicep from where one of them had thrown a car at a crowd of people. He had used his shoulder to knock it away safely, but he had gotten a gash on his arm for his effort, a metal shard stabbing him. Just because he was taking care of Eri, didn't mean he could skip his internship either. At the moment, Eri was with Shark, watching Naruto's internship take place. The girl was wearing his hoodie, with it pulled up over her head. It was large enough that she was able to wear it like a dress, and Shark was walking around on bare arms and legs today. He's hurt, he saved people. Eri thought as she looked at the people that Naruto saved running towards him. Naruto had knocked out the bad guys, saved everyone in danger, and had done so at his own expense. Everyone was avoiding her, well they were avoiding Shark, who snapped at anyone who tried to get too close to her. She had her own personal guard Shark, since Naruto had tasked his pet with protecting her while he did hero work. You did well all right, that is the third time today. Nice use of your catchphrase. Ryukyu clapped her hands slowly, not sarcastically in the slightest, with a nod of appreciation. Heroes who were able to make jokes, or had catchphrases were usually able to lighten the mood after a villain attack. It helped people like them, and built a certain trust that those heroes would be able to beat the villains. So far, there were few heroes who were able to do that. She was not one of them. She had no catchphrases or jokes she knew of, so she just retained a friendly and serious disposition, to let everyone know that she would do whatever it took to keep them safe. "Come on, Shark, there is more to do." Naruto spoke as he lifted Eri off of him, and placed her on his shoulder. "What do you want for lunch?" Naruto started to jog away from the scene, leaving reporters behind. He completely forgot that he wasn't a vigilante anymore. Ryukyu jogged behind him, thinking about what she wanted to eat. She had no clue. With Kyoka? Well, looks like he did it again. Kyoka looked at the news report on a TV in a shop. This added to yet another heroic deed that Naruto had done, and it would only increase his hero reputation further. Too bad, if you were the hero who trained and in turn capable of handling villains, it might make you more popular. Kyoka mentioned in passing as she walked down the side of the road. Native thought on it. Okay, but only if it is one villain, and they aren't too powerful. Native liked the sound of her words. Kyoka pumped her fist. Thanks Naruto, you're welcome Kyoka, I was just doing what a decent person does Naruto. Kyoka, instead of a response, started talking to herself. She thanked Naruto, not Native, before she responded to her own thanks in a more gruff voice, before switching back to her regular voice. Don't worry Kyoka, there aren't any villains around. Are you sure Naruto? If any appear I'll protect you Kyoka. Kyoka continued talking to herself like a lunatic. Native had second thoughts. What are you dash? Okay fucktards, don't make me use this flute. It worked. I can't believe that worked. Kyoka had decided to pretend to be talking with Naruto, to try and abuse Naruto's bad luck and summon a villain to herself. The Naruto factor of Naruto summoning villains to his very existence had been played in her favor this time. All she had to do was talk to herself, and pretend to be Naruto, and she activated the Naruto factor for herself. Naruto had such the presence of a main protagonist that she had been able to summon a villain to herself by just acting like Naruto was with her. I wonder if Naruto knows about. Time to make the name earphone jack known. Kyoka grinned to herself as she extended her ears and plugged them into the back of her stereo boots. She was ready to fight at a moment's notice. The villain she walked up to fight was a red-haired girl about her own age, wearing punk rock clothing, with a very petite figure just like her own, and slanted eyes. This was a music-loving girl using a flute as a weapon, with almost no boobs and slanted eyes. Kyoka felt a sort of kinship with that girl's appearance, but she cracked her knuckles uselessly and prepared to fight. This was her chance. The girl started to play the flute. Kyoka froze in place completely, as did everyone within a 20-foot radius of the girl. Everyone around the girl, those frozen, started to walk towards the girl while pulling out their money from their purses and wallets. Even Kyoka found herself pulling out all the money she had on her, not that much to be honest, and walking to the girl. Kyoka unleashed a large burst of sound from her boots, her enhanced heartbeat, and for a moment she drowned out the flute sounds. Everyone's control returned to their bodies after a moment, and the girl clicked her teeth in annoyance. That girl has a sound quirk, fucking cunt, you trying to drown out my music with your shit? Take so of this. The girl shouted out, before she visibly calmed down and started to play her flute. Kyoka froze again. This time, the entire world around her turned blood red, and her body was forced to take up cross position. She was able to glance to the sides, and saw her arms were bound by strings. Her arms started to melt. Aya! Kyoka screamed in horror, before she actually felt the pain of her arm being melted off. My quirk is demon flute. I can confuse the 5 senses of anyone who hears my melody. The only thing that can beat my quirk is true pain, and drowning out my sound, but it's not like anyone can hear me. The girl spoke as she looked at everyone. She had frozen the entire crowd, and all of them were screaming in pain. The girl was making sure to use her lips to blow a whistle, to keep them trapped in her trick. She started to walk around, before she grabbed the wallets and purses from the ground. Sadly, without using her flute, her tricks were a lot weaker, so it would fade away quicker as well. Kyoka used her earphone jack, and stabbed herself in the back of the leg. Too bad for you, but you didn't confuse my earphone jacks. I heard all of that. Kyoka thought as she snapped herself out of the illusion. She started to walk up behind the girl, before she plugged both of her jacks into her boots. She brought her thumb up to her mouth and she applied pressure to it with her teeth, enough to draw blood and keep her in pain. That way she wouldn't fall prey to the sounds again. Full power. With all of her heart, literally, she unleashed the strongest form of her heartbeat. Hyper-amplified, she unleashed it when she was a few feet away from the girl. She was knocked forward by the shock, covering her ears as Kyoka smacked her flute out of her hand. Pushing the girl to the ground, everyone was released from the illusions they were being shown. Kyoka pulled both of the girl's hands behind her back, before she grabbed the flute from the ground and threw it as far away as she was able to. What would Naruto do right now? Looks like I heartbeat you to the punch. That was horrible, that was a horrible pun, and I hate that was what I said as I arrested you. Kyoka whispered to herself with flushed red cheeks. The first thing that came to her head just so happened to be extremely corny. Naruto's catchphrase was cool, badass, and made to let people know that he was okay, so they would be okay. It was a way to reassure himself and others that he had the situation under control, while also threatening the villain with bodily harm to lower their fighting spirit. Her catchphrase was, a lame pun. She was so embarrassed right now. Chapter 58 Weight of Burden. Shy. She truly is a very quiet child, she is starkly different than Naruto was. Ryuko thought as she looked at the child, just quietly smiling and eating the sliced apple, her favorite food apparently. As much as Ryuko didn't like the fact that she had a quirk-wielding shark behind her, the beast had apparently been trained by Naruto himself into not attaching those he deems friendly. The shark just circled around Eri on the couch, which was even creepier since the shark had bare arms and legs, the shark's go-to use for its quirk. When did it even get bear DNA? What was Naruto feeding this bear? Where did Naruto go? Eri asked quietly as she glanced up at the pretty woman watching over her. Eri looked at the woman's arms, and then at her own unbandaged arms and the scars on them. She saw that the woman's skin was completely flawless, with the exception of a single scar that was barely visible on her shoulder, peeking out from her clothes just barely. Ryuko couldn't answer that question. He didn't tell me. I'm back. Naruto shouted out as he came back into the room. Gaara had opened the door for him, before Naruto walked into the room and the door was closed behind him. Let me tell you, I would have been back 2 hours ago, but there was this incident, the volcano thieves broke out of jail, it was a thing. Naruto explained as he raised a shopping bag that was slightly black, where it had almost gotten melted. The heat had turned the plastic bags black in some spots, but the items inside her unscathed, which was all that really mattered. Eri got off of the couch and walked over to Naruto, before she reached up and grabbed onto his pants. Ryuko smiled. He's like her safety blanket, they've been together for not even a full week, and he might as well be her father. I should give my father a call. Ryuko made a mental note to herself that she needed to call her parents soon. It had been a while, close to 3 months, since she had contacted either of them. So, where did you go? Ryuko questioned him as Naruto sat down, with Eri sitting down again, on the couch. Naruto pulled some children's clothes out of the bag, and gave it to Eri. These are for you, my hoodies are just no good. Look, I even got you a ribbon for your horn. Naruto showed off the bright orange, he couldn't resist the color, ribbon as he showed it off to her. He reached down and started to tie it into a bow, right around her horn so that only a small amount of her horn was visible. She didn't really like her horn, so Naruto figured that she might come to accept it if he made it cuter. Naruto showed her a pair of dark blue pants, and he had gotten her a short-sleeved white and pink striped t-shirt. Also, to answer your question, I went to finish filing the paperwork to add Eri to my family registry. You're now officially Eri Namikaze. Naruto explained as he helped Eri get changed into her new clothes. He nodded at Ryuko, who blinked in a little confusion. Namikaze? Your last name is Uzumaki, why not let her have that one? He doesn't want anyone knowing I'm related to Eri started to think, before Naruto started to answer Ryuko. Well duh. Naruto could see that his reason wasn't as obvious when he was given confused looks. To protect her from my mom's bad reputation, among pro heroes, the name Uzumaki is kind of a target that says I have a dangerous quirk, fear me, and I want you to avoid being looked at by people the way I was. Naruto explained as he rubbed the top of Eri's head. He wanted to make her childhood as good as he could make it. He knew he wasn't going to be the perfect guardian, but he wanted to do as good of a job raising her as he could. If he could make her into a decent adult, then he would have done his job properly. Eri silenced her dark mental thoughts, she should have known he was doing it to help her. Tomorrow, you will be ending your internship, though, with your rise in popularity, you might be pressured to graduate early. Ryuko was honest when she thought that she kind of wanted Naruto to skip ahead and graduate. Naruto laughed. Nope, the me a few weeks ago might have liked that, but right now UA is the safest place for Eri. I've already talked with Nizu, and he agreed to let Eri have her own room in the female dorm rooms, provided that I pay rent to the school for her. Naruto had already been able to secure Eri her own room. Sure, since she wasn't a student he needed to pay for her to stay there, but she couldn't just stay in his room. In 3 years' time, she would grow bigger and require her own space. Recovery Girl had promised that while he was at classes, that Eri was perfectly fine to stay with her and receive a basic education from the elderly woman. Eri needed to learn, so while Naruto was learning the ins and outs of hero work, Eri would be with Recovery Girl learning her basic education. That way when the time came, she would be able to attend school like a normal girl. Once Naruto was a well-known enough hero, that nobody in their right minds would even try and mess with her, for fear of incurring his wrath. My scars are proof that you're a strong girl, and that you've survived something that most people wouldn't dream of. They're an important part of you, but if you want, I'll go buy some black arm sleeves to wear over there. Naruto could see her internal struggle. She shook her head. He's already done so much for me, I can't ask for more. Well, I'll be back as soon as I can. Eri wants to cover her scars. If you need something, Eri, you can be honest with me, and as long as I don't think it will be bad for you, I'll try to get it, if I can at least. Naruto practically read her mind. There was no way the girl would actually ask him for anything. He had done a lot for her, and she was a very respectful little girl. That worked against her, since she wasn't prepared to ask for anything of him. He was going to have to really coax her requests out of her, but hopefully she would become a little more honest and comfortable in the future. She still wasn't used to somebody treating her like a child, in a good way. A person who would protect her, as an adult should protect a child, and provide love and care for her. Naruto was out the door just like that. I still don't know what to say to her. Ryuko wasn't good at this kind of thing. Naruto as a child had been open and accepting, as well as highly energetic, so he was a child that had been super easy for her to talk with. He had been a driven child, who trained towards his goal, and would actually need her to step in and stop him from killing himself training. Eri was a quiet, humble child that seemed to be content with just thinking to herself. While she spoke with Naruto, she didn't really talk or trust anyone else yet. The way his eyes sparkled when he was in the room, and the way they dulled when he left the room, hurt her to see. Naruto had become the shining light in her life, the one who saved this child from a dark fate. When Naruto was a child, I taught him how to do simple math. Ryuko tried to tell a story about Naruto. It wasn't really so much of a story, as it was her stating a fact, which made the awkward silence a little more awkward for her. Why is he doing so much for me? Eri asked with a voice just shy of a whisper. He's Naruto, he follows his gut, and personally, I think Naruto sees himself in you. Your life is what Naruto could have gone through, if his uncle hadn't had adopted you, and he wants to give you a better life. Naruto's mother lost control of her quirk, and hurt a lot of people, and Naruto was sort of punished for it in a way. He couldn't have a normal childhood, and he was forced to bear the burden of proving he wasn't like her. Children aren't their parents, but Naruto was forced to bear sins that weren't his. Ryuko thought on him. Naruto was so used to taking everything onto his shoulders. The problems of others, physical injuries, emotional problems, and a myriad of other issues that he shouldn't have to deal with. Eri just glanced at her, before she looked back down. He's trying to make me feel all better. Eri spoke under her breath. You know, he might be doing this for you, but you might be what he needs to. Naruto is really open, but Naruto is the type to bottle up all of his issues to help others. Maybe you'll be able to do what everyone else has failed at, and soothe the beast inside of him. Ryuko hinted to the girl. Eri looked up, and she nodded her head in agreement. Maybe show Naruto your prettiest smile when he gets back. If you want to thank him. Ryuko stretched her cheeks into a forced smile to show it off. Eri looked at her teeth, surprised at how sharp they were. She looked at Shark, and compared the two. Good Shark, good boy. Eri just silently pet the shark on the gills. She wondered when Naruto would be back. With Naruto? Seriously, I just want to go shopping, my internship is nearly over. Naruto said, before he was punched in the jaw and sent flying through the air, right through a glass window, and into a toy store. Naruto groaned and rubbed his jaw, before he opened his eyes and saw a toy version of him. Wow, this is a pretty good replica. Naruto stated as he looked at it. Hey clerk, how much is this? Naruto asked as he got up and jumped out the window, towards the villain that had given him that punch. He had a strength-enhancing quirk. Oh, a villain that knew martial arts as well. Naruto engaged in close quarters hand-to-hand against his opponent, ducking underneath a blow meant for his nose, before he turned around and elbowed him in the gut. When he bent over, Naruto grabbed his head and slammed him into the ground. The second he hit the ground, Naruto followed up with a strong blow to the middle of the chest. Standing up, Naruto dusted himself off, before he looked around for his shopping cart. Boom. Time to get to work. Naruto cracked his neck, before he looked towards a villain who had flamethrowers, 5 of them, coming out of his left arm. This kind of villain was usually the type that were rejected by society, and turned to villainy because of those reasons, so Naruto wasn't going to hurt him too much more than he needed to. He was really having a busy week. Chapter 59 Heroes Across Time. Almost done? I'm almost finished it. A nervous man spoke as he pulled his hooded cloak up to cover his face. His eyes quickly glanced all around him, since he was on the run and heroes were currently tracking him even as he spoke. In his hands was a small invention, not something he himself invented, but something that he had found and was hoping to use once he fixed it. Invention by one of the greatest support scientists there ever was. If he fixed it, then he would be able to amplify his quirk to a great many times what he was normally capable of. I think he went this way. Shit. I have to hurry, or they'll beat me and destroy this. The man whispered to himself as he pulled the invention into his cloak to hide it. He looked out the window, and saw several pro heroes run by the building he was in. Don't worry, you'll only hurt for a second, then you'll be like me. Shit. The man turned around and saw a young girl standing in the doorway, looking towards him with a wide grin on her face. He didn't recognize her as a pro hero, no, he recognized her as a rising star. The girl looked about 16 years old, about the age of a student of UA, and she was wearing a spandex suit that had no sleeves. Her suit was tight and form-fitting, and it was black with a red medical symbol on her chest. She had scars on her arms, and she wore 2 yellow boxing gloves on her fists. Her silver hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she had a pink ribbon hanging from the front of her head. She had a black mask around her eyes, with the color of her eyes blanked out. She had an orange utility belt hanging loosely from her waist, and bright yellow boots on her feet. Hanging from her shoulders was a large white cape with the kanji for support the heart going down the back of it. All better spoke as she raised her fists up, and hopped from foot to foot. Turning around, the man jumped out the window and started to make a run for it. He continued to work on the invention in his hands. With his longer legs, he would be able to outrun her for sure. This world is too unfair. He shouted with tearful eyes, unable to handle as he was chased down by freaking All Better. Where is All Right? He looked around everywhere for the biggest threat to himself. The girl was a UA student doing her internships, she wasn't a real threat to him. If she had All in her name, then there was no doubt in his mind that she was either trained by All Might or All Right. If she had, and she was a student, then one of those two had to be somewhere close by. He turned the corner, and there she was. She raised a hand and waved to him. Hi, I might not look it, but I'm pretty fast. You're not going to get away, you might as well just give up. All Better crossed her arms and gave a cheerful smile at him. She would really prefer if he could give up without a fight. Peaceful solutions were honestly the best thing there was. Or, I can try out my new attack on you, and he ran away again. All Better gave a small giggle when she saw the man turn around and continue to run. Such a cowardly villain. Very well, she would give chase. With the man? Heroes are so scary. If only I was stronger, I would be able to beat her. If only this invention. The man stopped when he looked at the invention, and a small red light came on. His face lit up, and he put the device on the back of his head, with it latching onto his skull. Prepare to piss yourself, little girl, I'm about to show you what's what. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. All Better jumped down from the top of a building next to him. She was grinning. Very well, let's see what you got. That is some split personality you have. Don't worry though, with medical treatment, you could be like me. All Better. Wait. I already used my name once this fight, don't want to overdo it. All Better reminded herself. Well, as long as she didn't go over 3 times, it would still sound cool in this fight. She had one more use of her name, before it would get old for the day. Now, where has my intern gone? Leaving your pro behind just isn't all right. The man's confidence changed into fear once more when he heard that booming voice. He looked up, and sitting down on a nearby car, was a terrifying existence for him. Grinning from ear to ear, was a tall fox figure, with a familiar grin. He started to sweat nervously as he backed up. He was screwed. I'm sorry, All Right, I thought it would be okay. I wanted to make a good first impression as a hero. I'll let you. All Better was interrupted when All Right got off of the car, and landed next to her. He placed a hand on her shoulder, before he grinned down at her. The difference in their size was extremely noticeable, as was the similarities in their costumes. It's fine, you started it, you get to finish it. Make this situation all better. All Right winked at her, perfectly comfortable allowing her to handle this villain. Just like that, the villain's confidence was returned to him. Fine then. With this quirk amplifier, I'll use my quirk, Fast Forward Flash. Rewinding Smash. All Better shouted as her pink ribbon shined brightly, and she rushed towards the villain. He created a small orb in his hands, and prepared to throw it at her. She pulled her fist back, and she grinned her fighting grin. She punched his attack. There was a bright light. Chapter 60 Heroes Across Time. Point 1. This is your room now, Eri. Holding her hand, Naruto walked her down the girls' dorms and showed her, her very own room in the dorms. He had tried his hardest to pick out good furniture that she would be able to appreciate, but it was a little hard for him. Since Shark was going to be staying with her, as her comfort animal and bodyguard, he even placed an overly large dog bed in the corner of the room. At this point, Shark was more dog when it came to personality than real Shark, with a touch of bear personality mixed in. He got some pretty normal furniture to be honest, but he had made sure to pick out a light pink color for the sheets and pillows, with apples on them for design since she liked that food the most. Now, he wasn't one to judge her, but he kind of wished she would love ramen a little more. Again, he wasn't going to push his favorite on her. He was him, and she was she. "I don't stay with you?" Eri asked with a noticeably sad tone to her voice. "I'll be just down the hall in the boys' dorms if you need me for anything. Don't worry, I'll never be far away. If anything worries you, or makes you scared to be alone, I'll be right there to make you all better." Naruto rubbed the top of her head. Being the first back before the others had a few perks, since he needed to introduce Eri to everyone eventually. He had gotten the chance to let Eri get used to her own room, that wasn't a reminder of her horrible past, in a way that would feel natural for her. This would give him the time to come up with an excuse for why he hadn't visited his girlfriend, despite them living in the same building, all week long. He would also be able to investigate why everyone seemed to be hiding some kind of secret from him, and whispering to each other in secrecy in general. He hated being left out on secrets. "You'll make me all better?" Eri whispered as she was walked into the room, and Naruto sat on her bed, and motioned for her to join him. "Now, I do want to go over what you'll be doing during the days from now on." Naruto started off. Eri wasn't just going to be sitting around, doing nothing either. She was 6 years old, that was old enough for her to attend school herself. She couldn't do that of course, but this was a school. There existed teachers that could give her an education until it was safe for her to go to a school for kids her age. He wasn't exactly the greatest teacher, so it was the one thing he would really, truly, need help with when it came to her. He didn't want the girl to turn into an idiot, all because he wasn't able to teach her properly. If she became an idiot, then he wanted it to be because that was what she chose to be. In Mina's room? Oh my god. That week was boring? Mina yawned, tired from the sheer lack of anything that happened. All she did, much to her annoyance, was go on patrols with her hero. She didn't even see her hero fight or anything, just patrols and lectures, and more patrols. Yet, Naruto, Todoroki, Tsuyu, and even Kyoka all had villain encounters that made it to the news. Mina smiled to herself. It wasn't a total waste though, she patrolled in the mall too, which gave her the chance to buy something for herself that she just found so adorable. The cutest, most adorable, fox plushie of her boyfriend that she had found. It was a 2-foot-tall chibi plushie of Naruto as all right, including a cute little cape and everything. In this fast-paced world of heroes, where popularity is always changing, malls and toy companies learn to rather instantly market the toys of any rising star hero that they could find in the news. Usually, it wouldn't even be a few days before the popular new heroes had plush toy lines or posters made of them. Since Naruto was already super popular as Foxman, officially coming out as All Right had reignited his popularity, and even raised it further when people compared All Right to All Might and found their similarities. All Right, the next generation symbol of peace, was what people were calling him, comparing him to All Might. Mina closed her eyes, and allowed her hand to drift down her stomach. "Hey Mina dash. Nothing. Hey Kyoka, whatcha need, ha 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 ha." Mina shouted with a forced grin on her face. She removed her hand from her stomach as quickly as she could, sitting straight up in her bed, a nervous sweat on her face. She looked at her open door, and realized that she had forgotten to close it behind her when she entered the room. What was worse, was the fact that she knew that Kyoka didn't do anything wrong. She had not been paying attention, and had almost gotten caught taking care of her human needs herself. Kyoka, thankfully, didn't notice what she had been about to do, and just waved a hand at her. "Some of us are getting together, to thank Naruto, for helping us get really good internships. We were thinking of putting together a small party, before we go back to class tomorrow. He's been running himself ragged for us, so it would be really nice if we could get your help." Kyoka put her hands together. It was all she could think to do to thank Naruto, gather all of the students in their class who had been helped in one way or another by Naruto, and just throw a small party to show their appreciation for all the work he put into helping all of them. Mina blinked and tilted her head. "I'm okay with helping and it sounds like fun, but Naruto wouldn't want you to thank him. He is happy to help his friends," Mina pointed out as she stood up. Kirishima came into the room. "Oh, I told her, but honestly, the guy has been really stressed out. Naruto is your boyfriend, he helped me and Kyoka train, he started getting up early and running with Tsuyu, he gives Deku tips, he's been working out with Ojiro with his tail, and he still makes sure to study with Yaoyorozu 2 or 3 nights a week, and now he has even more stress in his life. Dude really needs this party to lighten up." He's nearly died a few times this year as well, Kirishima pointed out as he walked next to Kyoka. I got permission from Midnight to use the pool and set up a grill. She said it was fine as long as we didn't do anything she wouldn't do, Kirishima pointed out, then he shivered. Midnight didn't exactly have the best reputation as the 18+ rated hero, so what she wouldn't do wasn't exactly the best indicator for what she didn't want them doing. For all he knew, she would be fine with a giant Class A orgy happening. Sounds awesome, but honestly, he might not even show up. Right now, he must be really tired from the internship. Knowing him, he is going to be ignoring how tired he is, and training right now. Mina pointed out a big flaw in their plan. What are we going to do at the party anyway? Mina wanted to know what she was signing up for. Kyoka blushed a little and tapped her jacks together. Well, we were going to have a barbecue, maybe some swimming, just a pool party kind of thing. Nothing big or anything. Kyoka didn't want to make everyone prepare for something huge, and she was sure Naruto would be fine with anything really. She just wanted to show her appreciation, and she had something special prepared for Naruto, a small gift from her that was apart from the party. Yeah, Naruto got me a really cool internship with Godzilla, and I learned a lot. I'm going to be baking a really tasty cake for him, and Aoyama is bringing cheese, and hopefully non-alcoholic wine. Sato walked by her door with several shopping bags filled with cooking ingredients. He was going to spend the rest of his time until the party, making and decorating the cake. He hadn't really gotten any good offers from any heroes, so Naruto wrote him a recommendation letter so that he could work under Godzilla. Koji followed after, nodding his head. He had gotten no offers, and Naruto had gotten him an internship under the Wild Pussycats. As weird as it had been, he had learned what kind of hero he wanted to be. He didn't want to be a big city hero, he wanted to use his animal-based quirk to help people who got hurt in nature. He wanted to use his abilities to seek and rescue survivors of dangerous accidents. Cheese, cake, and barbecue. Well, cheese and barbecue go well together. What can I help with? Mina didn't really understand what she could provide. She couldn't cook, she could dance and stuff, but just help setting you? Kirishima is already working on keeping Naruto busy, right Kirishima? Kyoka asked with a look to the red-haired boy. She knew that he knew how to distract Naruto better than anyone else among them. As best brothers, that much was to be expected of him. He gave her a thumbs up. Deku and Uraraka are on it right now. I told them just how to get Naruto to chase them, and the best way to avoid getting caught. With Deku and Achik, come back here you son of a bitch. Naruto's shouts of anger only fueled a large figure, standing taller than a normal person, who was wearing a heavy black cloak to run even faster than before. This was a horrible idea. Achiko thought as she sat on Izuku's shoulders inside of the cloak. She was holding on to him for dear life, while also using her quirk to make him weigh nothing. All that was keeping him on the ground was her own weight, so he was much faster than he usually was. Kirishima had told them the plan to throw Naruto a thank you party when they all started to get back from their internships, and she had wrongly agreed to be the live bait. Also, why was Naruto so angry at them for something so stupid? All she did was take a bite out of an entire Kit Kat bar, without breaking it, and then she tossed the chocolate on the ground in front of Naruto, before she got Deku to stomp on it to pieces. Legs, please don't fail me now. Izuku prayed to any and all gods out there. He was pretty sure that Naruto, when he caught them, was going to beat the ever-loving shit out of them until he realized they were his friends. Mina's room? Kit Kat bar? Mina asked Kirishima with a knowing look, who nodded his head with a grin. Kit Kat bar? Kyoka had no clue what to make of Mina asking that. Yeah, Kirishima had given Izuku a Kit Kat bar and a list of written instructions, but she didn't know how that would lure out Naruto and keep him busy. Naruto and I believe that you can tell a lot about a person by how they eat a Kit Kat bar. Also, when Naruto had been injured by that Himiko girl, Kirishima chose to ignore Mina's angry growl at the name. Naruto gained a small issue with people who bite it before breaking it. I told those two to bite it, and then throw it on the ground and stomp it. Knowing Naruto, he'll get a flashback of Himiko and chase them. Kirishima knew full well he had just thrown Achiko and Izuku to their doom, but he had also given them instructions on how to evade Naruto for long enough for them to get their party set up. Wait, there is a way to evade Naruto? Mina didn't know about this. This would be great for her to know. It's easy, when Naruto gets angry, but not super angry, sometimes he forgets to use his quirk. Once Naruto remembers to use his quirk, Deku and Uraraka are screwed, so we need to get this party set up before then. Kirishima didn't give her anything useful. She didn't intend on angering him like that. Oh well, a party was a party. Maybe this time, the world wouldn't be put in danger. Chapter 61 Heroes Across Time. Point 2. It was hard not to smile. I can't wait to play this song for him. Kyoka smiled to herself as she thought on the song she had created just for Naruto, to show her thanks to him, and hopefully make some amends for what she had done. Since it was a pool party, she was already adorned in her swimsuit, a rather average one on her at least. Since she lacked the same curve as the other girls, while she looked cute, Kyoka noticed the boys in the class were sending more glances at the others than her. Even Tsuyu, in her skin-covering one-piece stripped suit, was getting looks, since the shortest girl in the class had some rather surprising curves on her. Momo, the girl with the largest boobs but the most reserved personality, was actually wearing the bikini that covered less than her own. "Thanks, Shoji," Toru shouted out as she sat on Shoji's shoulders and hung the streamers on the fence's top. As one of the tallest in the class, it was helpful having him around to set up the higher stuff. Not everyone was helping though. The girls are all so hot, Denki thought with eyes trained on the girls. Unlike the other guys, who mostly had their libidos under control, Denki had actually paused what he was doing to watch Mina and Momo as they bent over to pick up inflatable balls. The two of them were setting up blowing up a bunch of pool balls to use in some sort of game. "Move your ass faster, idiot!" Bakugo, shouted as even he was trying to give some strange assistance towards the party. He and Denki were simply setting the grills out of any place that could be splashed by water and ruined. "Move your ass, or get blown up?" "Geez, I thought you hated Naruto after he creamed you," Denki grumbled. "Why was Bakugo even here? Of course I hate that fox-faced bastard, but when I blast his ass to pieces, I want him to be able to fight at his best. Unstressed. It won't be a win if he is unable to lose at his strongest." Bakugo's hands exploded as he shouted it out. He blew the grill clear away from them, into many pieces. He looked at what he had done, and simply scoffed. "Hey, shitquirk, make another grill." Bakugo shouted over to Momo, who blinked. She was the only one who could make objects, so was he talking to her? "Sure." Momo, after a couple of seconds of mental prep, popped a grill out of her body for Bakugo and Denki to replace the broken one. Shitquirk? So anyway, apparently, after the finals happen, Naruto is taking a week-long training trip out of country. Mina continued the conversation she had been having with Momo before Bakugo shouted at them. She blew up an actual balloon this time, and tied it off before she tossed it on the ground. Momo created another balloon with her quirk for her, and blew up one herself. "I planned on taking a trip with my parents around that time as well, but it figures Naruto would be going on a training trip, knowing that man." Momo didn't doubt that Naruto was going to be doing that. Finals were a bit away at the moment, but after that they would have a short summer break before school's next semester restarted. "Though, I was also thinking on taking a trip to Island, since my father holds a large amount of stock there," Momo casually stated. Mina's face went flat. Is she accidentally bragging about being rich? But she is so bubbly about it, I can't find it in me to be angry. Mina knew Momo meant nothing about it, but damn, the girl was so rich. She, Tenya, and Naruto were apparently all something of rich kids in the class. Tenya and Naruto came from hero families, while Momo was simply from a high-class background. Yet, all three of them were pretty down-to-earth, so it was hard to guess they were rich when they didn't let it slip. "Oh yeah, I'm going with Naruto on that trip. We're going to Island 44, the Forest of Death, for survival training, isn't that right, Tsuyu?" Kirishima called out to the girl, who was in the water, setting up 2 hoops. She looked towards him, having heard the loud boy's comment. She nodded. "Ribbit. Island 44? Isn't that a restricted island? Only the owner of the island can give people permission. The last time I checked, that island was owned by the clan Uzumaki." Momo suddenly felt really stupid when she realized that she had just stated Naruto's last name. While not famous or anything, the Uzumaki family, before people with quirks became the majority, had been a traditional family that owned their own island. Now, Island 44 was just an island where animals with quirks were dropped off, to prevent them from hurting people. The most dangerous animals in the world lived on that island, called it their home and their prison. Island 44 was all that remained of the Uzumaki legacy, so everyone just forgot about the Uzumaki after several generations of quirk users sprouted up. "He owns an island." Mina shouted out in shock when she heard that her boyfriend, her ever-loving boyfriend, owned his own fucking island that he was apparently keeping a secret from her. "He told you about it?" Mina shouted as she pointed at Tsuyu and Kirishima. Tsuyu raised an hand in defense. "I overheard him talking with Kirishima, and asked if I could come." Tsuyu made that point rather simple. "He invited me to train with him, that shouldn't surprise you," Kirishima pointed out in a deadpan, since he and Naruto trained together all the time since they became friends. Naruto inviting him to train together on an island, that was to be expected. It was also a dangerous island, so it wasn't like it would often come up in conversation, so Naruto never really had the chance to state it. Seriously, how many times did any of them actually ask Naruto about his family? Everyone would know this stuff if they just bothered to ask Naruto about it. Mina deflated. Okay, fair enough, not mad anymore. Mina grinned when she realized she was getting worked up over nothing. She and Naruto almost never trained together, it just wasn't something the two of them liked to do together as a couple. It made sense Naruto wouldn't tell her that he was inviting Kirishima to his secret island. I wish my costume could show this much skin, it's so easy to make objects like this, Momo stated to herself as she created multiple party poppers from different parts of her body. She started to fill up a small bucket with them, and looked at her bikini. Mina and Kirishima gave her deadpan looks. With your body, you'll make things awkward for the people you save. Your costume is already risque enough. Kirishima didn't have the heart to say it out loud though. It would ruin the girl's fighting spirit if she heard that if she showed any more skin, she would just be causing everyone, males at least, problems with her supermodel-like body. Mina could practically sense his thoughts. Yamamo, I'm going to be completely honest, for a lot of guys who saw you on TV in the sports festival, with your bra showing, you're already fat material. If you want to be known as the fanservice hero dash, did somebody say team fanservice? Toru came into the conversation with an excited tone. Was team fanservice, her idea, becoming a real thing? With Naruto? Fucking Deku. Ah. He's channeling Kakin. Deku shouted as he ran with Ochiko holding onto his back. The cloak covering them had fallen off in their run, and showed who they were. Instead of Naruto calming down at seeing them, he just went into a deeper anger. Now, he was chasing them fast enough that Deku was pushing himself to his upper limit just to not get caught by Naruto. Okiko was holding on with fearful eyes. He looks like he's going to kancho us. Run faster Deku, I don't want to be but hurt. Ochiko screamed, before she yelped when she nearly took several fingers to the ass. She climbed up higher on Deku and grabbed his hair, pulling it a little to try and make her stead run faster. Deku was practically crying. Why did we have to be the distraction? At the part? Bakugo smiled. Fucking Deku? I feel like something bad is going to happen to him. Bakugo couldn't help this slightly happy feeling he felt. Also, who is the skinny fuck? Bakugo looked over at the oldest person at the pool, some skeletal-looking blonde man with oversized clothes. The guy was wearing an oversized one-piece, similar to Tsuyu's in design. Naruto's uncle, apparently. Yagi something. Denki had heard Mina talking with the man when he arrived at the party. He had never really seen the man, so he didn't know what to say about him, other than he was Naruto's family or something. Everyone stopped what they were doing when a bright light appeared in the middle of the pool, bright enough to blind all of them. Splash. Oh come on, Murphy, why can't we have one special event like this, without you flipping us off with a villain? Mina dropped to her knees and shouted to the heavens. Once the bright lights in her eyes calmed down, she was sure she was going to come face to face with a supervillain who wanted to conquer the world. The Naruto factor was way too strong, they were throwing a party for Naruto, and had attracted some kind of villain to it. Thankfully, they had Todoroki and Bakugo, two strong guys with them right now. Bakugo didn't need to wait, the second he heard the word villain, he jumped into action and exploded towards the figure that emerged out of the water. He aimed both of his hands at the source of the splash as a blonde head of hair came out of the water. Attacking me like this, seriously Bakugo? Guess the rewinding smash and fast-forward flash did this when they combined. Die. Wow, attacking me with an explosion right off the bat, and a strong one, too bad I'm alright, huh? Alright spoke as he used the back of his hand and knocked away the explosion, by redirecting his hands into the air. Alright took a few steps out of the pool and he shook the water out of the fur that covered his body, before patting himself down. Before Bakugo could do anything, Alright flicked him in the forehead and sent him flying right into the pool himself. Well, looks like this is really the past then, calm down everyone. Alright spoke as he raised his hands up. Tashinori looked at the scene with a dropped jaw, and wide eyes. Alright transformed back. It was an adult Naruto, his body had filled out and matured to full adulthood. His hair was shorter to keep out of his eyes, and he had some scruff on his face, he had forgotten to shave that morning, as well as his body's muscles more developed a little if that was possible. His jawline was more pronounced than before, and his eyes showed the same playfulness as always, but with even more experience behind them. All jaws dropped. With Naruto? Oh crap, I'll make you all better like me. All better shouted when she looked at who she had crushed, she had dropped out of the air, and landed right dab on top of her own father figure. Naruto was laying on the ground, face first, as All Better placed her hands together and tried to plead forgiveness. Even as the wound on Naruto's forehead healed up, and both Izuku and Ochiko stopped running, they all looked at the costumed girl that was healing Naruto's wounds. Who are you? Izuku questioned her with some appropriate caution. Naruto attracted danger to him, this girl could be dangerous. She smiled and stood up proudly. I'm the hero who heals the body and heart with a smile on her face. I'm the future successor to my father, the apprentice hero All Better. All Better took up a pose, bending forward with a stuck-out tongue. Instead of a heroic pose, she chose a far more cute one. All Better? Chapter 62 Heroes Across Time. Point 3. How are you an adult already? I forgot how stupid she is. All right, adult Naruto, thought to himself as he cleaned out his ear, hearing Mina shouting at him in shock. He was surrounded by all of his friends in their teenage bodies, so it hadn't been hard for him to figure out that fast forward and rewind had counteracted each other in a way that caused a small break in time/space. Two time quirks interacting like that violently was to be expected, the quirks would have naturally tried to rip each other apart. Forward and rewind couldn't happen at the same time, naturally, so time couldn't handle the stress of it, and simply broke. Naruto. Wow. I guess at this point, he hasn't been healed to his prime yet. All Right looked up and down Toshinori, who was in his true form, which was different than what All Right was used to. He didn't mention it though, since if Toshinori had this as his true form, then the world didn't know that he was All Might yet. It would be better to mention this in private. Time travel, about 10 years from now, Mai in turn used her rewind quirk and it interacted badly with a villain who had a fast-forward quirk. Naruto explained the situation to Mina to answer her question. Everyone who heard that seemed to kind of accept it. Is this like a paradox timeline, where everything you do and tell us is predestined, or is this like a branching timeline, where your actions will create a new future? Momo was the smartest for a reason. She wanted to know if it was safe to interact with Naruto as he was, or if they needed to avoid him for the safety of their own timeline. With a paradox timeline, nothing adult Naruto did would change his past, so everything he told them was predestined to happen. In that case, it would be horrible to hear something that would be nasty for them. Hearing of one of their deaths, or a horrible injury, would be heartbreaking. In a branching timeline, nothing adult Naruto did would change his future, meaning that he couldn't change his future, but he would be able to change their own future. His influence could change the rivers of time for the better or worse, depending completely on how they all reacted to his changes. Mina just poked All Right in the stomach, not listening to anything. I can't help but look at him, and feel this sense of pride. Toshinori stayed silent and smiled. His nephew seemed like a fine adult, a true pro-hero. It doesn't matter, I don't plan on staying in the past long. The world is in danger. Oh come on. Mina screamed when she heard that line. You done? All Right asked when he stopped for her outburst. He could understand her frustration, but she didn't need to shout in his ear. Most of the class were palming their faces. It was like every time the world was in danger, Naruto was somehow in the middle of it all. I think we all deserve an explanation. Toshinori stepped forward and tried to take control of the situation. All Right wasn't having it. The man who sent us to the past has a device that can amplify quirks, and no doubt, with my luck he's going to find a way to get multiple quirks. With Menma? Now this is certainly interesting, this device is still being developed on Island, how strange for a completed version to exist. Here I thought only David Shield was smart enough to make this. How fortunate I found you, not to mention fast forward is quite the unique quirk. Menma spoke as he looked at the invention that Naruto was holding in her hands. A man had teleported into the middle of their base, so it was only natural that he get punished accordingly for his trespassing. Naruto was just smiling to herself as she watched the blood on her hand drip onto the floor, having clawed the man across the chest after he hit her with one of those weird attacks. How, your quirk, how? The man was quickly aging, having his own quirk turned against him as he grew older against his will. His aging slowed down, before he stopped when he was close to 70 or so years old. Menma looked impassive the entire time, but not without a keen glance downwards. Ha ha ha. Brother is a genius, there isn't a quirk on this world that he can't find the weakness of. His brains, and my monster strength, makes us unstoppable. Naruto giggled out, drunk on the pleasure of being on a fresh hunt. The man had been far too easy for her to take down, but blood was blood. Menma leaned down and stared him in the eyes. You're weak, far too weak to make proper use of this brilliant invention, but don't worry. I'm sure that you'll make a fine Nomo. Father might even allow you to use this quirk amplifier, you'll be the strongest Nomo he's ever created. Menma looked at the man with nothing short of disdain. The man had been so arrogant as to assume that just because they were teenagers, that he could beat them with his amplified quirk. Coward. Only picking a fight with those he was certain he could beat, those who looked or acted weaker than him. I can't kill him. Naruto seemed sad when she heard that. She wanted to kill again. Patience, soon an opponent strong enough to fight you will appear. Fast forward sounds like a strong quirk, sad it is in the hands of a weak coward. Menma dusted himself off and stood up straight. He didn't want to dirty his hands with the blood of somebody so beneath him. The man was useful as a nomu that could be unleashed on the city. Menma hummed to himself. Better idea. Spare me, I'm begging you. I don't want to die. As weak as you are, you do serve a use, so I intend on sparing your life. I'll make sure you become the strongest nomu, even stronger than All Might himself, far stronger than the old strongest nomu. Menma sighed as he placed a finger on the man's head, and teleported him to have his body modified. He was useless if his body couldn't hold at least 4 or 5 quirks in it. Even he and Naruto both had 3 quirks inside of their bodies, their original quirks, and both of them had 2 additional quirks that were given to them by their father. Naruto seemed bored. Now that her fight was over, and the blood was drying on her hands, she was once more bored with what was going on. Menma was the smart one, with their father having given him a quirk that boosted his IQ up to nearly 500, she was just the strong one, with 3 quirks made for pure combat. He was the planner, not her, she just went where he told her to do and did what he wanted. I want to fight again. Naruto pouted to herself as kicked a pebble across the floor. Naruto, I'm going to teleport you. Menma spoke as he walked towards her. I'm going to speak with father, but I think it's time that the League of Villains showed that we aren't just a threat to Japan, we need to make a statement that we plan on spreading our villainy worldwide. Menma placed a hand on her head, and she just tilted her head in confusion for a moment. Okay, so shouldn't he ask the new guy Dabi, or Himiko, to go to another country and make a statement, not her? Those two were way smarter than she was, so it was natural that they went on these stealth kill missions. Why? Rampage. Reduce the entire city to nothing, erase all traces of the heroes in the city. Killing Kamui Woods makes a statement, destroying a city will show that we can get results. So, Menma spoke, and every word he spoke just made the smile on Naruto's face grow and grow. All she was good for was murder and violence, so he was telling her something extremely good for her right now. When she saw him show her a kind smile, his care for her evident, she let him rub the top of her head and purred at his touch. I want the blood of heroes and innocent alike to spill. Show this world that the beauty is fading, that their beautiful peace can come crumbling down, show them they need to grow stronger. This world belongs to the strong, and if teleport me already. I want to rampage. Naruto insisted as she pushed her forehead into his hand. He was preventing he from fighting while he was talking. She vanished into thin air. Menma teleported himself. Father? I have come with news. Menma walked up to his father figure. All for one. A tall, muscular man wearing a pinstripe black suit. His face was uncovered by his usual black mask, showing that his eyes were covered by skin, and he had no hair, only scar tissue for the top half of his head. He was a largely well-built man, and gave off a thoughtful, intimidating aura about him. He was strapped down to a chair for the most part, cords in his mouth and a life support system. He took a knee before All for One, and bowed his head to the older man, who simply looked like he was looking in his direction. You've been acting on your own again? All for One pointed out with a knowing tone. He knew. I've been acting for the sake of my own goals, for a world where the strong get to live the way they want. I can promise you, my loyalty is to the League of Villains. Tamura might be my elder, but he has the mentality of a child. My actions I was just stating a fact, you're not being questions. I trusted you with the high intelligence quirk, so that once my time is over, you will replace me and support the League of Villains from the shadows. I have faith in your actions, but give me forewarning in the future. All for One spoke with a smirk. He had full faith in Menma's skills in acting the part of the villain. Menma was supporting Tamura, without Tamura being any the wiser to it. In the end, it was for the best, since Tamura wasn't yet ready to become the true leader of the League of Villains. He had much growing up to do before he was ready, and while he was growing, Menma would do what he could from the shadows. Your sister, she isn't with you. All for One didn't usually see one without another. Menma closed his eyes. I deployed her. I sent her to a small city in the UK far enough away from other cities that help will not arrive in time. Once she has laid waste to the city, the world will know of the threat we possess, and they will suspect that our base is in the UK. We will be able to mask our movements, and remain in the shadows with more efficiency if they are unable to track the location of our base. Menma explained where she was. He also explained what she was doing, his reasons behind it, and he gave reason for why it was worth the risk. All for One considered it. Very well, do what you will, a child should be allowed to experiment after all. With Naruto. Music, Evangelion 3.0 Ost, Ultimate Soldier. Rampage, this is going to be a bloodbath. Naruto chanted to herself as she looked around, having been teleported to wherever Menma's marker was. Her eyes turned blood red as she looked to see herself in the middle of a city. Everyone that was nearby was looking at her in shock, since she had appeared there out of nowhere. Naruto took a deep breath of the ocean air, the clear blue skies above, the smells of thousands upon thousands of human scents in the air. All of her teeth became sharp. Raising her arms into the air, clouds started to gather in the sky as the wind started to rage with more fury. The clouds swirled and started to descend as a tornado began to form, coming down towards her on the ground. When people saw it, it was instant. They started to flee as Naruto began to transform, growing larger and larger, more and more tails forming behind her as she destroyed the clothes she was wearing. Several tornadoes touched down the ground and ripped apart the closest buildings to her, and her giant fists touched the ground gently as she sat down. Alarms all over the city were already blaring, but the tornadoes started to spread out and rush towards the edges of the city. She would block all possible escape routes from the city. Her mind started to go completely blank as she gave complete control of her body to the beastly desires inside of her. Destroy! The ocean's waves surged towards the city as she waved her tails, commanding the forces of nature and bringing forth natural disasters. Tidal waves destroyed completely the eastern side of the city that she had arrived in, and tornadoes started to destroy all parts of the city they touched. Naruto smashed her large hands into the sides of buildings, smashed them and sent them flying all across the city. The shockwaves of her building smashes destroying the surrounding buildings as well. The ground shook with each attack, and she started to walk on all fours around the city, destroying all things that were in front of her. Destroy it all. Each of her punches destroyed massive portions of the city, and created earthquakes that took countless lives. Opening her mouth, she unleashed a powerful torrent of shredding winds that traveled in a straight line, destroying more than 10% of the entire city, leaving nothing but debris in its wake. A large flame hit the side of her chest. She crushed the hero who attacked her without a second thought, and she summoned forth a wave to wash away more of the city. As many heroes with long-range attacks were firing their attacks at her uselessly. All long-range heroes were crushed before her might, all close-range power fighters were swept away by her waves, and ripped to shreds by her winds. It would be minutes before the city was fully destroyed. You won't get any further. A hero with a quirk that allowed him to grow to massive sizes appeared in front of her. He died. She lunged forward and snapped her jaws around his neck without any hesitation, jerking her head from side to snap his neck and rip the ribbons of life out from his body. Naruto let loose a roar of victory. In minutes, a city of with many thousands was reduced to a state of complete ruin. Chapter 63 Heroes Across Time. Point 4. Ow, 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 I'm serious. I'm from the future, and I'm your future in turn, OW. All Better was screaming out as she was placed in a headlock, as Naruto extracted all of the information out of her that he believed she was lying about. He didn't for a second believe that she was from the future, though she smelled familiar to him. He wasn't the type to slow down his own hero work and take an intern. He could believe that about his future self. Taking an intern meant doing less intense hero work, and this girl wasn't strong enough physically to take on the intense work that Naruto planned on doing as a hero, thus she would slow him down, and meaning he wouldn't take her as an intern. Dying, Achiko slammed her hand on the ground as quickly as she could. While All Better was in a headlock with Naruto's right arm, Achiko was on the ground between his legs, with his legs choking the life out of her for the Kit Kat stunt. He was choking her tight enough to make her uncomfortable and unable to move, but not enough to completely cut off her oxygen or kill her. Meaning she was suffering, but unable to pass out or die from it. Super dying right now. Save me, Deku. Izuku was in Naruto's left arm, also unable to do anything at the moment, until Naruto let go of him for a second, grabbed him by the neck, and used him as a pat to hit Achiko with to get her to stop talking. You're both still in trouble. How dare you two show Eri such a sight? What if she starts taking bites out of Kit Kats, and stomping chocolate bars into the carpet? Chocolate stains carpet, you two shits. You two took a bite out of a Kit Kat bar instead of breaking it. I'm going to beat you two up. All Better started to use her hands to try and reach for Izuku and Achiko, to further punish them for their crimes against one of the best candies out there. I'll teach you to break Kit Kats as I break you like one. I believe you now. Naruto let go of All Better and calmed down a little. Letting go of Achiko and Izuku, he stood up and dusted himself off, far more confused than he was angry now. Only somebody really close to me would get so angry over something like that. What would you do if somebody poured a ramen bowl out into the trash? Naruto asked the girl with a look up and down her body. On closer inspection, he could see how her hero costume looked a lot like his own too. Only hers was far more feminine in appearance, and had her own unique flares to it. His was just a slightly more masculine version of his grandmother's hero suit. She was also paying homage to him with the all-hero name, just like how he paid homage to his uncle. All better smashed a fist into her hand. The only crime more unforgivable than that is if threw a fresh apple into the trash. All better had a dangerous glint in her eyes. Naruto raised an eyebrow. We're supposed to keep him distracted until the party is ready. What do we do now? Achiko glanced towards Izuku, and she started to blink to him in Morse code to try and convey a message to him. He looked at her, before his cheeks turned burning red. A girl is winking at me. Deku doesn't know Morse code. Achiko thought to herself, realizing that her message didn't get across correctly, or even at all. What the hell is this about a party, Achiko? Naruto grabbed the top of her head and turned it towards him. Having looked at her eyes when she had made that message, and the girl yelped and covered her mouth. Realizing what she had done, and when she realized that she had used her eyes to say the message, she covered her eyes instead. Uravity. Deku, just because a girl came from the future, doesn't mean that I'm going to forget about you two for even a second. Now spill the beans, Naruto stated as he shook her around a bit. Just a little bit. Oh crud, I don't want to ruin this, that was such a fun party to go to when I was a kid. All better reached out and put her hand close to the back of Naruto's head. 5 SMR. All better called out the name of her attack. Naruto blinked. He felt like he was forgetting something, and why was he holding Izuku and Achiko like dolls? Letting go of them, Naruto turned to All Better and crossed his arms, giving her a stern look. All Better sighed in relief when it looked like she had been able to reverse Naruto's memory 5 seconds into the past, so that he wouldn't remember reading the Morse code in Achiko's eyes like he did. The party that she went to as a kid, her first party she ever attended, had been so much fun when she had seen Naruto's genuinely surprised face, and all the smiles that followed after had been amazing too. She made him forget? Izuku and Achiko thought, in perfect sync. Wait, future. The last racehorse crossed the finish line. Do I become rich in the future? Achiko asked, instantly and with absolutely no hesitation at all when it dawned on her that this girl was a time traveler. That meant she knew future events, which meant she would know if she became rich and famous as a hero or not. Nearly all of the rich heroes were also famous after all. All Better blinked. I don't know, why would I know your future? I don't pay attention to your financial situation. All Better, despite being from the future, really didn't know all the answers. Where did the assumption come from that time travelers knew everything? They were people too, and would honestly only know about the futures of the people really close to them. She knew Naruto's future, Izuku's future a little, and a few other futures of the people she was close to. But, future. Achiko didn't know what to make of that. Your quirk isn't time travel, since you seemed surprised to be in the past. If you're my intern, then I take it future me is somewhere close by too. Naruto asked as he put a hand on her head. Now calmed down and thinking carefully, he realized as his intern, this girl would be nearby him. Any accident she was in that sent her back in time, would have sent him back to. Naruto looked at her pink ribbon, noticing it was pretty well worn, before a small smile came over his face. Okay, he understood why he took her as an intern. Aren't you going to ask any questions about the future, since she knows you? Izuku asked as he comforted the depressed Achiko. Why couldn't she learn about her future? Naruto sighed. Fine, what is my second child's name? Naruto asked All Better with a sly wave of his hand. Second? He knows it's me. All Better thought with eyes widened under her mask. She saw that knowing grin, that familiar way he looked at her. The glance to her pink bow, which she realized might have been the biggest clue to who she was. After all, you didn't need to be family to somebody to take on the mantle of their hero name. Kirishima using the riot name was proof of that. Second, don't you mean first? I already know the name of my first, and All Better knows the name too. I want to know the name of my second. Naruto flicked her forehead, Achiko's forehead, since she had asked the question. His first child's name was Eri after all. Sarah? All Better couldn't go against Naruto's will and lie about the answer, or even refuse to answer. That is either Vivid Blossom or Comforting Music? Naruto tried to guess if he was still together with Mina in the future based purely on the name of his second child. Well, it wasn't like it was that big of a deal if he could or couldn't figure it out. He was just guessing the kanji that the name was written in, and there were other things it could stand for as well. Honestly, going by name, it sounded like it could be either Mina or, well, the other person didn't really matter, because it could mean multiple things. Oh well, he wouldn't dwell on it. Do I master my quirk? Izuku asked the only thing he wanted to know. All Better smiled and nodded. Yep. You do, and you really start to master it when you get a rival with the same power. Oops. All Better covered her mouth when she realized what she had said, and how it could be taken. Naruto's eyebrows shot up. Two people with one for all, that should be impossible, seeing as once you passed on the quirk, you started to lose it over time completely. Even his uncle could only use it for about 2.5 hours a day now before he overexerted himself anymore, and he risked losing the quirk completely. The time limit was getting shorter each day too. If somebody had it, then that meant Izuku passed it on and should no longer have it. Izuku's eyes widened when he came to a similar realization. Wow, Deku, you get yourself a good rival. So jealous over here, why do you know his future and not mine? Achiko shouted when she realized that All Better had just given Izuku a hint to his future. She shrugged. I'm closer to Uncle Deku. When my father told me to make my own special move, Deku gave me tips. All Better said, and thankfully nobody picked up on her small slip, and she tried to make sure nobody caught it by not mentioning it. That, or nobody commented on it, since Achiko was just lamenting on how she didn't get an insight into her own future. Naruto crossed his arms. All Better, it would be best if you found future me, and tracked down whatever villain sent you back, and returned to your own time. Naruto advised her gently. All Better gave a thumbs up. Oh, it won't be a problem. All I have to do is use my quirk, reverse our bodies to the point before we were sent back in time, and we should get sent back to the future, like a slingshot. All Better didn't usually come off as smart, but the second she had realized she was back in time, she had started to think of possible ways to get back to the future. She already had several other ideas as well, like finding Momo and getting her opinion on a way out. That girl, even in this day and age, should still be smart enough to figure out a way to reverse their situation. That wasn't much of a plan, but it was the best she had. Then, you should get, because it might not be good for the me now, and the me future, to meet. Naruto gestured for her to leave. He didn't know what would happen, so it would be best if they got going as soon as possible. Best not to take any chances. Chapter 64. A split across time? His quirk is making this process take almost no time at all. All for One spoke as he stood before the new Nomo he was creating, with Menma standing next to him, arms behind his back as he looked at the man screaming at the top of his lungs in agony as his body was flooded with drugs and forcefully transformed. All for One had already stolen his original quirk, and was using it to fast-forward the man's body once the drugs were pumped into his system, speeding his evolution into a true Nomu along so quickly that in a mere week or two, the man would be ready and capable of fighting and destroying All Might himself. Prediction: 5 strength enhancements, regeneration, impact recoil, and bone spear, as well as giving him back fast forward. Surely this will be the Nomu to kill All Might dash, as well as Naruto Uzumaki? All for One finished for Menma, who blinked, before his eyes widened and he looked at his father figure with some surprise. He must have misheard that. Naruto can prove very useful to the League of Villains, either as somebody to oppose us, or one day joining us. Menma pointed out, uncomfortable with that statement, and every part of it. His Hoshi no Tama was used to nearly destroy the world. His potential is far greater than even his Naruto's potential. Not to mention, unlike her, he has shown to be highly powerful in his base form. The power of his 9-tailed form would be vastly stronger than her own. If we were to gain control over his power, he would become too much of a threat. All for One spoke almost playfully. He didn't consider the task of killing a fledgling hero to be worthy of his own personal actions. All Might was one thing, but this young hero just had the potential to be great. Not to mention, he was unable to steal the Monster Fox quirk thanks to the odd way it existed. Most hero threats could be ended by stealing their quirks, but heroes with One for All and Monster Fox were immune to his power, and were able to become threats to him. He needed to take care of those threats, just like he did with Kushina, and just like how he was going to do with Naruto. Naruto, thanks to him raising her to be a bloodthirsty brute who only wanted to kill, was no threat to him. She would never train to grow stronger, and was completely reliant on her quirk and the quirks given to her. She was a powerful asset to him, but at the same time, she was also no threat to him. I understand, if you believe my elder brother should die, then it will be. Menma didn't argue, but he didn't smile either like he usually would. All for One seemed to smirk under his mask. You have your doubts, child? I do. I believe that all factors considered, elder brother is a great asset to the future of villains. His existence, if he is allowed to live and grow, will constitute the evolution of villains. They will need to grow stronger in order to stand a chance, similar to how Toxic Chainsaw was able to stand a chance against All Might. As a hero, his power can strengthen our own power by serving as motivation. If he becomes corrupted by his quirk, then we gain a powerful ally. Menma spoke with calculated emotions. His plans hinged on the strongest of the strong surviving, and constantly growing stronger. The weak dying like insects were one thing, and All Might's death was completely needed for his plans to continue on track. If the symbol of peace were to die, that would strike a blow to the weak heroes who looked up to him, while serving the point of forcing the strong heroes to grow in strength to fulfill the hole his death would cause. All for One seemed to consider it. Your reasoning is sound, but you misunderstand. One for All has been passed down, All Might is getting weaker. With how close the two seem to be, it makes sense for this boy to have gotten One for All. If that is the case, then he's too dangerous. All for One was stubborn about his views. One for All stored power and passed it on, with the next person adding their own power to the quirk, training with the power, and passing that on. Whoever inherited the quirk would get All Might's full power added to their own power, and then they could train that power and take it further. The boy already showed signs of having plenty of power without the quirk, a great deal, so if One for All was added to his power, then he would surpass All Might just by having the quirk, in both stats and in fighting ability. That was without considering the fact that Naruto would still have access to his own extremely powerful quirk. A threat like that couldn't be ignored, which meant he had to have the boy die before he matured. With Naruto? Sneeze, damn it. Naruto shouted when he felt his nose tickle again, but no sneeze come out. He was getting sick of the sensation of being sneeze-blocked by his own treacherous body. He had Eri on his shoulders, having gone back to her room to go and get her. He had kind of ran out on her out of his anger at Izuku and Hachiko, which was mostly over now. You okay up there, Eri? Naruto asked the girl. She just nodded her head, rubbing the top of his head with both hands, comforting herself. She was still very sad that she wasn't able to stay in the same room as he was, but he told her it was something she had to do, so she would do it for him. You want to sneeze? Hachiko questioned from Naruto's shoulder, since Naruto was carrying her and Izuku. Seeing as Naruto wanted to get away from All better, and he believed that it was best not to hear about the future for them either, he was making sure to remove them from being around her as well. After that, he had gone and picked up Eri. Surely, the others were almost finished with his party prep work. You're not going to help All better get back to the future? Izuku questioned Naruto, the guy who helped almost everyone. Naruto shook his head. Seems like future me is around here too somewhere, and if I stay with her, I risk meeting myself. I'm really not sure what would happen if I meet future me. The universe could collapse, we could fuse, time and space could fracture even more, or nothing could happen. I'm not in a position where I'm allowed to be selfish. Naruto stated to Izuku and Hachiko, so they would both get the message. They needed to start acting like heroes, instead of worrying so much about the small stuff. He understood their interest in the future, he had stuff he wanted to know as well, but knowing the future would only put them on the path to changing the future. If Hachiko learned she would become rich, she might end up becoming lazy by assuming no matter what she did, she would become rich, and thus she would destroy her own future. Izuku frowned. Eri-chan, if you could learn something from the future, what would you want to know? Hachiko asked Eri, who looked at her in thought. Do I make you proud? Eri asked as she looked down at Naruto, who just turned his head a little at an angle to look her in the eye. I'm already proud, just keep working on that smile. Nizu? Naruto asked when he saw the mouse principal walking towards him, with a confused Momo walking behind him. The girl was in a swimsuit, though she had a towel over her shoulders. She must have been at the pool or something, and Nizu brought her from it. She didn't know what was going on, and neither did he. What was going on? Naruto, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but something rather urgent has come up. I have something very important to ask you, along with her. If you'll come with me? Nizu spoke carefully, a small, grim smile. This couldn't be good. Chapter 65 Unhappy Graduates. Awkward silence. Nizu asked as he sat across from the two confused students, neither of which knew the reason why they were called to his office in the first place more than likely. He had much to tell them, both good and bad news concerning them. He wanted them calmed down when he gave them this news. Naruto crossed his arms. Sir, I'm sorry, but are we in trouble? Momo asked with a nervous tone, and a slightly raised hand. She didn't remember doing anything that would result in her getting into trouble, seeing as Naruto was always in trouble. She hoped that she wasn't in trouble by knowing him. She didn't want Naruto in trouble either. I'm always in trouble. At least he is self-aware enough to know that. Momo looked at Naruto with a blank face. She had always wondered if Naruto had been aware that he was a trouble magnet, or if he was oblivious to the fact that he was the cause of so much trouble. As you know, a while back, the two of you participated in a world-saving operation. Nizu reminded them of the supervillain Orochimaru incident, where the two of them went up to his flying fortress to go and rescue the heroes and save the world. Naturally, there were more of them that went up there, so it was odd that the two of them were being singled out for something. When he saw the looks of remembrance appear on their faces, Nizu nodded his head and started to continue. Well, the government has been reviewing that incident. Naruto, you were able to fight against many pro-heroes by yourself, and Yaoyorozu, your quirk was what allowed for the safe return of the pro-heroes. The government has gone over the facts of the rescue mission, and determined you two were the most vital members of that team. I couldn't have done dash. Please, allow me to finish. The Japanese government might have decided to give you money as a reward, but seeing as this was an international incident that threatened all of humanity, the other nations of the world demanded information. Over the course of the last few weeks, those demands went through and UA was forced to give the various governments your information, test scores, physical examinations, and teachers' notes on you. Nizu explained the situation that had been taking place behind the scenes. Many governments naturally wanted to reward the biggest players, and offer contracts to them depending on various factors. Momo wanted to speak up, but she was afraid she would be denied again. Naruto held no such fear. More money, I'm not interested. Several countries determined that you two aren't UA material, and has pressed this issue with our government. Starting now, the two of you are no longer UA students. Nizu spoke with calculated coldness. We've been ex- You two are now UA graduates. Nizu spoke as he opened his small vest and pulled out 2 IDs and put them on the table. Momo went completely silent when she heard that, while Naruto's jaw actually dropped in shock. Nizu could see that the two of them were still processing what he had just told them, so he was willing to wait for them to speak before he continued what he was going to tell them. But, my friends, can't you undo this? Momo asked with a soft tone. She wanted to graduate with everyone, not before them. UA is a school, and while I have control of the school itself, I'm unable to go against the wishes of the government that funds this school and sets the regulations. Anyway, I quite agree with this decision as well. You both have weaknesses as heroes, but when the two of you work together, you're a rather frightening pair. Nizu was speaking of how they were forbidden from teaming up against other students. To prove his point, he turned on the TV in the room, with the TV connected to his computer, to show their profiles. These are the statistics formed from all of your tests and evaluations since your time here started. Nizu pointed out to them. Naruto Uzumaki. Power, S. Speed, S. Technique, S. Intelligence, D. Cooperativeness, A. Quirk apprehension test results, first. Quirk, Monster Fox, Transformation. Momo Yaoyorozu. Power, D. Speed, C. Technique, B. Intelligence, S. Cooperativeness, A. Quirk apprehension test results, second. Quirk, Creation, Emitter. S. Momo questioned when she saw that. In what she was aware of, the highest rank for anything was a 5 out of 5, which was an A ranking. S is the rank given to those who have attained a 6 or higher out of 5 in a stat. Naruto, your power, speed, and your fighting techniques are all ranked at S, while your weakness is your intelligence, but you're highly cooperative. Your combined scores for the Quirk apprehension test were among the highest in the history of UA, comparable to All Might back in the day. You're both highly skilled as a fighter with or without your quirk, and your quirk is extremely powerful. Nizu pointed to Naruto as he explained what attracted the governments to Naruto in a way. Momo looked at Naruto with some awe. She knew he was strong, but she didn't know he was that strong. Wow. You, Yaoyorozu, have pretty average physical abilities, but your technique with your quirk and fighting techniques are ranked quite high. Your intelligence, though, is higher than the scores of any first-year student to enter this school. Very few people are as smart as you, and you're highly cooperative as well. You don't have any glaring weaknesses that your creation quirk don't cover. Despite your lack of power and speed, you were able to use your quirk to overcome your limitations and score second in the test. This is the type of hero team you form when you work together. Nizu pressed forward on the remote, and the next slide appeared, showing what kind of stats they had when they teamed up together. Naruto/Momo. Power, S. Speed, S. Technique, S. Intelligence, S. Cooperativeness, A. Holy freaking super crap. Naruto whispered when he saw why he and Momo weren't allowed to team up against other students. Combining their strengths together to cover each other's weaknesses turned them into practically the perfect hero. The only thing that was slightly off was their cooperativeness, and that didn't matter so much considering they were both maxing out that score anyway. S was just going above the max, and reaching a highly difficult score. Nizu nodded. Naturally, these scores and results alone place either of you above the normal hero. Japan's government was pressured into bending the rules on this, but both of your impressive scores left little room for argument. Not to mention, Naruto's growing popularity, and Yaoyorozu's contrasting looks and appeal made the two of you a very ideal and well-demanded team. We, UA, had little choice in the matter. You two are no longer students, you're now heroes. Nizu wanted to congratulate them, but he could see that they were still taking it all in. This must be hard for them. They were first-year students, and they weren't being given a choice in the matter of their graduation. Though, this outcome should have been expected anyway, considering both of their amazing abilities, test results, and the fact that together they had helped to rescue the pro-heroes and save the entire world. For them to even think that the only government that wanted to reward them was Japan would be foolish. The only reason it took so long was because, unlike with the money reward, this type of reward required a lot of work and effort from multiple governments. I see. Naruto spoke in a whisper. He always thought the day he become a true legal hero would be a day he could celebrate, but knowing that he was reaching for the future far ahead of them was surprising to say the least. It left him feeling a little empty, knowing he was leaving them all behind. Though the efforts of the United States of America, Germany, Africa, Russia, India, and the Australian governments, the two of you have been given these unrestricted hero licenses. You too have the status of heroes without restrictions on where you are allowed to do hero work, and construction of an office building for your hero operations has already begun. The building will be finished quickly, but the construction company would like to contact you too in order to see if you would like to add any special add-ons to the building. You two have already been requested to participate in a special mission. Nizu spoke the bad news, or at least, the starting point of the bad news. This wasn't going to be an easy mission. Momo slapped her cheeks, forcing herself back into a somewhat normal state. She was still horribly shocked, and kind of saddened by her promotion, but she could see she didn't have any real choice in the matter either. A job request for us personally? She asked with her confused tone subdued. This sounded odd. Have either of you heard of St. Lavender Academy? Nizu questioned the two of them. Have you heard of it, Yaoyorozu? Nizu realized asking Naruto wasn't the brightest idea, so he aimed the question purely at Momo. Not much. I was invited to join, but instead chose UA. All I know is St. Lavender Academy is an all-girls school that used funding from the pharmaceutical company Hominine, and that they operate outside of any government involvement due to them officially declaring themselves their own small nation. I didn't trust the invitation, so I didn't join them, seeing as they hold no loyalty to any one nation. So basically, even when you don't know anything about something, you're still somehow able to provide with exposition. If this was a book, you would be a very convenient plot device to explain whatever was happening, without it looking unnatural. Naruto summed up with a dull tone. She started off by saying she didn't know much, and she then followed up with a detailed explanation on the subject. Their definitions of not much were very different, it would seem. You're like the protagonist of a story, so weird stuff always happens around you. You have a Naruto factor. Well, I need something to set myself apart. I study a lot, so I'm intelligent. In a way I'm similar to an exposition character in a story. It's my Momo factor. Momo explained to Naruto, almost completely forgetting that they were talking about something very important. Naruto factor, what the hell is that? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Nizu coughed. Anyway, the Hominine company studies quirks and makes medications to help people with quirks. This company was originally created by Orochimaru, though he passed down ownership of it and reaped profit from behind the scenes. We believe St. Lavender Academy and the Hominine company have been participating in illegal activities, but we have no authority there, and we can't send most pro-heroes, they're too old. St. Lavender Academy is an academy filled with girls who join to escape from the law. Nizu started to tell them the scope of the mission. Momo was to infiltrate the school as a potential student, with Naruto hiding with her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. All-girls school? I'm a boy, and while my face is a little feminine, even if I cross-dress, I won't pass for a girl by a long shot. I'm not a trap, Naruto pointed out as he gestured to his body. Very masculine. Once the mission starts, you've been meeting up with the small hero, Shrinking Ray, from the United States to allow you to hide yourself on Yaoyorozu's body. You leave in an hour? I apologize that you won't be able to say goodbye to your friends. I have Eri, remember? I'm not leaving her unattended. I've already arranged for Eraserhead to watch over her until you return for her. Nizu had already thought about that. This was an important mission that honestly, only the two of them could take together. Their first job as pro-heroes. Investigate St. Lavender Academy. Chapter 66 Calm Before the Maelstrom. So, everyone is expecting us to form a team now, we're pro-heroes? Momo didn't know what to say to Naruto as the two of them sat together. Shrinking Ray, the pro-hero who would be arriving at UA to help them with their mission, had his flight from Europe delayed due to some weird weather that had consumed one of the small cities. All of the flights in the country had been cancelled due to just how horrible the weather there was, meaning the hero they were supposed to meet with wasn't going to show until the flights were running again. They had some more time to say their goodbyes to everyone before they went on their first job as pro-heroes, since they weren't going to be able to stay in the dorms with everyone. I think this is. I don't like this. Momo figured out what to say. She was achieving her dream of becoming a hero, she did it. That was all she wanted since she was a child, and she had been given it to her after she helped save the world. In all aspects, this was her just reward for her actions. She did something amazing, and that led to her being allowed to become a pro-hero early. In retrospect, she should have seen this coming, but at the same time, she never thought achieving her dream would leave her feeling so bitter inside. She looked at Naruto's surprisingly calm face, and she reached out and grabbed his shoulder. You have an idea on how to get us out of this, right? Momo wanted to graduate with everyone. The only way I can think is to show everyone we aren't ready, that we need to come back to school. Naruto did know of a way to return to being students, but he wasn't going to do it. That would mean having to show we're incompetent heroes, and people will get hurt if we don't do a good job. I don't like leaving me friends behind, but I'm just going to try and focus on the good I can do for my friends. Naruto clenched and unclenched his fist. Momo sat back down and looked like she was going to cry a little. This wasn't what she wanted. Our friends are going to be heartbroken. How are we going to tell them? Momo couldn't think clearly, everything in her mind was just thrown out of order. The answers weren't coming to her. Naruto sighed and sat down next to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, pulling her into a one-armed hug. I'm going to try and make this better, I promise. You promise? I'm giving you the promise of a lifetime. Naruto gave his word, honest and true in his convictions, and she leaned into his side, feeling calmer than before. She felt his warmth against her body, and his smell was just relaxing to her as she felt safe next to him. Not safe in the physical sense, but she felt like he was guarding something more important with his presence. She felt her heart grow warmer. She took a deep breath, and she closed her eyes, before she exhaled it all out again. To think, today started out so fun, then we met the future Naruto, and everything is just turning to chaos. Momo didn't want to say it, but she felt like she knew a little of what happened. She looked at Naruto, before she leaned up towards him. It was a simple kiss, on his cheek, nothing romantic or intense. A quick, soft peck was all that she intended to give him. Thank you, Naruto. You've been supporting everyone, and we all want to thank you. You've been Class A's leader, our pillar of support, the one we look to for an example of what we want to be. You're my hero. Momo ended her soft kiss, and wrapped both of her arms around him. She was crying. Naruto smiled. Mina, she's not going to take this well, this will break her heart, between being a pro-hero, taking care of Eri, and improving myself. I can't. Naruto's eyes grew softer, when he thought about what he was going to have to do. His heart hurt. While they were living at the school, Naruto was able to keep their relationship going on. It had been easy to balance school life with Mina, and while Eri had added a little stress to the relationship, it had been strong enough to take it. With him becoming a pro-hero, and Mina being a student, they weren't going to have any time to be together anymore. Naruto's arm around Momo grew firmer, his own shoulders shaking as his dry eyes watered. He couldn't be together with Mina, be a pro-hero, and take care of Eri while trying to balance his life with Mina's school life. It wasn't good for Mina, and it wouldn't be good for Eri either. He couldn't do that to either of them. Eri was more important than Mina. He had taken it upon himself to raise Eri, he needed to be there for her and support her. Mina had her own family, she was old enough to start growing on her own, and she was emotionally stable enough to realize what he was doing was for the best. Are you okay? Momo looked up at him through her tears. He smiled. I'll be all right, I've just got a difficult road ahead of me, we're leaving behind our friends, and I've got too much on my plate now. I can't be together with Mina anymore, it's for both of our own good that we separate. Naruto spoke with deep, calming breaths. The two teens separated, with Naruto wiping his tears away. So, this was what it felt like to give up what you love? His father had gone through this pain, when he forced himself to kill his mother and stop her rampage. He had gone through something like this, and Naruto could only feel more respect for the man. He went through something much worse than this, since Naruto would still see Mina again one day, but his father killed his mother, knowing they would both die. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I'm sorry, that I feel happy about that. Momo spoke in her mind. Through this entire situation they were in, through everything, she felt a small bit of happiness when she heard what Naruto said. After spending months watching him, being together in class with him, tutoring him, and training with him, her feelings had just grown and grown. Being with him, but never being able to confess her feelings because of him being with Mina, had been painful for her. When Mina awakened her to her feelings in that bath together, it had come crashing down on her like a tsunami. St. Lavender Academy. For the dead bone pulse quirk, the quirk factor is located inside of the bones, the marrow, and the corresponding part of the brain that would control the world would have to be located in a similar part of the brain as those for enhances strength. Beginning extraction of the bone marrow. Corpses, and a few of them. A young, rather handsome man, stood in the middle in a full surgical outfit, large, thick glasses in front of his eyes with his long gray hair in a ponytail. Each of the corpses that he had on the tables were all known for having different quirks in life, and each of the bodies were from either people who donated their bodies to science, stolen corpses from graves, or from students at the school who died in training accidents, or were just murdered by other students. He had plenty of corpses to work with, examine, before finally taking apart and putting them back together. Quirks were not some magical force. They were physical, biological traits that could be genetically passed down. That meant that they should be able to be transferred from person to person, provided that all the parts of the body needed for the quirk were surgically implanted for them to work. Like muscle quirks, by taking the muscle's fibers out and implanting the parts of the brain that regulated super strength, one could gift the strength quirk from somebody to another person. It was completely possible to grant a person multiple quirks through this process, but since studying corpses like this was looked down on, and the process was highly looked down on, he could never do it in Japan. Here though, after he had been contacted by the man Orochimaru, who nearly destroyed the world, he had been glad to know that he would be able to continue his research deep underground St. Lavender Academy. All he had to do was one thing. Create the perfect body. Kabuto. The computer monitor turned on, and showed Orochimaru's now youthfully designed face. Thanks to his mind having been mostly mechanical in design near the end of his life, he had been able to download himself to his backup servers and allowed his mind to live on, even though his original body had died. Now, without a body, and without his life's work, he was reduced to little more than a face on a screen, forced to work through others now. Lord Orochimaru, please hurry, I'm quite busy creating the perfect being. Kabuto spoke as his machine finished extracting all of the bone marrow from the corpse he had been working on. With a small tank of bone marrow, he used a scalpel and began carefully cutting out the part of the brain that controlled the quirk he was taking. The quirk was a highly powerful one, and it would do great in his perfect warrior. Though, I thank you for the new materials. Kabuto was too busy to listen to anything that wasn't his precious dead bodies. He was learning so much about how quirks worked. Remember who supplies you with your corpses? Remember that without me, you will never have a new body. Kabuto spoke back, reminding him that their relationship was one of mutual benefit. He just wanted to make the perfect warrior, for the simple reason that he wanted to see if it was possible. Once he created said warrior, he would decide if he was going to use it for good or evil, but as of now, he held no true allegiance to either side. I will keep my word, and give you a suitable host body. Kabuto spoke with a nod to himself. With his quirk, it was quite simple. Reanimation. His quirk allowed him to take corpses and restore them to a working condition. He could take the DNA of anything, and use that DNA to making a working corpse that he could then control. He didn't truly bring them back to life, but with science, he should be able to restore a body to the point that it was alive, though the memories inside of the body would naturally have died out long ago, and the soul wouldn't be inside of the body either. He couldn't forcefully rip souls from the afterlife, but creating a body for Orochimaru's mind to inhabit would be no problem for him. I'm sending you two very special corpses. Both of these corpses have the same, powerful quirk. I want you to study it, and see if you can use them to recreate something very valuable to me. Which quirk, and if the item is related to their bodies, it will be recreated when I restore their bodies. Kabuto gave a forced tone of boredom, as interested as he actually was in special corpses. What quirk do these corpses have? Kabuto asked with veiled intrigue. Monster Fox, Chapter 67 The Coming Disaster. Rampage, how I want to rampage. Covered from head to toe in blood, but naked, and skipping through the luge of villains' base on her way to the shower, Naruto was just as happy as she could be. She had gotten in one of the best rampages of her life. She had been allowed to fully succumb to her power and go full force on an entire city. The death count was in the literal thousands, though she didn't remember most of it other than short flashes of her bigger kills. She kind of remembered a couple of heroes trying to fight, and then her absolutely crushing them like the insects that they were. Oh, blood! Himiko shouted as she rushed towards Naruto with an excited smile on her face. A cute girl covered in blood? Sign her up for some of that. Which one are you again? Naruto asked as she stopped with her face confused, not remembering most people. She remembered her brothers' faces. They had the exact same damn face, her father, herself, and her genetic parents, though she didn't feel anything for those two dead people. Most other people just sort of escaped her mind, or were pushed to the side as unimportant, future victims of her quirk. Vampire slut. Naruto tilted her head to the right, trying to remember her. She sort of did. Himiko pouted. Call me sister-in-law, one day I'll marry Naruto, and we'll be family. Himiko wanted to get along with her future family members. Elder brother? Brother, can I go and fight elder brother? Naruto ignored Himiko and shouted out loudly. She was sure that her brother was around somewhere, and was able to hear her. Tamura sat up a little straighter, and glanced back at her. Annoying little cousin, she rampaged. Menma. Tamura, scratching his neck, frowned when he realized that Menma was going behind his back again. The teenager had been doing this for years now, manipulating things behind the scenes. Yes, he was fully aware that what was happening, and it was useful to him most of the time, so he allowed it to happen. Well, All for One told him that he needed to allow it, since Menma was a planner by nature, able to manipulate those around him into doing exactly what he wanted them to do. It doesn't matter, so long as All Might dies, and society realizes his failures. Tamura had a wide-spreading grin at that thought. The League of Villains was growing. Thanks to Stain making it more known that he was with them, villains everywhere that identified with Stain were coming to them to join. They had a very fair amount of good villains with them now, not a huge number, but each villain was able to hold their own. Good villains, with capable quirks able to get the job done, though most of their forces were out at the moment scouting. Menma entered the room from the back. He's like Naruto, but with longer hair. Himiko looked at Menma, and thought that like always, before she felt her hand want to go to her dagger. She gulped though, slight fear, when Menma turned his cold eyes to her and saw through her. Menma didn't look at you, he saw through your very soul. It freaked her out more than if he was seeing her naked. Himiko, Naruto, I have a mission for the two of you to take, together. Menma stated coldly, taking the part of brains once more. St. Lavender Academy has gained a very interesting scientist, one who is researching the monster fox quirk right now. Menma's eyes narrowed in cold anger. How dare anyone think themselves allowed to just break into his powerful mother's grave, and steal her body? He didn't love her or anything, but to disrespect somebody so strong wasn't to be allowed. He would not stand it. Ah, Naruto's quirk. Why should we care? Tamura chimed in with a hiss to his voice, like he was speaking with sandpaper in his throat. Kushina Uzumaki, quirk, Monster Fox, Special Monster Fox Ability, Illusion. Mito Uzumaki, quirk, Monster Fox, Special Monster Fox Ability, Omniscience. Menma pointed out with a scowl on his face. It was an ability that was far too great to be allowed to be so easily revived, not when it could be used by the good guys to get in the way of his plans. If the heroes gain that power to their side, then that is it for the League of Villains. All our plans will be ended, and our location will be instantly known. Nothing we do will amount to anything, and our time as villains will be over. Menma reminded everyone in the room what was at stake. Tamura scowled deeper and scratched harder. So annoying. Just makes it more fun, means I don't have to hide. Naruto smiled wider. St. Lavender Academy is an all-girls school, and you two are going to go there, find the man responsible, and secretly locate the corpses. Menma gave them their mission, in plain and simple words. It was very important that they get those corpses and destroy them once and for all, so that their powerful secrets could never be used against them. Menma was actually nervous, since it didn't matter how smart he was, if his opponents knew every move he was going to make, then with their greater numbers and many great quirks, the League of Villains was done for. They were in a very dangerous situation for them, a first to be honest, and he didn't enjoy being put in this situation. Now when he was supposed to always be 20 steps ahead, and able to get his opponents to play the way he wanted them to. Being on defense, it was sickening that he was having to do such a thing. School, boring. Himiko complained. Nobody pointed out that she was a fake high school girl, who only wore schoolgirl clothes. Menma glared at her. Elsewhere. Thank you, Naruto. What are you doing? Shoto asked Kirishima as the boy bowed forward, and shouted what they were all going to shout ahead of time. After the strange, but honestly not too strange, appearance of a future Naruto, they had all sort of gotten back to setting up the party without Momo. Seeing as the girl was taken away by Nizu, he had decided to put more work into the party. I want to talk with Naruto in private soon. I want to move forward. Shoto thought to himself as he looked at Izuku and Achiko, with the little girl that he had seen around the dorms with Naruto, walking towards the pool without Naruto with them. They lost him? I'm practicing, I don't want to ruin it. Naruto's done a ton for me, I'm way stronger than I was when I met him, because of him. Kirishima flexed his arms to prove a point. Naruto had helped him create and perfect his super move in secret, and they even created their own combination move. He wanted to reveal it the next time he and Naruto got to team up for a group training, so he didn't mention it out loud. Rock guy. Eri thought when she heard Kirishima's familiar loud voice. He had dropped by Naruto's room by surprise several times, and she had seen him. She didn't know his name really well, but she remembered that his quirk made him look like a really jagged rock. Or, just say thank you, like a normal human being. Mina pointed out as she got out of the pool, for she had been swimming to take some of the heat off. Just standing around and waiting wasn't really her style after all. Eri looked between her and Izuku. Hair twins, they have the same hair. Eri looked between the green-haired boy and pink-haired girl, and saw they had the exact same hairstyle, down to the near-exact size and shape as well. The only difference was that Mina had horns that parted part of her hair a little, but otherwise they had truly exact hair. She didn't want to be rude, so she didn't say any of her comments out loud. Kitty face. Eri thought as she looked at Shoto, whose red-stained face made him look like a half-and-half cat with a spotted eye. She had seen everyone, but usually when she saw them in the dorms, she was hiding behind Naruto's legs so she didn't get the greatest looks at them, and she had only been seeing them for a few days after Naruto saved her. Now, she was getting a forceful view of everyone, since Naruto had told her to go with Izuku and Hachiko. Wow, I half expected you two to die. Seeing as they planned to take a bite of a Kit Kat bar, I fully expected them to die. Kyoka pointed out as she relaxed in a pool floatai, seeing as Ojiro had a good point, but not good enough. I was hoping they would die. Bakugo ended up pointing out his end of the thoughts. Everyone close to him backed away from the not that angry teenager. He wasn't angry just yet, just started to chop vegetables that were going to go on the grill. Hey Kyoka, if you had to name your child, and it had your quirk, what would you name them? Hachiko came right up to Kyoka, ignoring the talks of her death, and Kyoka tilted her head as she looked up at the nervous girl. Sarah? Oh, Sarah is a really pretty name, I love it, can I steal it? Mina excitedly asked Kyoka as she jumped up and down near the pool. Seeing future Naruto got her thinking about her own future, and Sarah was the perfect name for a future kid. Short, sweet, and it rolled off the tongue very well. If I have a kid first, if you have one first, it's yours? Mina waved her hands gently to make a deal out of it. Kyoka shrugged. Deal, I guess, did you two see a future person too? Kyoka asked Izuku, since Hachiko had drifted off into her own world, trying to piece together the mystery of who Naruto ended up with in the future. Izuku looked at Toshinori. Can I talk to you in private, Yagi-san? Izuku went up to the thoughtful Toshinori, who was pulled from his own thoughts, and nodded his head. He was a little surprised, at first, at Izuku talking to him in public in his current form, but he had the time to talk. Bakugo looked at them suspiciously, before he turned away with a scoff, deciding not to waste his time thinking on it. I have to know if it's possible for multiple people to have one for all. Izuku followed after his favorite hero, the new of them leaving the immediate area to have a private talk. He had to know. So, what did future Naruto look like? Hachiko whispered to Mina, leaning closer to her. She had to know. Naruto is like a 10 out of 10. Future Naruto dash. Future Naruto is like what? Naruto asked as he appeared in the middle of the group, with a raised eyebrow with Momo next to him. She had cleared away the puffiness from her eyes. He had mostly come to get Eri, since he was going to have to help her pack her few possessions away, seeing as the dorms weren't going to be her home anymore. He wanted to break the news to her gently, and he just so happened to track her scent coming from the pool area. Thank you Naruto/how I bit my tongue. Practice did not help Kirishima. Chapter 68 Truth comes to light. Not telling them is going to come back to haunt us. I know, but I don't think I could handle, their reaction would only make me feel worse than I already do. Momo spoke silently as she boarded a ship that would take her to St. Lavender Academy. Thankfully, while Shrinking Ray's speedjet had been delayed due to storm warnings, the man had been able to make it only a little late thanks to the fact he was able to get the help of Teleporter, the teleporting rescue hero. With his help, Shrinking Ray had been able to get to them, and help them start their mission once they had been filled in on all of the details. All of them. Currently, Naruto was posing as a stuffed animal. Shrinking Ray had given Naruto a shrinking ring that caused his body to become 1/10 his actual size. It was just a size decrease thankfully, so Naruto's strength and speed stayed the same, so it was easy for Momo to carry him around and act like he was a stuffed toy. If anyone asked her, then she would just tell them that she used her quirk best when she had her all-right plush toy. That way, nobody would question why she was carrying him around. And since All Right had gained vast popularity in a short amount of time, it wasn't odd for him to have a plushie, which she was pretty sure already existed anyway. I'm going to be so stiff at the end of this. Naruto whispered, not moving his lips in the slightest, and making sure only she could hear him. He hated this almost as much as he hated leaving UA, and he hated that a lot. He wasn't allowed to move any part of his body that Momo wasn't moving. Whenever she left him in the Lavender Academy dorm room for class, he was going to be sneaking around the school while remaining stealthy. He hated stealth anything, since it went against his style as a strong fighter. He could be stealthy if he wanted to be, he just really did hate it. Also, he was leaving Eri alone with Recovery Girl until he was done with this job assignment, which made him feel worse on the inside than anything else. He was sure that she would be well taken care of, and he gave the elderly woman a list of things that Eri enjoyed, but knowing he wasn't going to be there when she woke up with a nightmare just made him feel terrible. He was going to feel horrible, inside and out, by the time that this job assignment was over with, he really was. Your stiffness aside, this is our first job as real heroes. Momo took a deep breath, the ocean air calmed down some of her worries a little, before she opened her eyes. Let's do a good job. Maybe, if we do good enough, we can appeal to the government ourselves and have them adjust the reward. Momo knew that she wasn't ready for being a hero, not by herself anyway. She knew that the only reason she was considered ready was because everyone always saw her at her best when she was with Naruto. Without him, she couldn't be a hero by herself. Yet, one day, she was going to be ready for the title, and that was the day she would be a hero with a smile. She had no doubts that Naruto was already ready for the title. He had been ready since the day she met him, and even before that point. This is so boring, this uniform is barely even cute. I know that voice. Oh no. Naruto thought to himself when he heard a very familiar voice that had plagued his dreams many times. The voice of the woman that had kidnapped him, strapped him to a bed, and then tortured him for a decent amount of time. There she was. Wearing the same disguise uniform that Momo was, he saw her standing with another girl, a girl version of him. Naruto, give him credit, didn't break disguise for a moment and show his shock. The terror of his dreams was in the Saint Lavender uniform with a girl that looked like she was the perfect female version of him. She was even tossing a Hoshi no Tama up into the air like it was nothing important, like it was a baseball or something. What the hell? Momo questioned when she saw what caused Naruto's body to freeze against her. Female Naruto? She is supposed to be dead. Naruto's brain shut down completely when he laid eyes on Naruko, his sister. The sister that was supposed to be dead, killed by their mother, years ago. Naruto couldn't process it, he didn't know how to process this information. His sister was alive, meaning his brother might be alive too? Hoshi no Tama, meaning she had the same quirk as he had to. Naruto wanted to drop his disguise, go over to her, and ask her everything in his mind. Starters, how did she survive years ago, and who had she been living with? Why did she smell like blood? Saint Lavender Academy, how boring. I could be with Menma right now, but no, I have to be with you, doing stealth work. Naruko complained to Himiko, the two blonde girls leaning over the railing. Aya, don't you want to spend time with me? When I marry Naruto, we'll be real sisters. We should totally get to know each other. Himiko got close to Naruko, physically. The boat started to rock as some rough waters hit it, but nobody on board even cared. Naruto was still just shut down. Himiko is associated with the League of Villains, meaning that girl Naruto is with them, she has the same ball thing as him. That means she has the monster fox quirk. If she's Naruto's sister, then she must train as hard as he does, that makes her as strong as Naruto, not good. Momo whispered under her breath. Unlike Naruto, who was just shocked, Momo was still able to think properly. A female Naruto, a villain Naruto, was a horrible thought to her. Naruto defeated her without even using his quirk in the exams, so if this girl was as strong as he was, but as a villain, then this girl was a huge threat. Personality usually ran in the family to some degree, so she must be a training fanatic like Naruto, and have strength equal to his own. This mission, it just went downhill. Ohu, is that an alright plushie? Where did you get it? Can I get one too? Whoa. Momo was surprised when Himiko noticed her, and ran at her questioning her the second she saw the stuffed toy that she was carrying. Himiko was looking with starstruck eyes at Naruto, knowing instantly who the toy was based off of. I'm sorry, I had this one made special with my quirk, having it helps me use my quirk, it lets me focus. Momo spoke with a false tone of confidence. She was scared shitless right now. Himiko bought it. She fought elder brother in that tournament. What is a student hero doing on this? Oh, she turned evil and... Naruko smiled widely when something very interesting came up in front of her. Hi. I'm Naruko Uzumaki, and I remember you, so you turned villain and got sent to Saint Lavender, eh? Nice to meet another powerful villain. Naruko introduced herself with her smile showing all of her dangerous teeth. She was always happy to meet a true villain woman like herself. Not like the stalker girl Himiko, or the transgender woman that was back at the League of Villains base. A real woman, a strong woman, a woman who could put up a good fight to her if she decided to kill her. Momo hesitated. Right, you guessed it. I was caught using my quirk to create nuclear bombs. They decided that I needed to be rehabilitated and sent me here. Momo went with it. She was given a very convenient excuse for why she was going to the school, that apparently was the host of many villainous women. Naruko's eyes sparkled. Nukes. That is really cool. When I saw you, I thought you had potential, but I didn't even realize you could create weapons of mass destruction. Make one, do it, make a nuke and blow up St. Lavender Academy. Naruko was shaking Momo's hand rapidly, highly excited about the extremely powerful quirk user that she was talking to. The student spy that they had at UA had told them about her quirk, creation, how she could create any non-living material from her fat cells. The idea that this girl could create nukes, this girl needed to be recruited to the League of Villains. She was now near the top of the list of people that Naruko wanted to join them. Right underneath her elder brother. While I would love to blow St. Lavender Academy up, seeing as I don't wish to die, I believe that using a nuke would be overkill and suicidal. Momo quickly found a reason to not do it. Realizing that she had just painted a massive target on her back, her mind started to go through any way that she could get the target off of herself. Himiko didn't care about any of that. Well, can you make me one of those too? Himiko poked Naruto, who made sure he stayed silent and still. He wanted to punch this girl so bad right now. Oh, okay. Momo lifted up her shirt a little, and created a plush replica of Naruto. If Naruto could look at her right now, she had no doubt that he would be glaring holes into her head. She made a near-perfect replica of him, and gave the plush toy to his stalker. Sorry Naruto, we have a disguise we can't break. Momo squeezed him with one arm, to hopefully convey her feelings to him. She could use this as her chance to gather information about the League of Villains. Making these two happy could be a major step to ending the villainous group once and for all. Momo took a breath. She could do this. On their first day of school, she had to pretend to be a villain with Naruto. She could pretend to do this now, it would be easy, she had Naruto with her, giving her the courage to do it. Good copy, but a waste, also? I guess you have a point. Anyway, a nuke wouldn't leave any blood behind, it's too fast, gotta enjoy a good kill. Naruko nodded her head at her own wise words. If you killed somebody too fast, or at the very least with no pain, then you couldn't enjoy it. Mass murder without mass terror, and incredible suffering, was just wasted effort. A nuke was instant, far too quick for anyone to truly be afraid of it, if they didn't see it coming. Momo was taken aback. She's a complete nutcase? What happened to her? Naruto thought when he started to come to an understanding. If she was alive, then a lot of things he knew were nothing but lies. A couple more hours, and we'll be there, so, tell me Momo, do you have any boys you like? I'm super interested in love affairs. Himiko got closer to Momo physically, and smiled insanely at her. She really wanted to know her new friend's favorite type of guy. Love was more important than crime after all. Chapter 69 She Who Steals. Oh my god, this place. St. Lavender Academy was not a small school. The school itself was surrounded by a gigantic wall that was upwards of 1,000 feet tall easily, and just by looking at it, you could see that the wall had to be made out of pure stone. It was like the wall around the school had been carved by God, and even with how tall the wall to the school was, even taller still was the school inside of it. The highest tower in the school was tall enough that it was twice as tall as the wall, reaching up so high that it was hard for Momo to see the entire thing in detail. Her thought that came to her head, first of all, was the amount of funding that would have gone into this place. Somebody with a lot of money, or many people with a lot of money, had to have put their all into building it. The wall around the school, on the other hand, looked like it could have been created by somebody with the use of a stone-related quirk or something similar. Well, Momochi. Make a nuke and blow this place up. Naruko stated as she pointed at the school, already hating the place. She was forbidden by Menma to use her quirk, until she had located the corpses of Kushina and Mito Uzumaki, and gotten them back. If Momo blew the entire school up, the corpses would be destroyed, and there would be no need for her to waste any more of her time. We'll die too, Naruko-chan. Himiko spoke cutely. Momo was just sweating bullets, nervous when the iron doors in front of the school started to open up, the boat that took them to the school already long gone. Ah, such a destructive student. It's a pleasure to meet such spirited girls. A figure walked out of the opening doors. It was a tall woman, over 6 feet tall, with long white hair that dragged along the ground. She wore a pure white business suit that framed her thin, though voluptuous body, and her skin was a very odd shade of pale. She glowed with an unearthly beauty, and her eyes were pure white, lacking in pupils of any kind. Stranger than her eyes, were the horns that were sticking out of the top of her head. Her heels clicking against the ground caused Momo to freeze when the woman stopped in front of them and adjusted her sleeves. The founder of St. Lavender Academy. Otsutsuki Kagaya. If you so wish to destroy this school, you're welcome to try it. All students are free to commit any crime they wish here. If you find yourself hating another student, you may kill them, provided you are capable of it. If you hate a teacher, do whatever you want to them, if you think you can. The staff at this school are all highly trained, and more than capable of keeping all of you in line. Kaguya spoke with power and arrogance. Naruto, without any hesitation, transformed up a stage and charged at the woman with bloodlust in her eyes. Kaguya just smiled. Die. The horns on her head glowed, and a third eye opened up on her head. When Naruto got close enough to her, Kaguya simply grabbed her fist, and Naruto was forced to transform back to her normal form. Her body glowing yellow, and the yellow glow being sucked up into Kaguya's horns as Naruto grew visibly weaker. She collapsed to her knees, gasping in breath when Kaguya let go of her. My quirk is Power Thief. Just by touching you, I can steal all of your power, sucking up your stamina. Kaguya's horn stopped glowing and her third eye closed, before all of the yellow energy was done entering her body. Naruto was just gasping on the ground, completely out of stamina, and drained of her ability to use her quirk until she restored her stamina. Strange, I stole enough energy from you to kill 1,000 regular men, and all it did was wind you. You're quite the little powerhouse, most die the second I use my quirk against them, Kaguya mentioned as she reached out with both of her hands. Momo was still frozen, until she flinched in fear when Kaguya's right hand touched her head, and Himiko was actually in a similar state of fear as she was. They were going to die, Momo thought as her eyes squeezed shut. Now, you two girls don't make the foolish mistake of trying to go against me. Here, on this island, my word is law, and my power is absolute. I hope that your time here is as beneficial to you as it will be for me. Kaguya simply rubbed the top of their heads, before she let go of them and turned around. Momo opened her eyes, and her breath that she had been holding, was released from her lungs. You'll find a change of clothes waiting for you, Kaguya pointed out as she glanced back at them. Momo didn't realize it at first, but in her sheer fear of this woman, she had actually wet herself, and looking down past Naruto, give him credit for not breaking character, she could see that she had an unfortunate accident. You bitch. Naruto, her stamina restored, rushed back at Kaguya as she started to transform completely. Kaguya glanced back at her, before a dark smile came over her face. Snapping her fingers, Naruto collapsed and transformed back to normal once more. Well. The Monster Fox quirk truly is a miracle. You should have been unable to use your quirk for the next 24 hours, but your stamina was restored after a mere moment's rest. I figured you would exceed my expectations, so I'll be taking this dash. Kaguya allowed a small white ball to roll out of her sleeve, showing that she had stolen Naruto's Hoshi no Tama, and was currently using her quirk to pull the energy out of it. With her star ball taken, and the energy being pulled out of it, Naruto was left completely unable to transform, and her stamina was unable to regenerate. Naruto forced herself to stand, before she raised her hands. Himiko put a hand on her shoulder. Please, stop, this isn't good. Himiko whispered to her, and Naruto growled, before she relented and lowered her hands. Spitting on the ground, Kaguya just lifted her chin up victoriously. She's got 3 Hoshi no Tama on her person right now? Naruto could feel the presence of 4 Hoshi no Tama on the island. His own, that was shrunken with him and inside of his mouth. He could feel the one that was stolen from Naruto, and he could feel 2 more that were in Kaguya's pockets. One of which was impossible for her to have, since it was a Hoshi no Tama that he knew was broken into pieces. His mother's Hoshi no Tama, the one that was shattered, stolen by Orochimaru, retrieved by his friends, and currently safely stored inside of his safe in his room. He knew what it felt like, since he had been guarding it ever since he recovered it from his friends. For 2 of the same to exist, meant that his mother had to have manifested her quirk for a second time, which was impossible because she was dead. The Hoshi no Tama was formed when the quirk was activated for the first time, and the one manifesting it would spit it out of their stomach. His mother's body, for starters, should have been decomposed a lot time ago. Meaning, somebody had stolen her corpse, and somehow managed to restore it to prime condition, so that a second Hoshi no Tama would form. Naruto's eyes were glowing red with sheer rage, all of his willpower was used to not attack or lose control. As I spoke, at this school, we will teach you what you need to learn, to rehabilitate you to fit into normal society. Kaguya started off as the doors closed behind them. Momo hissed in pain when she felt her phone in her pocket shoot out sparks, before she took it out and threw it away from herself. All non-Saint Lavender Academy communication devices are destroyed once these doors closed. While inside of this school, there is no contact with the outside world. Only students who attain top-ranking positions are allowed to leave for school-approved trips, Kaguya pointed out when Naruto and Himiko tossed away their phones. Momo realized something. Now, she and Naruto had no way to contact anyone for backup, and nobody could contact them either. They were now truly alone on this mission, and help was impossible to ask for. For a rehabilitation school, that is pretty suspicious. Naruto made a mental note of that. Now that any electronic recording devices on you three are gone. Welcome to St. Lavender Academy, where you will be taught how to use your brains, your brawn, and your beauty as weapons. Students will be divided into 3 separate categories. Those with high intelligence will take classes as such. Those with powerful bodies will be pushed further in physical might, and those of great beauty will be put into the seduction classes. Kaguya explained as she glanced at the 3 of the girls. Mentally judging them, she smirked to herself. Naruto, you will take the brawn course. Himiko, you will take the beauty course, and Momo, the brains course will fit you. Naturally, I will not allow your other classes to fall behind. A woman must not neglect her body or her brain, just as she can't neglect her beauty or her brain, or her body and her beauty. I have high hopes for you 3, now get changed and go to the dorms. Class will start tomorrow. Kaguya reached into her pocket, and she pulled out a small coin. A coin. Momo, despite her fear, looked at it and remembered what it was right away. It was the same coin that had been used by Orochimaru to kidnap all of the best pro heroes, and if this woman had won, then she had some sort of connection to Orochimaru's tech. This is becoming a giant clusterfuck. There are 4 monster foxes on this island, a freakishly strong woman, and a strong connection to the freak here. Calm down, Naruto, losing control right now won't end well. Naruto forced himself to stay as calm as possible. Remember, while fighting is allowed, if a teacher thinks you are getting out of hand, you will be stopped. You girls all have potential, as do all students here. Wasted potential is such a pity. Kaguya called back to them before she disappeared through the portal. When the portal vanished, Momo gulped and glanced at the 2 other visible females she was standing with. Naruto slammed her fist into the ground. That bitch. I'll kill her and get it back, then I'll destroy this entire school, and every student in it. I'll make it rain their blood. No. I'll kill everyone but her. I'm going to keep her alive. I'll rip her arms and legs off, burn the wounds closed, those horns too. I'll break her, make her my pet, she's regret every laying her hands on my thing. Naruto was whispering dangerously, her eyes glowing red with each word she spoke. Screw following Menma's orders, the second I get it back. I'll destroy this island like I did to that city, and we can search the ruins of this place for Mito and Kushina. Naruto hissed to Himiko, not even caring that Momo was within earshot of them. Though, she was quickly walking towards where she could see the dorms were, because as it were, she was in a dangerous situation. She was going to need to speak with Naruto about this as soon as she could, because she knew she wasn't strong enough to handle this herself. She destroyed that storm, it was her, at least when Mom killed, she had no control, but my this mother does it on purpose? Naruto glanced back at Naruto with growing anger. She wasn't his sister. She didn't deserve the honor of having Minato and Kushina as her parents. Chapter 70 The Roads We Walk. Anger. That dirty little motherfucking cunt. How could somebody related to, that bitch doesn't even deserve to be related to, does she even know how much, grrrrrr. The second that Momo found her dorm room, Naruto took off the shrinking ray shrink ring from his wrist and returned to his normal size, before he powered down. Momo, with a fresh change of panties on, was just listening to him rant and rave. His face, now that the fur was gone, was blistering red with rage. She couldn't say that she understood what he was going through, she never had siblings herself, and she had never experienced a death in her family that she could remember. Naruto's rage, while she understood why he was feeling it, wasn't something she had personal experience with. Do you need to talk about it? Momo asked him softly. Her fear from earlier wasn't gone. I would feel more comfortable with. Naruto muttered, thinking about Kirishima. This was the kind of stuff that he talked about with Kirishima, but he couldn't bottle this in, not when he was so close to exploding at any moment. Fuck it, all my life, I've lived in fear of myself. My mom went on a rampage when I was born, and killed both of my siblings, but she didn't apparently. I've always thought my quirk was the quirk that destroyed my family. But no, not only was my entire life a lie, but my flesh and blood sister is a fucking murderer. Naruto stomped around, and Momo noticed something about him. His eyes, his blue eyes, weren't blue. In fact, they hadn't been blue the entire time that he transformed back, they were the same angry red that he had when he used his quirk, including the slit pupils. I understand, Dash. No you don't. Naruto snapped at her for that one. His body jerked to face her, before he looked away in shame, upon realizing that he had snapped at somebody who was trying to help him. Ever since I learned about my parents, I've always been afraid of myself. I knew that at any moment, I could turn into a monster and kill everyone I love. My uncle, Mina, Kirishima, you. I could cause so much pain and suffering, but I wanted to avenge my parents, and my siblings. I wanted to become a hero that they could be proud of in the afterlife, they died before experiencing life, so I wanted to become a hero who could protect everyone, but... Naruto had tears of rage in his eyes, falling down his cheeks and onto the carpet. Momo didn't see a hero standing in front of her at the moment, not the hero that she had come to know and respect. The man who could take all of the burdens of the world, take it with a smile, and ask for more. She saw Naruto right now. Are you going to be okay? Momo grabbed him by the arm and pulled him so that she was sitting next to her. Of course I'm not, all the training, all the effort, all the pain and suffering I've endured. I did it for my family, but she is my family. I always felt pride, thinking that my siblings were looking down on me, cheering me on, but they were alive, they were killing people, hurting others, everything I was doing to help others, they were doing the opposite. All my life, I've dedicated it all to becoming a hero, but, my reason for becoming a hero, Naruto didn't even have the words to say to what he was feeling. All of the emotions in his head were conflicting, the reasons why he had done everything were lies. I don't know what to do. I've got to stop her and Menma, but, can I still be a hero, after everything my family has done? Will I still be a real hero, or will I just be somebody who is cleaning up the messes his family made? Naruto asked her as he tried to wipe the tears out of his eyes. Why wouldn't they stop? This isn't like you. Momo spoke to him as she grabbed his hand, and tried to comfort him. He rejected her. It feels like I don't even know who I am anymore. I became who I am today because of my family inspiring me, but my inspiration was a lie. My life, goals, becoming a hero, that was everything, it was all I really had left of my family. My father was a great hero, and my mother wanted to be a hero, but she ended up killing so many people. Now, I learn my siblings are murderers. I thought my mother killing was because she lost control. I never ever thought she was evil, but what if evil blood is in my veins, the voice in my head telling me to kill, it's not my quirk, what if it's me, what if my mom didn't lose control, what if she just stopped pretending to be good? Will I turn out like them? Naruto started to reveal the stuff that even he didn't know about. He didn't know he had these thoughts, but as he spoke, more of them were starting to spill out of his lips. Was he really just a villain, pretending to be a hero, out of a sense of guilt? He didn't know who he was anymore, now that the truth behind the most important part of his very being had been revealed. You're not evil, you're the most kind, understanding, strong-willed, determined, you're my hero. You know why I became a hero? I became a hero because it was expected of me. Yes, I wanted to help people with my power. I come from a wealthy family, I had a great childhood, with supportive families, and I always received praise from everyone. I can't even begin to understand what you're feeling, but you know what I do know. Momo asked with a small, growing smile. She got into UA on recommendation just like Naruto and Shoto, but she was so different than both of them. Shoto, who was pushed by his family to be the best, and Naruto, who bore the weight of world on his shoulders by choice. Naruto looked at her. A lot more than me. I know that you've made me believe in myself. Watching you, standing in your shadow, showed me a new path I could take. When you walked ahead of me, I wanted to follow behind you. You are a pillar of strength. With your strength, becoming a villain is easy for you. You could walk the path of easy domination, but you chose a different path. Despite being distrusted, you chose to forge your own path. Everyone else wants to become a hero recognized by the people, but you don't, you chose something much harder. You want to become a hero that you recognize, you sacrificed your humanity to become a symbol? Momo leaned in and pushed her head against his shoulder. She, even now, was using his strength to say this to him. She was guilty, everyone in the class was guilty of this. Whenever they had a problem they couldn't solve alone, he was the first they turned to. It didn't matter if Naruto was helping one other person, or 100, he always continued to strive to help others more and more. It was his greatest weakness, even greater than his Hoshi no Tama was. I don't understand. A hero I recognize? Naruto asked her, and Momo couldn't stop her giggle. You say you wanted to become a hero your family could be proud of. But, in the end, it was always you who was the judge of what they would be proud of. So always set impossible goals for yourself, and when you succeed, you raise the bar even higher. You've created for yourself an impossible standard. Momo intertwined her fingers with his. Even deep into enemy territory, holding his hand made her feel safer than she was. His warmth, the firmness of his hand, was a comfort to her. Naruto was safety, and with him, she was safe. I have to always be improving, so I can't just set my goals small. God is almighty, so can God create something that even God cannot lift? Momo asked Naruto with a soft, loving smile. When you do the impossible, you assume the challenge wasn't hard enough, so you create a harder challenge for yourself. You will never see yourself as worthy, because you are always overcoming your limits, and growing stronger. When you succeed, you think your challenge wasn't hard enough for you, but when you fail, it's because you aren't strong enough. Momo explained, and Naruto started to understand it. She wasn't wrong. Whenever he made a challenge and completed it, he never really felt a sense of accomplishment. He always wanted to make something even harder for himself, because a hero had to overcome all challenges. Yet, whenever he failed, he had also used those as chances to feel his desire for strength grow. His family wouldn't be able to call him a hero if he wasn't able to overcome the hardest challenges imaginable. Still, all these challenges are why you're my hero. You didn't just choose to walk the path of a hero, you chose to walk an impossible road. Every step you take lights the way for everyone behind you and shows us how we can grow. Even if your life was a lie, I don't care. The Naruto I know, my friend, is somebody I look up to and respect. You make me want to become a better hero so that I can walk your impossible road with you. I'm not the only one either. You think I'm the only person that you've helped? What about Mina or Kirishima? You think that just because your life was a lie, that the impact you've had on their lives is less than what it was? Momo spoke with a passion Naruto had never seen her speak with. She had a glorious grin on her face, confident more so now than he had ever seen her. She stood up and looked down at Naruto, grabbing both of his shoulders, forcing him to stare her in the eyes. She was done walking behind him. If he was going to keep putting these impossible standards on himself, then she was going to be right there beside him, and remind him that he was just as human as she was. She wasn't going to let him shoulder the burden of the world anymore, not alone. She felt shame that she had been content with just following in his path before now. Seeing him so weak though, seeing his heart on the brink of breaking, reminded her of the fact that he wasn't just her hero. He was her dear friend, and she should feel ashamed that she let him walk alone for so long. Thanks Momo, it's just hard to accept, but I can't let you walk. Good thing you don't have a choice in the matter. You might be able to choose the path you walk, but I chose my path. I'm my own person, and I'm choosing to walk with you. Your heart is good, and if your blood is evil, I'm always going to be right there with you, to remind you that you're my hero. Momo spoke confidently to him. Heck, your siblings are evil, so what? Your siblings being evil just shows how amazing you really are. You never gave in to temptation like they did. You are more deserving of being a hero than anyone I know, so, let's walk together, okay? Momo asked as she extended her hand to Naruto. Her smile faded when it looked like he wasn't going to take it. It isn't going to be easy. I'm sick of walking the easy road, I want to walk the difficult one. Momo felt him grab her hand, and pull her to her feet. She smiled when she realized something in his blue eyes, his calmed down blue eyes. She could see a new desire forming in his eyes. Chapter 71 Divide and Conquer. Chibi Kagaya. All teachers at the school were Kagaya, all of them were just younger versions of Kagaya with smaller horns, shorter hair, and clearly much younger than the woman they first met was. Seeing as Orochimaru had cloning technology at his disposal, Tsuyu had informed them of some of the machines on the flying fortress when asked about it after the events happened, all the teachers just being weaker Kagaya clones made sense. The woman seemed to have some serious trust issues, and with her quirk, who better to take control of a school filled with delinquents and villains than a woman whose touch could subdue them? This is unbelievably hard. Momo was looking at the equations on the board. This was her first class of the day, and she felt like she was taking a class from a nightmare. Even she, who ranked higher than all of her classmates in school subjects, could barely grasp the information being taught in the brain course of the school. She had expected high school level work, but this went far above and beyond that. She could understand a small amount, and while that was enough for her to try and figure out the rest, she was just shocked when she saw the rest of the class had no trouble with the work that was being given to them. I've always known I wasn't the smartest person in the world, but you have to be a true genius to even begin. Teacher, I'm done. The students were starting to finish their work, one after the other, barely a few minutes passing by the students finishing up. Wow. I understanding nothing of this. Momo must have this down though, or not. Naruto soon realized that Momo was in a nervous sweat, seeing as she had stopped at problem 4, and hadn't answered any more problems in close to 30 minutes. Naruto glanced around the class, seeing the answers from multiple other students. Momo felt him moving a small finger against her body and writing down the most common answers that he was seeing to each question. If he saw 4 people or more agree on an answer, he conveyed that answer to Momo. There she goes. Naruto thought without showing his emotion on his face. Momo needed to maintain good grades until their mission was over, and she needed to stay out of trouble. The more she stayed under the radar, the better it was. Meaning that right now, cheating was okay for her. She just had to suck up her pride, something Naruto would admit he wasn't good at doing either, and cheat so that she didn't get put under suspicion for having low grades. Wow, it took her a while, but look at her go, she's doing all of this in her head. Quickly realizing that she was getting too much attention, Momo figured out the next answer Naruto was giving her, before she purposely wrote the wrong answer. A couple of the other students saw her get the answer wrong, and the impressive way she had been doing her work had the edge taken off of it. She smiled to herself, since this made her look smart, but outstanding. At lunch later, "This place is an academic's paradise. I've never felt so stupid in my life," Momo whispered to herself as she ate. Math, science, nefarious scheming, and quirk factor studies were all classes of such an advanced level that, other than science, she was having some extreme trouble in all of them. To think, after lunch she still had PE, being in the brain class didn't negate her requirement for that, robotics, and advanced physics. She was sure that she was going to be in for a nightmare when PE started, and she was humiliated by the rest of her brain course classmates. "Sup thick tits?" Naruto plopped down next to her, half of her uniform unbuttoned as she just took the raw steak on her plate, and started to bite into it. For a school for delinquents, the food was truly top-notch. Himiko had a very sugary lunch of several different types of chocolate bars that were being served in the snack section. Naruto eating raw steak, Himiko loading on sugar, really make Momo appreciate her normal lunch more. It also reminded her that she wished these two would leave her alone, since them hanging around her and Naruto risked their mission. "Thick?" Momo asked, and Naruto scoffed when she saw the lack of meat on her plate. "So, how is smart people stuff? Can't believe that bitch cloned herself. You need more meat, veggies are for little girls?" Naruto spat as she put one of her steaks on Momo's plate and looked at the girl with a firm nod of her head. Momo pushed her plate away from herself, seeing as she would not be able to stomach raw meat well. Himiko seemed a little grossed out by how Naruto was eating bloody meat so easily, but she said nothing. The blood was great and all, it was the raw meat part she didn't like. "Seduction class was amazing. I learned so much. I'll make sure to use this later." Himiko gave an excited giggle, since her class had gone well in her eyes. "Did you know that dash? I don't care about anything you have to say, seduction is stupid. All you need in life is people to kill. Isn't that right, Momochi?" Naruto asked with a smile as she put another raw steak on her plate. She had a wide smile as she looked at the girl who could create nukes, since that was a weapon that could induce mass murder with ease. Having somebody with a great quirk for murder like her, now that was nice. Instead of Himiko, who just looked like people when she drank their blood. A quirk like that wasn't impressive in the slightest to her. "Say, how about we team up, destroy this school, hell, let's go to China together, and just turn the country, no, all of Asia to ash, sounds fun right?" Naruto was getting more and more excited, slowly forgetting about the bad mood that she was in. Yes, a road trip was only made complete with lots of death. "Wanna join the League of Villains? We can always use another heavy hitter." Himiko gave out the offer. Momo thought about her options, and she wasn't talking about becoming a villain. Taking their offer was the best way to question them about the League's location, which could be used for them to finally put an end to them. "I'll be right back, I have to use the restroom." Momo stood up politely, before she turned and started to walk away. This was a good chance for her to do something else that she needed to do as well. Like actually use the restroom. Gross, high school girls really shouldn't say that out loud, it really ruins the image we should have. Himiko could be heard saying. Momo just held Naruto, who needed to be given some serious credit for not making any movements that anyone could notice of him for several hours at a time. The training Naruto did to create the frog kata that he was teaching Tsuyu was really coming in handy in allowing him to pretend to be a plush toy. In the bathroom? "So, what do you think I should do?" Momo whispered to Naruto as he sat cross-legged in her lap, while she was sitting down in a stall, not using the restroom yet of course. She, of course, was talking about the offer that she had just gotten from the other girls. "Should I accept and learn a little about the League?" Momo asked, and Naruto crossed his arms. He wanted to say yes. "It would be great if you could, but by the end of this mission, when we have to reveal who we are and escape, I'm pretty sure that if they know you have information about them, Naruto will chase us to silence you," Naruto pointed out to her. He didn't know if the girl was truly loyal to the League, or if she was just with them so that she could kill people. Though, if his younger brother was also with the League, then it was more than likely she did hold some loyalty. Momo opened her shirt enough for her cleavage to show, and she created a fake Naruto that looked exactly like him. Holding it like she had been holding Naruto, she nodded to him. "Very well, lunch ends in 25 minutes, I'll pretend to have a stomach ache and come back here in 20 minutes. Use the vent in here, and do some scouting." Momo pointed out the vent. They had no layout of the place, and without that they couldn't make the escape that they needed. It was more than just that, while Naruto was scouting, he would need to locate anything that they could use to prove that this island was a danger to the nation of Japan. While cloning was illegal on much of the world, St. Lavender Academy existed outside of the laws of the world, on its own independent island, separate from the rest of the world. They would need serious proof that the Academy was a legitimate threat, and needed to be put to an end. No to mention, she needed Naruto to find a way to communicate with the outside world. Anything else? Naruto asked her, and she nodded. Find the blueprints to whatever it was that knocked out our phones. If I have those, I can create something that can block out the signals. Then, if I create new phones, we can contact the other heroes. Momo needed those blueprints more than she needed the school's layout, because without them escaping the island would become far more challenging for them. Naruto nodded, and mentally added it to the list. Minutes later, I'm sorry for that, anyway, I'm flattered, but I prefer to work alone. I don't want to worry about having allies that will get swept up in my destruction. Momo politely refused Himiko and Naruto their offer to join them. She had a light nervous sweat on the back of her neck, but she kept a calm aura about her. Naruto raised an eyebrow, feeling something had changed about the girl, but shrugged it off with a grin. You can create weapons of mass destruction, you really don't need to join the stupid league, if only brother and cousin could see things like that. Brother is too concerned with starting a hero-slash-villain war, and cousin is way too obsessed with killing All Might. They never seem to stop and just appreciate the fact that we're murdering people, stop and smell the blood-soaked roses. Naruto could completely understand where Momo was coming from. If she didn't hold loyalty to her brother, father, and cousin, then she would have just gone on endless rampages long ago. But alas, she held allies that she cared for, so she could only rampage when she was sure that they wouldn't get caught up in her destruction. Not that she believed for a second she would ever attack them when she did rampage. Sucks, would have liked to have you. So, you got anyone you like, or do you carry around an alright plush because you like him? Himiko was sick of talking villain stuff. Talking about love was so much more girl-like and fun for her. Naruto lost interest right away. Alright, saved my life, so one day, I want to lock him in my basement and keep him to myself. Momo said the creepiest thing that she could think of. Still needed to pretend to be a villain after all. Himiko seemed satisfied with the answer. Finally, every girl needs a rival for love. Well, to the best girl goes the guy, and if you win, I do hope you'll let me join in for the fun, after all. I am bi. Himiko smiled and licked her lips. Momo shivered when she realized that she had just aroused Himiko. She never wanted to do that again. Chapter 72 Not Ready. Momo gulped when she sat in silence with Naruto and Himiko after their quick talk, knowing that she was going to have to gather up the courage to act the part of the villain, without Naruto's emotional support. Calming herself, she retained a neutral look on her face, and saw that her plate was empty. She wasn't hurt about it, since it would seem that Naruto had decided she was still hungry, and finished it off. It was good for her, since she didn't have a strong enough digestive system to eat raw meat like Naruto. Naruto sent her a look, before she narrowed her eyes. "He bitch, you better not be planning something," Naruto stated, and Momo practically jumped at the sudden change of tone. Her cover was blown. "Oh, like one of you three new students can do anything against me. I'm an elite at this school, hand-picked by Kaguya-sama herself. I was just coming to give you three a warm welcome dash." Oh thank God, she was talking to the person behind me. Momo thought with a sigh of relief when she heard the most arrogant voice she had ever listened to in all her life. Knowing that Naruto had not been talking to her was such a relief. She turned to look at the person who had been speaking, only to get a face full of mashed potatoes for her efforts. "Oops, slipped," the girl said, before she turned an entire tray of food upside down on Momo's head. "I mistook you for, well, I guess I'm not wrong to dump this on you. After all, you're all trash too." She spoke, and despite feeling pretty angry about how she was being treated, Momo took it in stride. She wasn't going to let this get to her and start something. Hero or not, she needed to be the bigger person about this. Naruto stood up, and so did Himiko. "The fuck did you just say about me? This leech might be trash." Naruto pointed to Himiko, who just nodded her head, before she sent a small glare to Naruto for the backhanded insult. "But I could rip your head off before you could so much as blink." Naruto started to transform, getting far larger than before as she transformed all the way to her second-tailed form, just to prove a point. Momo couldn't see what was going on, food in her eyes, but she was quickly wiping her eyes to try and calm down the situation, without anyone dying. "I'll cut you up for talking about my new bestie." Himiko pulled a knife from under her skirt, and jumped over the table. "Hey now, there isn't any need to dash." Momo was stopped when she heard it. She heard the sound of a crack, a short scream, and then she felt the ground shake a little, and some warm fluid splash across her neck and face. She froze completely, now suddenly not wanting to get the potatoes from her eyes, because she knew the scene in front of her was going to be very unpleasant for her. The cafeteria went silent before Momo felt a sickness in her stomach when she smelled blood, a smell Naruto made her become familiar with, seeing as he was injured all the time. She felt sick. Bitch, didn't even last a second. Naruto turned back to normal, and Momo uncovered her eyes and looked at the wall. She saw, who she suspected was her tormentor, smashed head first against the wall. What was left of her head was squashed into paste, brain matter splattered on the wall and ground. The broken remains of her head were all that were keeping her implanted into the wall. Next to her was a girl who was gurgling on her own blood, hands on her throat and still bleeding to death. Himiko was sitting on top of the girl, knife raised above her head, before she started to bring it down and gave even more fatal stabs to the quickly dying girl. She was going to be sick. You're actually really pretty, let me make you even cuter. With Naruto. More clones, even the security guards are clones of Kaguya, these ones seem modified though. Naruto noted as he went through the vents, his smaller size thanks to the shrinking ring he was wearing, giving him the perfect sneaking edge to get around. These Kaguyas had sensors in front of their eyes, melded to their faces, no doubt so that they could react to students and dangers even faster. The woman's paranoia knew no bounds it would seem, seeing as she didn't trust any real people to do her bidding for her. It seems we have 2 dead students. 013 and 015, please go and collect the corpses. Harvest what remains of their DNA for cloning, and then send their corpses down to Kabuto. The clone spoke over the private radio, no doubt to other clones. So, down to Kabuto, somebody named Kabuto is working downstairs, and he is working with the corpses. I should find where the clones are, looks like they don't watch the bathrooms or dorms, but they have cameras everywhere else. Naruto thought as he slipped out of the vent, and landed right behind a Kaguya clone. Naruto took the ring off of his wrist, before he grew back to normal size, and chopped the clone in the back of the neck. Quickly, he did the same to the other clone, both of the guards slumping forward in their chairs. Naruto stepped forward and started to look at the cameras. There, on the bottom floor, was a man that was studying. Naruto felt his fist tighten when he saw the restored corpse of his mother, being studied like a frog, and even the corpse of Mito Uzumaki was in a similar state of nudity. Their corpses being defiled, their bodies studied years after their deaths. Naruto remembered Momo's words to him, and turned his head away from that screen. He saw Kaguya in her office, and he quickly turned his head away from there to when he saw what she was doing. Looking at each screen, he saw a dozen Kaguya clones a layer above Kabuto, working in a room filled with technical designs. One of the clones opened a filing cabinet and took out some blueprints, and Naruto knew where he was going to go tomorrow. As it were, he needed to leave and go meet up with Momo again. Kaguya 015 to Kaguya 047, we have the corpses. Naruto picked up the communications radio, and cleared his throat. This is Kaguya 047, you have your orders. Be careful, it looks like there might be a gas leak. Naruto, in a perfect imitation of Kaguya's voice, stated as he slyly gave a reason for why both of the security Kaguya would be knocked out. It would be odd if they were knocked out cold, woke up, and questioned heavily why they were knocked out. A gas leak would explain why, and give them a good reason for why they couldn't remember it. Okay, I'll send Kaguya 103 up there later to take a look. With his traces covered, Naruto put the shrinking ring back on, and shrank down. Jumping back into the vents, he sealed it shut behind him, before he nodded and made like a fart in the wind, and vanished. He was going to report his findings back to Momo, and though it wasn't everything she asked for, now he had a basic layout of the place, and he knew where to get the blueprints. This was a good first stop, they could continue this tomorrow, and then he would be able to better do his job. Later that, thanks for earlier Naruto, it means a lot to me that you would do that. Momo spoke with a bow, outside of her dorm room. Naruto was back in her arms, and she was putting on her most friendly expression possible. No matter how she felt on the inside, even though she went to the locker room and showered the blood and food scraps off of her body, she still felt dirty. With that said, she got into the dorm room, and closed the door behind her. Momo felt bile rush to her throat, and she dropped Naruto and ran over to the trash can in the room, and threw up. She had been holding in the urge to do that since lunch, and the act of thanking Naruto for murdering somebody had created such a horrible feeling in her stomach, that the need to vomit came back. It went against everything inside of her to thank somebody for murder, but it was part of the act. She felt Naruto's hand soothing her back, and she didn't want to be soothed, but she couldn't say anything at the moment. It's okay? Naruto spoke gently to her. His report could come after this. I thanked her. I couldn't stop her from killing, right next to me. Momo really wished that she could throw up some more, but her stomach was empty. She wanted to do anything to get rid of the horrible feeling that she had. It was worse. Momo could remember the feeling when she critically injured Naruto, and this feeling was worse. She had felt horrible, but she had known Naruto would be fine in the end, so it helped. This time, 2 girls died right next to her, and she was unable to save them. She could have prevented their deaths, but she didn't, she just sat there and let it happen. Naruto knew what she was talking about, saw it on the security cameras. Yes, you could have tried to save them. Naruto was not going to lie to her, but he wrapped his arms around her. But you would have died, and then they would have died. There was nothing you could do. Naruto comforted her with that knowledge. Her not doing anything at all, while not great, was still the best option. He hated this, but he was going to admit it. He preferred those 2 dying, instead of Momo, because her death would have served no meaning if she died for them. Still, Momo was suffering because of what she saw. The human brain wasn't so easily controlled, she was suffering from survivor's guilt. I practically killed them. I could have dashed. No, you couldn't. There was nothing you could have done, Momo. You are not the reason those girls died. This is coming from a murderer? Naruto told her, and her eyes opened, and she looked at Naruto. Her tears stained her cheeks, when she remembered. Naruto had killed twice. He had killed that Nomu when he went berserk the first time, and he had killed Orochimaru's body when he technically blew up the man's fortress. Naruto had taken life, twice now. She wrapped her arms around him, and cried into his chest. I saw their lifeless bodies. That girl, she looked me in the eyes as she choked on her own blood. It was horrible. Does this feeling go away? How do I make it go away? Momo asked him, and he squeezed tighter. Reading about death, and truly seeing death for the first time, they were different things. How a person reacted to death was a telling sign as well. Naruto's reaction was to bottle up his feelings and ignore them until they exploded. Momo unleashed all of her feelings once she had a chance, which was much healthier. You did not kill them, take comfort in that. This feeling just proves you're still human. Cry as much as you want, I won't let go of you until you're ready, Naruto assured her as he just let her cry into his neck. He was glad that she was getting this out. He still needed to work through his own guilt, but he wasn't going to do that now. Not when she needed him. He would just bottle up his own feeling again, for her. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm not sure if this mission is right. Don't be like that, you're way smarter than me. If you don't know what to do, then we're screwed, because I'm a dumbass. Naruto laughed to try and tease her out of this. She had a mature body, and she was more mature than her classmates, but in the end Momo was still a teenage girl. This mistake, this failure, had really messed with her head. She wasn't ready to be a hero yet, and having this life forced on her before she was emotionally ready for it was wrong. After this mission, Naruto was going to force the government to allow them to become students again. He didn't care what strings he had to pull. Momo needed time before she could become a hero. Now, she had seen death firsthand. It would be a while before she was truly over this. But first, they needed to survive this mission. Chapter 73 The Next Challenge. A sleepless night. It would be worth it though, seeing as he had to get Momo off this island as soon as possible. To do that, he would have to finish the mission, as much of it as he could, by himself and think up a plan to get off the island. He was going to be tired in the morning, but it was far more than worth it. Naruto looked at all of the documents that he had been able to take from the records. There were so many records of their illegal activities. Not like normal records, these records were testing data that was being used to record the progress of their illegal experimentation. The seed bed. It would seem that Kaguya was doing some independent actions. She planned on creating clone children using her students, once they had reached the peak of their powers. She would then strategically place those children in orphanages across the world. Each child was going to be cloned and modified, so that inside each of their chests they would hold a chemical weapon that would explode and infect entire cities. The chemical weapon containing Kaguya's own DNA in it, and with her DNA all over the world, she would be in direct contact with everyone on the planet. She would be able to use her quirk to rapidly absorb all of the energy from everyone, thus forcing the world's population to give in to her greatest wishes in order to survive another day. She's a sick fuck. She's choosing to clone girls who are good-looking, and with good quirks, so that they are more likely to get adopted. Every student at this school thinks they are joining her army, but they are just pigs to the slaughter. Naruto whispered to himself as he read over the documents. Reading these, he knew that this was the evidence that they needed to end the school, and put Kaguya away for the rest of her life. There was no way that any country would be able to ignore this, nor ignore the fact that Kaguya had already hacked into their citizen registry and created hundreds of false identities for her clone bombs. No. She has a backup site. If something happens to this school, she's going to escape to Site B. Naruto read further into the file. She had backup plans, and some of the information on the file was missing as well. So, it seems like there is a rat among us. Time to exterminate. Naruto grinned, and turned his head to see the true Kaguya standing behind him. His Hoshi no Tama was resting safely between Momo's sleeping breasts, so Kaguya wasn't going to be able to steal that from him. Naruto turned around and faced her, before he put the file safely away under his shirt. The woman looked surprised that he was here, but the fact that all of her guards in the room were knocked out, showed her that her opponent was a skilled fighter, or a stealthy one. Naruto raised his fists up, and prepared for a fight. "Come at me, you pasty bitch." Naruto spat at her. Her literally spat in her face when he said it, ending his sentence by giving her face a new coating of saliva. A vein bulged on her forehead, and he saw the signs of her quirk activating, her horns glowing and the third eye on her forehead opening up. "I'll drain your energy completely." Naruto threw a punch at her, and she reached out with a surprisingly long reach, and grabbed his shoulder. Their battle started in an instant, and Kaguya felt a rush of potent life energy rush out of Naruto's body and into her own through her horns. Then, Naruto's punch connected with her face, and sent her flying backyards, though she landed on his feet. He was already running towards her, and she kicked him in the face as he let loose a powerful punch to her stomach. "Try it, take as much as you think you can." Naruto sent her flying again, another chunk of his energy was gone. She slammed into the wall, bleeding from her split lip, but she wiped it away. She sent him a gleeful look. Your energy is absolutely massive. I've been stealing energy for over 160 years now. I'm going to suck you dry." Kaguya couldn't believe it. Even the girl from earlier, Naruto, couldn't even begin to compete with the amount of energy this boy had. This boy had enough energy in his body, through both being naturally gifted, and no doubt a lifetime of impossible levels of training, that he was like an ocean of power waiting to be drained. She was going to suck him until he was a husk, all of that energy, if she added it to her own. No. He had so much energy, that if she sucked it all, she could gain his quirk forever. She could become a deity with all of his power. She could use it better than him anyway. Kaguya's body started to glow blue, and she started to cover her body in years of stolen energy. "I have a girlfriend, and she's been trying to do that for weeks now, get in line," Naruto stated, and he blocked a punch from her. She drained more of his energy. "No. I should let you live, you'll become a great battery for me, so be a good boy and sit." Kaguya shouted as she traded blows with Naruto, increasing her strength beyond human levels with her stolen power. She looked at Naruto, expecting him to get sent flying by her might. He tanked her attack, and headbutt her in the nose, pushing her back so that the two of them could punch each other in the faces. "Take all the energy you want, but you won't put me down. I'm going to be alright, and you can't change that." Naruto could feel power getting drained from his body. Through sheer willpower, he kept going forward. Every time his fists hit her, he had energy drained from him. Whenever she hit him, even more energy was pulled out of his body. Several Kaguya guards entered the room. "Master. There, more power." Kaguya's clones, they turned into raw energy and entered Kaguya's body. The glow around her body became brighter, and Naruto felt her energy absorption get stronger as well. That didn't matter. They continued to trade blows, faster and faster, her enhanced power slowly starting to match his own strength. Naruto took a hit to the nose that broke it, and pushed him back. Slowly, his attacks were no longer hitting her either, as her third eye started to move and track his movements. "I'm starting to understand, to steal energy, she needs that third eye open, her horns are the conduit for stolen energy, and her DNA is the vessel. Whatever energy she steals, she can use to enhance herself, the longer I fight her, the stronger she gets." Naruto thought as he wiped his bloody nose and took a brief. He noticed something else. Kaguya's injuries were vanishing as well, the glowing energy healing the injuries that he was giving her. "My quirk has granted me immortality, and I'm unmatched in physical combat. Just allow yourself to slip into an infinite dream. Defeating me is impossible." Kaguya taunted him when her injuries were finished healing. Naruto smirked. "Impossible. Then, I guess I can't be a real hero until I beat you, and if I defeat you, then you aren't an impossible challenge. I'll have to challenge myself further." Naruto spoke with a grin on his face. Naruto rushed towards her, stance changed, and when she threw a punch, he matched it with his own punch. Naruto could hear the voice in his head. "Run. Boy, I am a goddess," Kaguya proclaimed to him, and she punched him in the forehead. Her fist stopping and absorbing his power constantly now, since Naruto stopped moving, and just closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. Inside Naruto? Infinite darkness, Naruto could feel a festering hatred unlike any other all around him, consuming him. He could see two giant red eyes open up behind him, and he just glanced at them. "So, my quirk really is sentient, hey? Monster Fox, for once in my life, shut the fuck up. You're my quirk and you better start acting like it. This is my body, you're just a part of it." Naruto turned and faced the red eyes, a confident grin on his face. You're nothing without your quirk, you need our power. Dumbass, did you forget, this entire fight? I've been doing it, without my quirk. Naruto questioned himself, since his quirk was just a part of himself. This voice was nothing more than a part of him, his darkest parts, but a part of him all the same. With or without my quirk, I'm all right, aren't I? Naruto stared into the abyss. He reached out into it, and pulled out a glowing light. Fine, just this time, use our power without hatred. Outside Naruto. This energy, it's amazing. Even after stealing so much, you're a monster. Kaguya couldn't be more excited when she continued to steal Naruto's energy for several minutes straight, while he stood in place. Naruto opened his eyes. I'm not a monster. Naruto grinned, and showed his canines were longer than before, his eyes opening to show he had glowing blue eyes with slit pupils. Kaguya suddenly felt far more energy come out of Naruto's body, so much power that it was unlike anything she had ever sucked before. Naruto's whisker marks thickened, and Kaguya saw as his arms transformed, gaining golden, glowing fur on them, with black markings. I'm a monster fox, now, eat this. Nine-tailed smash. Naruto punched her. Kaguya summoned every single ounce of stolen energy, including all that she stole from Naruto, and guarded herself with it. Back in Japan, whoa! Toshinori and Izuku covered their faces with their arms when an unbelievable amount of power split the sky above them and the ocean in front of them. They were literally able to see the split ocean, and the clouds move out of the way. They were just training Izuku to use his quirk better, when suddenly an unbelievable amount of raw force shook everything. Toshinori had to transform and use a full power punch of his own to fight back against the shock wave, to try and send it into the air. What was that? Izuku, he could see the shock wave was still traveling, All Might's punch having only been strong enough to change the direction of where the shock was traveling. A powerful wind followed, and the ocean slowly started to return to normal, massive waves churning, the clouds still being moved. I don't know. I've never seen anything that a full power punch wasn't able to overpower before. Toshinori turned back to normal, and looked into the distance. He couldn't even see the source of the attack, it had been so far away. No. For some reason, he felt a sense of pride fill him, and he had no explanation why. For some off reason, he felt Naruto was responsible. Back with Naruto. Fuck. Fuck. Naruto shouted as he looked at his practically destroyed right arm. Then, he looked at the damage that he had done. Half of the entire island had just been blown away by his attack, and he could see the moonlight in the once cloudy sky. His attack had destroyed half the island, and thankfully it looked like he had missed the school seeing as his attack was aimed outward from the school. He really hoped that his attack's shockwave didn't make it back to Japan. That would really suck. It was pure luck that he didn't kill anyone at the school. Well, looking at Kaguya's remains, he couldn't say that. All that remained of her was one of her horns and part of her skull. So, that was how strong he could be if he mastered his quirk. Naruto dropped to his knees, and he could see Kaguya starting to regenerate from his attack. The little energy she had left was being used for that, so Naruto forced himself to stand back up. His transformation ended. Next time, you will be consumed by your hatred. Hey Kaguya. I guess I'm not ready to be a hero yet. That challenge you gave me was too easy. Naruto spoke to nothing as he passed by her. No doubt he had woken the entire academy up with that attack, so he was going to have to get to Momo as soon as possible. Stop, intruder. It would seem getting back to Momo was going to be another challenge. Chapter 74 Painful Escape. Oh no. This isn't good. Menma is going to hate this, a lot. Naruto was dead. The exact same time that half the island was destroyed, Naruto woke up for a brief few moments, screamed in absolute agony for several minutos, and then she died. The news that his sister was dead, and Himiko did not know the cause, was going to be, well, it wasn't going to be good for her in the slightest. Tamura would be, mostly, uncaring about this, so she wasn't worried about that. The only thing that could have caused Naruto to die like that, would be if her Hoshi no Tama had been utterly destroyed. Naruto, when she kidnapped him, told her that was how his mother died. Kaguya had the Hoshi no Tama. Did Kaguya die while holding it, and the Hoshi no Tama get destroyed because of it? Was that the reason half of the island was gone? Kaguya messed with it too much, and it exploded? Hoshi no Tama could explode? The way didn't matter so much as the fact that it happened, and now Naruto was dead. The strongest fighter in the League of Villains was now dead, and their fighting forces were so drastically reduced that it was unreal. Naruto was their living, breathing, weapon of mass destruction. Himiko looked out the window, and she saw utter chaos going on outside, students killing each other left and right now that all of the Kaguya clones seemed to be gone. Without the fear of Kaguya, all of the students had completely lost it, and thus Himiko needed to leave as quickly as possible. With Momo? Naruto? Naruto! Where are you? These girls are going nuts. Momo ran with a limp. She had already had to fight off 3 students who had tried to take her life. She was running on instinct, guessing where to go as she tried to find her partner. Considering half of the island was now gone, and she had a feeling Naruto was to blame for that partially, of completely, she knew he had to be somewhere. That, or Naruto went nuts and destroyed half of the island? Momo looked around for any signs of Naruto. Naruto! Momo called out as she ran towards a large pool of blood that was leaking from under the nurse's office. She had naturally ran towards a place where Naruto would go to grab something to wrap up injuries, considering Naruto might have been in a deadly battle while she was asleep. With the number of times he gets seriously injured while fighting, that would be the first place he would go, before he collected her and ran out. Rushing into the nurse's office, she felt relief and worry fill her when she saw that she had perfectly understood Naruto's thought process. She was relieved that he was alive, naturally, but the small amount of pride that she felt that she understood him so well, was wiped out when she saw the condition he was in. Good. I knew you would come here. When you realized I was gone, help me out here. Naruto spoke to her as he was tying up the stump that he had for a right arm with winces and grunts. Damn bitch managed to shove one of her broken horns into my shattered arm. Naruto groaned, looking at the arm that he himself cut off. All of the energy in his arm had been lost when he cut it off, so he was no longer fueling Kagaya's regeneration. He realized it when he came to understand that he was losing more stamina than he usually did when he suffered from severe blood loss. Momo rushed to his side and she noticed that for the most part, he had already properly cut his arm off, but that didn't explain what had happened. What's going on, Naruto? Momo had no clue what was going on. I got the information that we need, but got caught by Kagaya. We ended up fighting. I accidentally destroyed her with a punch that was too strong. At the last moment, she shoved the shattered remains of one of her horns into my arm. Cutting my arm off should slow down her regeneration. Naruto let out a sigh as Momo completely tied off his arm. Naruto pulled out the documents that he had taken, before he groaned in pain. He had lost too much blood, and after unleashing that punch, he had destroyed nearly everything in his body. He had been prepared for the recoil of such a punch, because he did not know how strong it was going to be. Using the full force of his 9-tailed form, in the concentrated amount of just a single arm, fucked him up more than he was prepared for. Opening up her shirt, Momo created a backpack out of her stomach and chest, before she stored the documents in them so that would not be damaged further. What about the other Kagayas? Momo questioned him, and Naruto drew a line across his throat. They started to die when Kagaya was turned into a smear. They started to rapidly age. I think Kagaya was supplying them with energy to keep them young. Naruto had noticed that the clones all started to age very quickly, the second that Kagaya was defeated. Her death, though she was still very much alive, was the catalyst needed to start their aging process. Momo helped Naruto stand up, since he didn't have a lot of strength left to do that. She opened a second part of the backpack, and she grabbed Naruto's right arm from the ground. She put the arm in the backpack, before she went over to the freezer and started to fill the backpack with ice. The 2 pockets, the document and arm pockets, were separated by waterproof barriers so that she could keep Naruto's arm and the documents. She was sure that if recovering Naruto's arm were possible, Recovery Girl would know how to do it. Once they got Kagaya's fragments out of the arm, and it was safe to reattach to Naruto, he would be back to full strength again. You idiot, why did you do this alone? Momo wasn't asking him. She was shouting at him. I wanted to get you off this island. We need to head to the water. You can make a raft, and we'll paddle back to Japan? Naruto instructed her as she helped him walk through the growing levels of destruction. Without Kagaya, the students had nobody to fear. Nobody was controlling them anymore. These villainous girls were going wild, and it was no longer safe enough for them to even try to stay any longer. Naruto wasn't in fighting condition, and she herself wasn't able to fight and protect Naruto at the same time. They were going to have to be content with what they managed to get, even though they knew that there was still more on the island for them to do. It was a bitter success. They completed the mission they were assigned, but Naruto's personal mission on the island was going to be left for another day. In the underground? That boy, he's quite amazing? Kabuto looked at the security footage of the fight between Naruto and Kagaya, analyzing the last move that Naruto used, and how his right arm had transformed into a golden-furred version of itself, with odd black markings. He even watched as the punch nearly completely destroyed Kagaya, and then proceeded to destroy half of the island, and continue all the way before it was stopped by something in Japan. The shock wave of the punch had split the ocean and sky. Is this the true power of the Monster Fox quirk? Kabuto asked the computer monitor. Orochimaru was smirking on it. Small robots were walking around the lab, collecting all of Kabuto's research data, and the test subjects that he had were all being stored away for relocation, since this island was no longer a good work spot. That boy is no boy, he is a monster. Kaguya spoke, having regenerated her head, neck, and 20% of her torso, along with part of her left arm, spoke from inside of a liquid-filled tube. Kabuto had watched the fight, and when Kaguya's regeneration slowed down, he had went to collect her body and put her in a healing chamber. She would naturally regenerate over time, but since Naruto had cut off his arm, it would take a long time before Kaguya was back to fighting power. The amount of body that was restored was only thanks to the energy she was stealing from Naruto thanks to the horn fragments inside of his broken arm. He is Naruto Uzumaki. When I captured all of the best pro heroes, he did the impossible and fought them all off, and was the most important part in my defeat. I lost my body because of him. Orochimaru spoke from behind the monitor. He was killed by Naruto, only his memories existed now, in the form of computer programs that was scattered all across the internet. He was going to download himself into a new body, and take his revenge on Naruto, the second he could. That didn't mean he did not admire the boy's strength though. It would seem Naruto had unlocked a secret of his quirk that no Monster Fox user had ever managed to do before him. He had used his quirk with no hatred in his heart, if only for a brief moment. He destroyed the 3 Hoshi no Tama I had on me. The girl is no doubt dead now. No doubt, my students are rampaging without me to keep them under control. My plans were ruined. I was going to reshape the world in my image, over 100 years of planning and stealth, ruined in less than 2 days because of him. Kaguya was emotionally numb because of her loss. Her quirk wasn't working properly at the moment, and it would take her close to 5 years before her body naturally used its energy to regenerate herself. She had been planning her world takeover for years and years, and it had been ended because some blonde boy noticed what she was doing, and decided to get in her way. Orochimaru, for a brief moment, felt some sympathy, but only because the exact same thing happened to him. He had nearly done it. After so many years of careful planning, he was hours away from destroying the world and replacing it with his image of a perfect one. Yet, in less than 2 days, Naruto had discovered what he was doing, and decided that he was going to get in his way. They both had also lost their bodies because of Naruto. Well, it's a good thing that I don't have world domination plans. Kabuto just wanted to make the ultimate warrior, and he was just messing with corpses. Illegal action sure, but he wasn't doing anything so grande as to force Naruto to get involved. Kabuto blinked and turned around when he realized somebody was in the room with him. You two failed, because you never imagined somebody who could stand in your way, and because of your mistake, you have lost everything. You. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed hatefully on screen, while Kaguya seemed confused. She wasn't sure who this man was that was walking into the room, but she was sure that he was somebody Orochimaru knew well enough to dislike. I told you that I wasn't going to join you. Orochimaru stated coldly, and there was a deep chuckle that came from the shadows. 2 ringed, purple eyes opened in the darkness. You became arrogant, and because of it, you learned pain. Chapter 75 The Demon Arises. You're lucky I was able to save that arm at all, let alone attach it back. You're a miracle worker recovery girl. Naruto grinned as he looked at the right arm he had reattached to his body. Not only had Recovery Girl been able to take all of Kaguya's horn fragments out of his arm, and though his arm had many scars on it now, it was back where it needed to be. It was smart of Momo to not only save his arm, but keep it on ice in that backpack until they had managed to get back to Japan and rush it to Recovery Girl. It was also lucky that the semi-retired heroine knew not only how to use her quirk, but was also an expert surgeon as well. She whacked the side of his head. You're lucky, because I was able to use those crystal fragments in your arm to rematch the large amounts of your bones that were missing. Those crystal fragments were made of the same stuff as your Hoshi no Tama, and were compatible with your body. Recovery Girl had only been able to save his arm, because of the fact that the crystal fragments could be melded together with his bones to reform them. Otherwise, were it not for those crystals, his arm would have been unusable. She could reattach it, but it would be a completely useless arm. He would have been better off without the arm at all, if that had been the case. In fact, some of those crystals are the same as that supervillain used in his fortress a while back. Recovery Girl referred to the crystals that Naruto had in the safe in his room, the crystal fragments that had one been his mother's Hoshi no Tama. Naruto gripped his right hand into a fist, and started to wrap bandages around his arm, a deep frown on his face. Right, Kaguya had 3 Hoshi no Tamas on her body when he had destroyed her, and they were tough objects. When she put her horn fragments in his arm, a lot of Hoshi no Tama fragments must have been lodged into his arm as well, destroying parts of his bones. That would mean that when he destroyed them, he also destroyed? Are you okay? I'll be okay. Naruto took a deep breath, unclenching his fist. He, with his own 2 hands, was the direct cause of his sister's death by destroying his Hoshi no Tama, and though she was a monster that could not be redeemed, the fact that he ended the life of his own flesh and blood, that was a thing now. He had become the very thing that he had always believed his mother to be, the person who killed his siblings. La! Reira! Menma's roar of anger and pain echoed through the entire base, his face burning red in fury, more emotion than anyone had ever seen him portray. He slammed his fist into the nearest object, a table, and split it right down the middle. Himiko returning to the base with the news that she had failed was always bad enough, but coming back to the base with the news that Naruto had died on the mission. No, the very fact that his sister, the strongest person he knew, had died along was wrong. I didn't do it. I know you didn't do it. You're not strong enough, it had to be him, he did it somehow, the only person who could have been stronger than Naruto? Menma growled and stormed off. With a mere touch of his body, he teleported himself to the building housing the Nomus that were being created. He looked around for the right Nomu, the one that was being designed to kill All Might and Naruto, and stomped right towards it. It was still a week away from being ready to unleash, meaning that his revenge was going to have to wait a week because of it. How dare you? How dare you take her away? She was powerful, she was the perfect killing machine, she was our blood sister. Menma started to kick trash cans around the room. He wasn't going to let the others see him in his rage anymore, they had already heard enough of that. Any and all hesitation that he felt about having Naruto killed was gone. His elder brother needed to die, he was the only person in the world that he knew could kill her, and while he didn't know how he did it, he knew it had happened. Child, calm yourself. Father? Is this Nomu ready for battle, strong enough to fight? Menma asked as he looked at their ultimate weapon, though imperfect it may be at the moment. All for One, standing behind him with a slightly amused aura about him. That fast-forward quirk, if you push it to the limit, the weapon can be used now. I can take it, and kill Naruto, right? Menma, All for One could see, had his usual cool and calm aura of intelligent evil, brought to a crashing halt all around him. Naruto, for all intents and purposes, had been Menma's one true partner in life, and now she was dead. He had lost the one true sibling he grew up with, this was the first time the boy had ever experienced loss in his life. He never had need for the emotions of sadness of grief, and he developed no ability to mourn in a calm way because of it. As he was now, he was more of a wild animal than even Naruto herself had been. His thirst for blood was beyond belief, it radiated off of him, and even All for One felt a shiver go down his spine when he heard the voice of his surrogate child. This was no longer a boy. This was a demon. I told you, Naruto Uzumaki and Toshinori Yagi needed to be destroyed, but you've lost your sister. You have to forever live with the fact that she has been killed. Just killing her killer, is that enough? All for One calmly spoke, knowing exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly the effect he was going to have, with those so few words. A wide grin spread over his face when realization hit Menma. Blistering rage turned into cold fury, in an instant, the raging hellfire in his eyes froze over. It was as if hell itself could freeze, just by the mere sight of his lifeless blue eyes, filled with a dark intelligence, and thirst for blood. Naruto will live. I'll rip his hero title away from him, I'll steal away from him anything he can call a family. I'll watch as he surrenders to total despair, until the last breath I take. I will stain his hands with the blood of everything he loves. Menma knew exactly what he needed to do. Menma walked towards the Nomu's creation cell, and he opened it up before it was finished. He glanced at All for One, who said nothing and just nodded his head. More Nomu could be created, easily in fact, but this child needed this learning experience to grow from. No, I guess I shouldn't call him a child anymore, this demon needs to sink further into darkness. All for One was glad that he had put more effort into raising Menma than he had Naruto. While he had taken the time to break her mind, and reduce her to the state of a battle-lusting maniac, he had carefully put down the seeds of true evil into Menma's mind. After so many years, those seeds had grown, taken root, and sucked out any and all goodness inside of the boy, leaving only true evil behind in its place. If you wish to take Nomu, you're more than welcome. Go, my son, make your father proud. All for One watched as Menma touched the Nomu, and both he and Nomu teleported away from the base. A hero could create a villain with their actions, and a hero could create the next generation of heroes who were even greater than they themselves were. A villain could create a hero through their evil deeds, but while a hero could create a better hero, a villain could create a demon if they took the time. Now to see if his demon could do what it was raised to do. Chapter 76 The Perfect Monster. Class was different. It was kind of awkward for everyone, knowing that two of their classmates had actually become pro-heroes and gone on some super-secret mission that they were refusing to talk about. Momo flinched, actually flinched, when she had been asked what had happened on the mission. Cool, calm, and collected Momo flinched, a show of fear and emotion so strong that it created a physical reaction in her body. She was the one that had, during the tournament, actually damaged to do the most damage to Naruto, and had gotten an up-close and personal view of a bloody body that she herself caused. The trauma that she must have faced, and the fact she was going to be taking off her final class at the end of every day to go and meet a pro hero to help her deal with this mental issue was frightening. Naruto, who handled trauma his entire life, was handling this, about the same as what he usually did. Bottle it up. He was the direct cause of his sister's death, and she had been placed in connection with the destruction of that city overseas. Her quirk and involvement was kept a secret to protect Naruto's future, but all his life he believed that his mother killed them, and now he's the killer he thought her to be. Toshinori couldn't even imagine how bad Naruto must feel, just the knowledge that Naruto was in this cycle of pain was unbelievable. He felt bad that both children had such horrible stuff happen on that horrible mission, but he was also kind of glad. They were bad in school with their friends now, more experienced because of what they went through, and a step closer to truly being ready. Momo was a step closer to mental maturity. Naruto was a step closer to humanity. It was his own fault that Naruto was this way. When Naruto first spat out his tama and started to awaken his quirk, he had made sure that Naruto could become a hero and groomed him for that. He never took the time to help his nephew grow as a human being. He had only ever tried to make Naruto become a hero, in order for him to be able to live a life outside of hate and discrimination for a quirk he couldn't help but he born with. Naruto was already a hero. He wasn't human though, not yet, but he was getting closer. Toshinori smiled as he watched Naruto going through training with the other students once more. Today was a semi-field training, the last of this type of training before the students all took their final tests of the semester. Naruto and Momo were both exempt from the tests, having just come back from something horrible like that wouldn't help them during the tests. He and Naruto locked eyes as Naruto carried the injured Izuku over to Recovery Girl, who was so kindly helping with the simulation. Good. Now, Midoriya-kun, why don't you go and get Azui-chan and you two practice together? I wish to speak with Naruto. Uzumaki-kun for a second. Toshinori shouted out, forgetting that he needed to be as impartial to Naruto during class as he could, but remembering at the last second. Both as a teacher, and as a family member, he needed to check and make sure that Naruto was okay. Okay? Naruto knew what this was instantly. I'm fine, you heard what she was like, I did the world. Naruto couldn't even finish the sentence without pausing, and gripping his fist. What Naruto did didn't matter. She was his sister, a sister he never got to know, and their lives could have turned out so differently. If he had been taken away and raised as a villain, he could have been in her shoes. She and he were just the same, but they just chose different paths. She sacrificed her humanity, in order to sink into the bloodlust inside herself, and become a villain. She was a monster, through and through, with not a speck of goodness left in her heart. He was the same. He had sacrificed his humanity, in order not to become a bloodthirsty monster, and become a hero and protect everyone. Being a good person didn't mean that he was any less of a monster than she was. Where she had a weak will and gave into her bloodlust, his will was too strong, and he surpassed all things that stood in his way. She was the perpetual failure, never succeeding in overcoming personal challenge. He was a perpetual success, never failing to overcome himself and surpass his limits. They were both monsters. Because they were both monsters, he could see where she could have been different. He didn't mourn her loss. She was better off dead, but the fact that he himself killed her via his actions, no. He shattered her tama, he killed her with his own 2 hands. One monster killed another monster, but he understood her, he could understand why she was the way she was. She was his sister, his flesh and blood, and if she was alive, so was Menma. A favor? Naruto, villain, hero, or civilian, she was your sister, and you're allowed to mourn her. We don't choose our family. Toshinori spoke so that nobody but Naruto would hear him. We do chose our family, you chose to take me in as your nephew, and I chose to accept you as my uncle. We're family. I chose to rescue Eri, and become her family, and she chose to see me like a father figure, which is what I will become. We're family now. Naruto didn't agree with Toshinori in the slightest. Their private talk did draw some attention, but the other students were far enough away that they wouldn't hear what was being said. Toshinori felt his heart hurt for Naruto, but there was pride there too. Those words were accurate and deep. Still, take a few days off school, properly mourn your sister. You're the only person who will mourn her, criminal or not, she was your blood. Toshinori knew he was asking a lot from Naruto. Naruto looked at him. I can't honestly mourn her, I'm not ready yet. Those were honest words from him. Mom killed a lot of people when she rampaged, and Dad killed Mom. Naruto killed tons of people, and I killed her. Dad was killed by Mom. Mom didn't lose control though, she was forced. She didn't kill Naruto or Menma, they were taken. I could have been taken like them. I could have been like Naruto. Naruto turned to look at Toshinori with eyes that were blood red, as if he were using his quirk. I'm a monster, just like her. I'm a monster that the world has labeled a hero. Until the day I stop being like her, I shouldn't mourn her. Naruto told his uncle with his eyes becoming blue again. You're not a monster, you're a dash. Not even you see me as a human being. Toshinori stopped talking, stunned by those words. My classmates don't see me as a human being anymore either. Look at me, look at how strong I've gotten in such a short period of time. If I fought them, all of them at the same time, would I even need to use my quirk to win? Naruto asked as he looked at his fellow students training together to rescue the injured. Bakugo had been right. During the tournament, Naruto had heard what Bakugo said in anger, about how none of them were even on his radar. Bakugo had said it perfectly, he had gone into that tournament without his quirk to test himself, but he hadn't been pushed that hard. It was nothing he couldn't handle, and he surpassed that test with ease. His classmates weren't on his radar anymore. That isn't a fair comparison. You could fight a pro hero on even grounds. You've trained with Ryukyu for so dash. If I honestly fought Ryukyu, one of the strongest heroes in the world, would I defeat her? Naruto asked Toshinori in a tone that showed him the answer. In these short months, his power had grown. He was stronger than even some of the top heroes. Students, and even most pro heroes, weren't even a challenge for him anymore. Every day, he was becoming less and less of a human when it came to strength. The others dash. To them, I'm perfect. Whatever imperfections I had at the start of school, they have personally watched as I destroyed them. Humans aren't supposed to be perfect. The only one who doesn't see me that way anymore is Momo, because she's seen me at my weakest? Naruto sighed, letting out a breath that contained so much emotion in it that it almost choked Toshinori. He wasn't wrong. He was to blame for Naruto being this way. He had pushed Naruto all his life to be the way he was now, to become a perfect hero that would surpass even him. Naruto had just finally come to terms with the fact that he stood on a different level than his peers. I'm sorry, but becoming a hero isn't my goal anymore, Naruto admitted, with Toshinori freezing. I'm already a hero, now my goal is different. I'm a hero who can save lives with my body, and hearts with my smile. Now I'm going to work to regain my humanity, for my friends, for you, for Eri, for Naruto. Naruto spoke with a smile. Toshinori was surprised. For her? He asked, not quite sure why Naruto was doing it for her. We're monsters. If I can become human, then that means Naruto could have become human too. I can mourn her, not as a monster, but I can mourn the person that Naruto could have been. Naruto smiled at his uncle, who smiled back at him. Forget pride. He felt something stronger, watching Naruto for the first time truly grow as a person enough to admit that he lacked something everyone else had. Unlike most people who gave up their humanity, Naruto was the first person that Toshinori had ever seen try and get it back, not for himself, but for those that needed him to be perfect. The school's alarms started to go off, showing that somebody was breaking into the school, and within moments of the alarms going off, the gate around the school came crumbling down, shattered by a powerful attack that knocked most of the students off their feet by the power of it. Villains. Chapter 77 Heroes Across Time Part 5. Not good. Eri-chan, stay behind me. Recovery Girl stated as she hid the girl behind her, not that she could do anything in a fight. Eri's powers of reverse would make her a great healer one day, so while taking care of the girl while Naruto was in class, she wanted to talk with the girl about pursuing a career one day in medical hero work. It would be a great use of her powers, and it would help her get control of them possibly. Now though, bringing a child to a training exercise couldn't have been worse. They were in the middle of a wide open area, but neither of them were anywhere near fast enough to get to the school building. All she could do was offer her own body as a shield to protect this innocent child. Students had stopped their training, looking towards the dirt that had been stirred up into the air. Alarms were going off throughout the entire school. After the USJ incident, the school had learned from their past security weakness though. Blast shields and barriers started to drop across the windows and doors of the school, providing the non-hero students inside as much protection as possible. They were the lucky ones. When the dust settled, every student who laid eyes on the two beings that walked onto the grounds froze. That's the same type of monster that Naruto beat? Izuku spoke when he laid eyes on the monster that nearly killed Naruto in one of their first lessons, but in the end was killed by Naruto. This monster though, this Nomu, it was bigger, it was visibly stronger. As it walked forward, soaking in the sunlight, he could see that it was pure white in body now, similar shaped. It seemed stronger, not just in stature, but the presence it had was unreal. Fear. It was pure fear that kept the students frozen. This was like standing in front of a 100-foot-tall tiger, a monster that you didn't need it to speak in order to know just how screwed you were. Bakugo, Todoroki, not even the oh-so-confident Kirishima were able to do more than shake as they looked towards impending doom, as it took only a single step towards them. Momo collapsed to her knees, holding her mouth with both hands to try not to throw up, and though she was invisible, you could see the puddle that appeared on the ground where Toru collapsed and lost control over her bladder. Those were normal reactions, because this wasn't a fight or flight response from them, because they couldn't fight, and running away was impossible. That was the feeling in the air. Naruto? Mina asked when she saw Naruto walking next to the monster. Naruto, but with longer hair, and wearing a suit. That isn't Naruto, we need to run, Ojiro stated, his tail trembling. He couldn't run either. Nomu, kill the healer, Menma stated as with a cold, analytical tone once more, his eyes showing not an ounce of emotion. In response to his words, Nomu raised his hand up and a bone spear erupted out of the palm of his hand. Nomu pointed his hand at Recovery Girl, and just like that, the bone vanished from his palm. There was a shrill whistle, before the bone was lodged in the middle of her chest. Recovery Girl was only able to look down at the spear going through her heart, before she collapsed and revealed Eri behind her, shivering on her knees in terror. Recovery Girl's body started to turn into dust and vanish. Recovery Girl? Everyone, you need to snap out of it and run away. Naruto and All Might crashed between them, standing between the class and the duo of villains facing them. Naruto had already transformed into his two-tailed form, fists raised up, while All Might looked at Menma with eyes that were hardened. Recovery Girl being killed wasn't good, and it happened before they could even register what was going on. Naruto looked into his younger brother's eyes once, just once, before he turned his eyes away and looked at the real threat that killed the beloved healing hero. None of the students were able to move. They won't be able to do that. You see, Nomu here has a quirk that causes those around him to feel unbearable fear. It takes far more willpower than what a student has to be able to overcome this fear. Nomu, kill All Might, but leave Naruto alive, he has to suffer. Menma's words showed no love, nothing but pure disdain and hate for his blood. Naruto took a deep breath, but accepted the hate, and just raised his fists up. Silence. Naruto, take a massive size, and get the students to safety. All Might gave out an order. Naruto ignored it. This Nomu is stronger than the last one, and the last one was as strong as you are. You don't have a lot longer until your time limit is up. Right now, the safest place for them is right here, being protected by us, so let's do this. Naruto raised his fists up, and he shrank in size, down to his single-tailed form. He had taken those punches from the other Nomu firsthand. This wasn't a fight his uncle would win alone. All Might took a deep breath, as did Naruto, and then in unison the two of them placed the widest grins on their faces. Hey, younger me, why don't you take a step back, and allow me to take the fighting from here? That Nomu was created via a guy we were sent to the past with, this is our issue. Landing on the ground in front of Naruto, was All Right himself, his own future self. Scruffy chin from a lack of shaving, more muscle, and general more experience. Menma's face changed when he saw his future elder brother, before becoming neutral. Where is All Better? Naruto asked his future self. She's on her way, there isn't helping Recovery Girl now, but we won't let a single one of you die, right All Might? All Right spoke with a grin, a twinkle in his eye too. Right. Kill my future brother too. Menma's words were colder than ice. Come and try it. One for all, 100%, and let's add in a little monster fox to the equation. This isn't an opponent we can take lightly after all. All Right spoke as he flexed his body, and powerful waves of power rolled off his form. His body transformed into his one-tailed form, and his fur gained a slight yellow tips to it. The battle started. In music, Naruto Shippuden OST 3, The Power of Naruto Uzumaki. The first shockwave appeared. Then the second shockwave appeared, followed by close to 100 more quick shockwaves as All Might and All Right rushed Nomu and started to lay hits into him. Nomu, as a show of power, was not only completely unaffected by the attacks, but was also to even throw his own punches and block the punches that were thrown at him. Well now, aren't you a tough one? All Might shouted as blood flew from his mouth, a grin still on his face as he traded blows to the cheek with Nomu. Nomu was sent flying with a kick from All Right. Looks like he can reverse the flow of power, he absorbs enemies' strength and throws it back at them, some form of shock repulsion then. All Right chased down Nomu as the creature landed on his feet, and the two of them started to trade blows once more. All Might joining in as craters appeared under their feet. The more they attacked, the more craters that appeared all around them. Naruto was forced to use his own body to shield the other students from the fast-approaching shockwaves. So, it seems this incomplete Nomu won't be enough, even with the quirk amplifier, Menma thought as he watched the battle, unmoving as he sat down on a large chunk of the destroyed wall. His only reaction was his hair being blown back every time fists or feet collided. Nomu, use more quirks, use that impact recoil you have. Start using prediction too, Menma ordered when he noticed that Nomu was just using pure strength. So many quirks, all for nothing when the beast using them had no intelligence behind its attacks. Truly, a fighter that had to be commanded in order to be made full use of. Snap. 1000 raging maelstrom of smash. All Right snapped his fingers, and blue fires started to pour out of his body and float in the air, taking the forms of spiraling flame fists. 1000 flaming fists started to rain down on Nomu from all directions, but Nomu started to glow white as he started to dodge each and every flame, not a single one getting close to him. What's going on? Eraserhead, present mic, don't try and interfere, start taking students and getting them to safety. These foes aren't interested in the students, they're interested in us. All Might called out as he danced through the flames, chasing down Nomu as the glowing Nomu started to dodge his punches as well. Eraserhead glared at Nomu, activating his quirk. Boom. Don't assume that I forgot you were a teacher here, that should take care of your silly quirk for now, it will be a couple hours before you have a quirk. Menma, holding a gun, spoke harshly. Quirk erasing bullet prototypes, thanks to a certain failure of a Yakuza, he now had a way to get around Eraserhead's pesky quirk for a while. It was too bad the bullets were just prototypes, and not permanent yet. All Right and All Might continued to clash, and their fists hit each other when Nomu jumped up, dodging both of them. He kicked both of them in the head, sending them flying, but they didn't go flying long. With a shockwave-powered kick, All Might changed directions and went flying back at Nomu. All Right chose a different path though, instead he faded away from existence as if he turned invisible. One for all and illusion powers, you've inherited a lot, haven't you Naruto? Well then, I can't afford to look old and feeble now, can I? All Might roared when he felt a foot on his shoulder, and Nomu in front of him was sent flying by an invisible punch. All Right had used illusions to make himself invisible. Nomu on the other hand, realized this as well, and started to dodge the attacks despite them being invisible. He reached out and grabbed a fist from All Might, before swinging his massive body and slamming Right and Might together, knocking the illusion out of All Right while slamming All Might into the ground. Izuku's eyes widened when realization came to him. When another hero with One for All came. The other hero who inherited One for All, the other wielder, it was also Naruto. Somehow, both he and the future Naruto wielded the quirk. The two heroes back flipped, before they landed next to each other, just as confident as when the battle started. Seems like he can predict the future, but only 1013 attacks a second, seems like to hit him, we need to throw more than that number attacks every single second. Think you can keep up? All Right slammed his fist into his palm, done analyzing that particular ability of his opponent. It would seem that the impact recoil caused them to suffer from almost the full recoil of their own attacks. Be sure not to punch his fists, when you do, your attacks will be reflected back at you. All Right advised. Right. Time to let these fists show this villain just how harsh justice can be. All Might grinned wider still. Menma's lips narrowed, before he slowly stood up, dusting himself off. The battle resumed. Instantly, the battle started to shift in direction, with All Right shifting into second gear, and upping the number of tails to 2. Now, Nomu couldn't even begin to keep up with the rain of blows that came from the two Alls. All Right throwing punches that were so fast, that hundreds of attacks started to land. All Might's blows were being dodged, but for every attack dodged, they would be dodged into one of All Right's punches. It seems that Nomu could beat either of them separately, but together, they just can't be beat, they work together too well, it's like they are a single fighter, having two bodies. Menma thought as Nomu started to get overwhelmed. His first quirk, teleportation. His second quirk, extreme high intelligence. His third quirk, Nomu was sent flying by All Might, before Menma teleported to his location, landing on his shoulder and touched him. Instantly, the two fighters teleported a small distance away from the fight. What's wrong, afraid your pet will lose? All Might asked as he stood tall and proud. Menma placed his hand on the Nomu's forehead. This Nomu is worthless now, if it can't stand up to you, then there is no use for it to be the one to fight. Sad, I planned to use this quirk with Naruto when she attained the height of her power, with my quirks and her quirks, we would have been the strongest villain to ever exist, even stronger than father. Menma spoke as Nomu started to turn into liquid, and get absorbed into Menma's clean skin. The skin that didn't have a speck of dirt on it anywhere, and Menma's body started to transform in response. The third quirk, that he could only use one. Fusion amplification. The ability to fuse another life form into himself, and then multiply their power by 10 times what it had been before. The power that was supposed to be used to fuse him with the strongest, his sister, so they could become the ultimate villain. He had never wanted to dirty his body by accidentally fusing it with some other life form. Menma's body was completely covered in the liquid, no longer was his skin or any part of him visible anymore. The quirk amplifier fell to the ground where Nomu had stood, before the liquid on Menma's body hardened like a cocoon. Crack. Reiwa. The hardened shell broke as quickly as it formed, revealing the new Menma, born from the fusion between himself and the Nomu. Menma's skin had become bright red, and his hair had turned pure white, with his height scaling up to 6 inches taller, muscles becoming even larger as well. Shit, All Might whispered. Menma raised his hand up, and a bone spear popped out of it. With a smirk on his face, he pointed it at Eri, glancing at Naruto as he did so. He raised his other hand up, and created another bone spear, and pointed this one at Mina. The girl still frozen as fear as teachers started to take away the other students as quickly as possible to a safe distance away. 2 spears, these travel really fast, come on heroes. The next .01 happened too fast. Naruto, not future Naruto, rushed and jumped in front of Eri the second the spear was shot at her. Arms wide, ready to take the hit for her and die to protect her. Naruto watched as the spear came within 2 feet of his body. If he had tried to take her and run, it would have hit both of them, piercing through his body and hitting her. He chose to save Eri, because he couldn't save both her and Mina. He apologized to Mina in his head. He had to make the choice. Guh/ga. Neither he nor Mina were hit. All Might had jumped in front of Naruto, shrinking down to his normal form so that he would be able to get into the small gap. Toshinori was stepped in the heart by the bone spear, while All Right was stabbed in the gut by the spear as he protected Mina from the spear. Naruto and Toshinori locked eyes, even as his body started to turn to ash and crumble away. Toshinori smiled, not a grin, a smile. He reached out and rubbed the top of Naruto's head. Papa. All Better landed on the ground, late to catch up to the fight thanks to her lack of speed. She had to watch as All Right started to turn to ash as well, and he gave her the same smile that Toshinori was giving Naruto. Don't worry. I'll always be here. With that said, the two of them pointed to their hearts, before they turned into ash and got blown away in the wind. Don't think this makes us even, brother. You're going to watch as I destroy everything you love. I'll rid everything you love from you. You'll never be allowed to die a peaceful death. All Better walked over to Naruto as he stood up. What are you talking about? Everything will get all better dash. You'll rid everything I love from me. Don't you know that everything will be all right dash? Now that I'm here. Naruto and All Better shouted as he pounded their fists into their hands, grins on their faces, and tears in their eyes. Menma's eyes widened, before they narrowed. Fine. Menma raised his fists up, and opened them to show red X's on his palms, showing not only did he have all of Nomu's powers, but he still had his own as well. All Better's horn grew until it was visible through her ribbon, and it glowed. She looked at Naruto and nodded her head. A pained expression came over her face when green lightning coursed around her body, and she seemed visibly pained. Naruto nodded his head, before he grinned as he transformed into his single failed form. Let's do this, Eri. Right, Papa. It was time for round 2. Chapter 78, Naruto the Symbol of Peace, End. The battle never ended. Menma frowned deeply, furiously, when he was forced to defend himself against the attacks from Naruto and All Better, the two of them working with surprisingly good amounts of teamwork for people who had never worked together. With any touch of her hand, All Better's attacks would strip him away of one of his quirks or worse, and he couldn't afford to take a single attack from her. At the same time, the more skilled fighter of the two was Naruto, who was aiming every single one of his attacks in ways that were far different than how All Right from the future had been attacking. I'll play around with them then, before I kill the girl? Menma thought as he saw Naruto downgrade back to his normal form. All Better jumped onto his shoulder with one foot, and just by his ability to see attacks before they happened, he knew she was going to throw a fake kick and try and touch his face with her palm. Creating a bone spear, he prepared to stab her in the face, changing his own mind about playing with the girl before killing her. They're actually fighting the monster that killed All Might? Izuku whispered as he watched the two fight with all they had. They were fighting an impossible battle. All Might was the greatest, and if he died, nobody else had any hope of winning such a fight. Not to mention, this monster was now several times stronger than the Nomu that was even stronger than All Might. The scale of the enemy they were facing was just far too great for them to even stand a ghost of a chance. All Better on Naruto's shoulder vanished when she was stabbed. If my future self can use Mom's illusions, and I have part of her Tama in my arm, then no reason why I can't use them too. Naruto grinned as he held up his right arm and grabbed a hold of the bone spear, snapping it in two as he kicked Menma in the jaw. Menma didn't even budge from the kick, but his face jerked up enough to see All Better coming down from the air while spinning around, speeding up as she prepared to kick him on the top of the head. Menma stabbed her in the abdomen before she even got close. The illusion that was All Better faded away again, and a blue fireball was inside of her. What, that isn't what dash? Not what you saw in the future, eh? Naruto asked as the fireball exploded, consuming the both of them. Naruto grabbed Menma by the wrist, before throwing him into the fire. You can see the future, but you only see it through your eyes, don't you? Naruto knew the answer as he threw Menma back into the raging inferno and ran back into it himself. All I have to do is trick the future you, and the current you will be tricked too. What am I going to do next, do you know that? Naruto asked as he charged after Menma. How about me then? All Better appeared out of thin air, and ducked underneath a fist that was aimed for her. Naruto rushed at All Better, and passed by Menma. She grabbed his hand and tossed him up, with him transforming. She grabbed the top of his hair as he transformed, and stood on top of him as he grew larger, and even larger still. Menma stopped moving and stopped looking into the future to try and see what they would do next. Naruto had a point, all they had to do was fool his eyes in the future, now that they knew how the quirk worked. The future vision ability was useless against opponents that could trick such an ability, and it was made worse by the fact that Naruto was somehow predicting which future visions he was getting. Eri, use your quirk on me, I'm going to go all out, you better hang on. Naruto called out to the teenager All Better on his head. She nodded her head firmly, using her quirk as he gained more tails. 6. 7. 8. He wouldn't dare, even Naruto can't control her actions in that dash. 9-tailed, Naruto went full power, completely towering over Menma, gripping his fist and visibly losing control over himself. His size started to shrink down though, the tail number didn't go down. His red eyes flickered between burning red and bright blue, and his orange fur started to shimmer golden like his hair as he continued to switch back and forth between the two. Soon enough, he was back to his normal height, his body trying to force itself to go back to its great size as he continued to use the full power of his quirk. All Better hanging onto his back, arms around his neck and legs around his waist as she visibly struggled to hold back the transformation of his quirk. Kill every dash. Hey, voice inside my head, shut the fuck up so I can beat the hell out of my little brother. Naruto, with All Better regressing his mind back to before his transformation could take hold of it, grinned as he called out loud. I'm stronger than All Might and you from the future, your power can't even touch me, even without my future sight. Menma raised his hands up, and prepared to block any attack that Naruto. Spew. Blood spewed from his shoulder as his entire body was practically cleaved in half from shoulder to hip, his multiple regeneration quirks already quickly fixing the damage. He glanced behind himself, and saw Naruto standing behind him, with his body still flickering between a regular 9-tailed fox form, but smaller, and a golden fox form. All Better was barely holding on, the speed must have nearly knocked her off. Naruto turned his head though, and looked him right in the eyes. Then I just have to be stronger than my uncle, and more powerful than myself then. Menma rushed after Naruto, his right arm swelling up as he focused all of the enhanced strength quirks, the muscles building up greatly. He charged the attack up, and combined it with more quirks. Bone spears popping out of his knuckles, and flame jets shooting out of the back of his elbow, increasing the power of his next punch further. In a nanosecond, no even less than that, he was already in front of Naruto with the punch in full swing. Teleporting to the mark on the inside of his right hand, he appeared behind Naruto and continued to throw the punch from his blind spot. All Better blocked the punch. His arm returned to normal, the quirks he was using in his arm regressing back to only what he would have normally had. He jumped backwards, teleporting mid-jump even further away from that. Menma then took a step back, and noticed Naruto wasn't moving, and he saw Naruto's legs were pretty much shattered by his earlier movement. Menma smirked when he realized that Naruto had moved so fast, that he had broken his own legs in order to not destroy the school from the shockwave. By protecting everyone, he was breaking his own body with this strange transformation. The ultimate sword, and the ultimate shield, his body is transforming so quickly, that your quirk isn't capable of holding back the full bloodlust, and heal him at the same time. Menma noted as he glanced at the connections. All Better couldn't heal Naruto's body, his transformation speed was too high, and it was taking almost all of his power to just keep him at this level of transformation, while also using it for defensive purposes. Naruto had his eyes closed. He raised his right hand up, and gently gestured towards Menma with his pinky finger, before he quickly jerked his pinky. The shockwave was immense, blasting 3/4 of Menma's entire body to pieces instantly, the shockwave curving and traveling up into the sky before it could destroy anything else. Menma's body healed from the damage just as quickly as the damage took place, with Naruto's pinky being in an unusable state. Holding back so much power was doing more damage to him than if he unleashed it all genuinely. "Careful, your body can't take much more," All Better whispered to Naruto, as she looked as another two students were carried away from the battle by teachers, who were eyeing the fight carefully. Naruto needed to be very careful not to hit even one person with any of the shockwaves, meaning he needed to absorb most of the power from his attacks into his own body. Menma teleported up to the top of the school where he put a marker, and he looked down at Naruto from a greater distance. Naruto wasn't there anymore. Moving on broken legs, Naruto followed Menma the second he teleported, and landed right behind him the second he appeared. Naruto pushed his ring finger up against Menma, gesturing to the sky, and split the clouds in half when he destroyed the top half of Menma's body, his ringer finger destroyed by his own power. When Menma regenerated, Naruto touched him with his middle finger and destroyed 80% of his body, and when he regenerated from that, he touched him with his index finger and destroyed another great portion of his body. Menma teleported away before Naruto could switch hands again, and this time he looked up to the top of the school building, seeing Naruto standing there with All Better hanging onto his back, staring down at him with eyes that showed great sorrow. "Great sorrow? You're more of a monster than even Naruto and I. You have the same quirk as her." "No. She has more quirks than you, but even with all of her quirks, this power, how far did you push yourself to attain this power deep inside of yourself? This power, it isn't one for all. The Monster Fox quirk has set limits, limits that can't be overcome through training." Menma actually smiled as he greed bone spears from every part of his body in preparation for when Naruto would move again. This time he would be ready for Naruto. He looked into the future to see what Naruto would do next. No doubt Naruto had too much power to bother using cheap tricks like earlier. He saw himself getting punched in the face. "I'm not going to punch you in the face." Now he saw himself getting blasted to pieces with Fox Fire. "I will not burn you with Fox Fire." He was getting ripped to shreds by claws. "My claws will not harm you." "How are you seeing what I'm seeing? Tell me how you're doing that." Menma shouted when he realized that every vision of the future he was having, Naruto was also having for some reason. "You have Mother's quirk because of those shards in your arm, then, right now? You have Mito's omniscience?" Menma realized without needing Naruto to answer it for him. Naruto was seeing everything. No wonder All Better's quirk couldn't keep up with all the damage. Naruto's mind was being destroyed even now by the amount of information he was absorbing. Naruto was seeing all things, the past, the future, and all things in the present as well. As Naruto was right now, he knew everything that would happen in this fight. He had all knowledge over everything. Her power alone was what was keeping him together, and it was no wonder that Naruto wasn't attacking at all times. He was seeing all timelines, all possibilities, and everything that could and would happen. Trillions of thoughts were rushing through his mind at one time. Unlike his own newfound future sight ability, Naruto was truly mentally one with all of creation at the moment. "Menma, you lost," Naruto stated. There was no anger in his voice. "No, I see a way I can win, and it's standing right before me." Menma glanced over towards the younger Eri. "If you attack her, then I kill all for one right now. I know his exact location, all of his strengths and weaknesses, and I can get there and kill him faster than you can even think about touching her," Naruto stated down to Menma, who stopped what he was doing and looked over at Naruto, who had eyes that were nothing but right at the moment. They were no longer flickering or sorrowful, they were without a shred of mercy, horrifying in nature. "The strongest decide what happens to the weak, in your own opinion. I won't seek revenge for my uncle, or for myself, they wouldn't want that. If you touch her though, I'll rip the last thing in this world you cherish away from you. I'll rip your quirks away from you too. I'll leave you weak, alone, and without even your name. You'll be a nameless, hollow version of what you were. Decide your choice now," Naruto stated as his eyes started to flicker again. All Better was gritting her teeth, putting all of her efforts into trying to reverse the transformation. Naruto's form stopped flickering between golden form and monster fox form. His form was settling on his golden form, his body becoming cloaked in golden flames as he started to take steps on thin air, walking off the top of the school building and using space and time as his footholds. Naruto's Hoshi no Tama, which was on the ground abandoned, shattered completely and disintegrated into nothingness when Naruto's foot touched the ground. Menma's eyes turned to that, widening when he saw Naruto's only weakness vanish before his very eyes. "What is dash? Quirks are just human evolution itself. My quirk is no exception, and there are two types of evolution. Spontaneous evolution is when the body suddenly and without reserve takes something about itself and evolves to a stage further. I no longer need a Tama, and these fragments in my arm. I no longer need them either, my quirk is human evolution. I'm just evolving it to the next stage. I'm no longer a monster fox dash. When did you get? Menma whispered when he realized Naruto was standing next to him, and he watched as Naruto ripped his own arm off and tossed it to the ground, the arm bursting into flames. A new arm grew from where the old one vanished, this arm made from pure golden energy itself, with black markings on it. Dash, I am now a spirit fox, and while I still have 6.2 seconds of omniscience before all better's quirk reverts my memories of everything I saw with its power. I want to tell you something. Naruto stated as he took a single step behind Menma, and all better reached out and grabbed onto Menma, reverting his body back to the way it was before he had fused with the Nomu. The Nomu plopped down on the ground, and started to revert back to the criminal who had traveled back to the past with all better in the first place. He was dead. Menma's X marks on his palms started to disappear as well, and Naruto's body started to slowly stop glowing as well. I am no longer a monster anymore, and I'm not Naruto the reluctant hero either. Menma, and everyone else watching, saw as Naruto fold returned back to normal with his new right arm still glowing, made of golden energy. They watched as he took several steps forward, his body no longer broken either. I am Naruto the symbol of peace, and I that will lead my generation into a better future in place of my uncle,